This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby.
Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio WM, BBC CWR and on the Surrey live stream. Lovely to have you with us as always. Day 3 of this First Division Championship match between Surrey and Warwickshire, which is perfectly poised on this third morning because Warwickshire will start this third day in their second innings, 1 without loss. 2 overs last night. And Danny Briggs, who was sort of sent out as night opener last night, yet to get off the mark. Dominic Sibley is 1 not out. It means Warwickshire trail Surrey by 62 runs because Surrey yesterday 316 all out. At one stage 244 for 8, but then a 72 run partnership between Conor McCurr and Jamie Overton got them up over 300 and picked up a couple of batting points and got them that crucial lead really of 63 runs. Ollie Hannon-Dalby 3 for 44, Nathan McAndrew 3 for 82. Warwickshire, if anything yesterday, a little expensive with the ball, and Ollie Pope with 65. Fascinating chatting to him last night about the way he went about his business. Jeremy Coney is here. Richard Wilford is here, and also to start us off this morning, delighted to say the former Middlesex and England player Roland Butcher alongside us again. Good morning to you, Mr. Butcher. How are you this morning, number one?
Yeah, Mark, good morning to you and all of our listeners. I'm absolutely fine, and great to see that we're going to get play on time, and the weather a little bit overcast, but there's some sun trying to peek through. And it should be an interesting day's cricket.
Come on then, Mr. Butcher. Day 3, they always say, Mr. Coney said yesterday was moving day, but in cricketing parlance, everyone talks about day 3. Moving day or the money day, they always talk about. So Surrey did very well yesterday to get up to that 316, get a crucial lead and a good lead. 63 runs is a lead worth having. We've seen the ball nip around the whole game. What are your thoughts on today? Because we saw the way that Surrey bowled in the first innings. We saw the way that Warwickshire went about their batting in the first innings. I'm pretty sure Surrey will stick to what they did. Warwickshire might change their approach a touch in this second innings, perhaps.
Well, I think in the first innings, I think both sides got it right, actually, in terms of what they executed. Surrey bowled really well, and I think the approach by Warwickshire to the batting was what was required on that first day. I think the total they got was a little bit under what they should have got, because a lot of players got in, and as we know, the pitch is one that you're never in, so there's a possibility that you could get a ball with your name on it. But one of those batters should have gone on and made a significant score. Albeit, as I said, Surrey bowled well. Now yesterday, again, Surrey's approach was one of being very positive with the bat, but I must say that Warwickshire's early bowling was awful. They served at too many half volleys, too many long hops, and against aggressive batsmen who were looking to score runs, really that was a recipe for disaster. But they stayed in the game, and really I reckon they should have taken a first innings lead, because they had Surrey in, despite all the positive play by Surrey, and at one point they'd hit 38 fours and 2 sixes, which is, in a small score, really that is just too many boundaries. So that tells you what was happening with the Warwickshire bowling. But I think that partnership for the 9th wicket yesterday really is the defining part of this game. I think that has really put Surrey now very much in front of the game, and really should be enough to take them on to actually winning the game. It's going to be a little bit harder again today for Warwickshire. I think Surrey going to come out obviously gunning for wickets. Once they get 2 or 3 wickets early, I think that's going to put a lot of pressure on the batsmen. Will they be able to bat as long as they did in the first innings? It may be a little bit debatable, but I think that late partnership yesterday really has changed this game.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think as well, we were talking about it, that Surrey have always got past 300 in their first innings this season, and they managed it yesterday at 244 for 8. They were in bother and behind, but I thought Conor McCurr and Jamie Overton played it very, very sensibly yesterday. Conor McCurr in particular, his highest first class score of 37, and that gives Surrey that opportunity today with a bit of a cushion. 63 run lead is a bit of a cushion. So we had those 2 overs last night, and a full day today and a full day tomorrow. Of course, it's going to be Kemar Roach to get us started from the pavilion end. 3 slips in there, a leg gully straight away, and it will be Dominic Sibley on strike. Danny Briggs possibly shouldn't be there, because there was a huge run out opportunity late last night, which wasn't the plan, as Kemar Roach with our first ball of the day to Dominic Sibley, and he lets him go on a length outside his off stump, and that's taken by Ben Foakes away to his right hand side. Speaking to Ollie Pope was fascinating last night, just about the way he went about it, and it was exactly what you were saying and Jeremy was saying. He said, look, this pitch has nipped around all game, and I wasn't just going to let Warwickshire bowl at me. I wanted to be proactive, and that's exactly what he did. And actually Surrey throughout their innings were a bit like that, helped by some deliveries from Warwickshire. As forward comes Sibley, pushes this one down towards backward point from Kemar Roach. Up comes Jordan Clark to do the fielding, and there's no run. That's
right, and I think Ryan Patel really got it started in terms of being aggressive. And as you know, the first 4 or 5 I think there was 5 boundaries in the first 20 runs or so, and I think that really set the tone for how Surrey approached the rest of the innings. It almost got them into a bit of trouble,
yes,
but in the end they got out.
As over the wicket comes Kemar Roach, and this is Sibley looking to let it go as it nips back at him, hits him high up on the bat leg, rolls away down into the gully. It'll be fascinating to see how Danny Briggs goes about this morning, because he got through the 2 overs last night. There was that horrible moment where Sibley on strike, 3rd ball of the last over, pushed it to backward point. Briggs wasn't thinking about a single, and Jamie Overton shied at the stumps, and Danny Briggs wasn't even in the picture. But it'll be very interesting to see how he goes about this morning, because in many ways for him it's a bit of an opportunity, this, as Kemar Roach comes into Sibley, and Sibley turns this one into the leg side. There is Jamie Overton to do the fielding, and there's no run.
Well, he's got basically one job, really. He was fortunate to come in yesterday as the makeshift opener. As you said, he should have been run out. Jamie Overton didn't realise he had enough time to actually throw the ball. He could have taken aim, but he's got a chance and he survived. Now his job is just really to hang in there as long as possible, get as much shine off the ball, and try and make it as soft as possible for the other players.
Roach is in, and Sibley, oh, that's a good leave. That is not far from his off stump. That has come back a long way from Kemar Roach. And that off stump, of course, had its own day yesterday with the delivery from McAndrew that rattled it, and the bails didn't come off with Tom Law's batting. But oh, that is inches away. A, from the face of the Sibley bat as he looked to let it go late, and B, from that off stump. So nice start from Kemar Roach, just puts a little bit of doubt in Dominic Sibley's mind as well, as Roach is in to Sibley, and Sibley is forward with soft hands, and this is going to run down through the gully region. Sibley's coming back for a couple. No, he's not, because Jordan Clark picks up, and they're through for a single. So run off the last ball of that first over from Kemar Roach, but it's a good one from Kemar Roach, and Jordan Clark is marching up to take off his short sleeve sweater and his cap, because he will get us started from the Vauxhall end. The innings that everybody always talks about with Night Watchman was obviously Jason Gillespie when he got that double 100 against Bangladesh. The one I always, weirdly, and it's a man you played your cricket with, was Neil Williams. Now, Neil Williams, on his Test match debut here against India in 1990, I think it was, came out and did the Night Watchman job and got 40 odd and batted really well. And sometimes you do find that, don't you, that the sort of the night opener, Night Watchman, that they can make a significant contribution, and they sometimes see it as a bit of an opportunity as well.
Well, and so they should. I mean, I think Neil Williams was not the worst batter. He probably didn't score as many runs as he should have, and I think that's probably because of the strength of her batting.
In over the wicket then is Jordan Clark from the Vauxhall end, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Dominic Sibley. Yeah,
but he was a very talented batsman, you know, and really, in another side, I think would have scored a lot of runs. And of course, you mustn't forget Alex Tudor.
Oh, with his, yes, of course, the 99
exactly
at Edgbaston,
coming in as a Night Watchman. So sometimes it can be an opportunity. Really, today, Briggs he's got to bat well, because the ball's going to be moving around.
As over the wicket goes Jordan Clark to Sibley. He's letting this one go again, just outside his off stump, just fading away a touch. But the reasoning behind it last night was, of course, Alex Davis normally opens with Dominic Sibley. They didn't want to expose Alex Davis last night. So even though he almost got run out, Richard made a good point next door that was in the last over, that run out. And in many ways, it wouldn't have been ideal if he had been run out, obviously, because it sort of wasn't the game plan. But he'd almost done his job then. Danny Briggs last night, as in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark. Forward goes Sibley, pushes down towards backward point. There's Jamie Overton, who'll have some bowling to do today. Jamie Overton. But yeah, Ollie Pope was really interesting last night about his approach and Surrey's approach, and he pointed out how well Conor McCurr and Jamie Overton did last night as well, and says Surrey, you know, got work to do with the ball today. Have to remain patient. It's exactly what they did in the first innings, as Jordan Clark is into Sibley, and Sibley is driving a full ball. I think he's looking to go a bit straighter than that, but it's actually going away through cover point, and they'll pick up a couple of runs. And Dominic Sibley will move on to 4, and Warwickshire move on to 4 without loss. So that's trailing by 59. Bit of news overnight as well, sort of from a Surrey point of view, is sort of the names have been put in for the Big Bash, those that want to be available for the Big Bash overnight. And from a Surrey point of view, I've seen the name Ollie Pope in there, as Jordan Clark comes in over the wicket once more, and that's just putting the bat inside the line is Sibley, as that climbs on him outside the off stump. Nicely bowled by Jordan Clark. Gus Atkinson as well in that. So I think there's 60 odd names in there, obviously, for the Big Bash. But Ollie Pope's made himself available because I know he is a fantastic player in the shorter form of the game, Ollie Pope, but has made himself available in that. So I think those names are on the BBC Sport website, those that have sort of put their names forward. As in over the wicket goes Jordan Clark. Sibley's driving back up the ground this time, and Clark does the fielding off his own bowling. End of our second over of the day, and Warwickshire have moved on to 4 without loss. Sibley's seen all 12 deliveries this morning, so Briggs will be on strike to Kemar Roach, and Warwickshire trail now by just the 59.
Yeah, nicely timed drive that by Sibley. Lined it up quite nicely, allowed for the swing. Hit through the line. The bowler did a good job in stopping that from going. Had he missed it, I think there would have been 4 there in mid-off for not being able to get across. But yeah, I mean, these days, obviously with so many T20s around the world, you know, more and more players want to get involved.
Yep.
And just soon for now, there will be a bit of a problem for cricket.
Kemar Roach from the pavilion end, and Danny Briggs clips his first ball very tidily into the leg side. Jamie Overton does the fielding, gets to his feet. Of course, Overton has his finger problem, but batted well last night to Jamie Overton and looks okay this morning. We'll have some bowling to do, will Jamie Overton. There's a nice looking shot from Danny Briggs, just clipped it off his toes, but Overton, big man, tumbling away to his left to do the fielding. As Kemar Roach over the wicket, he comes to Briggs, and Briggs is forward, pushing this one away out into the offside. I'll see if I can find the article with those names in there, because there's some interesting names in there. 70 English players nominated. So there you go, 70 English players. Reece Topley as well in there from a sort of a Surrey perspective. But just looking at some of these names here, and there's some Gus Atkinson's in there as well. As I was saying, Danny Briggs, who's already played Big Bash. As in over the wicket comes Kemar Roach. Forward goes Briggs, plays this one solidly back up the pitch. Your usual suspects in there as well. Your Liam Livingstons, your Alex Hales in there. Laurie Evans from Surrey in there as well, who of course was fantastic for the Perth Scorchers last year. He won the Big Bash. But yeah, worth a look at the names. So as I say, they've been put in as the nominations. The interesting thing is, if you look at the other countries, there's hardly any names in there. As in over the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach. This one's left alone outside the off stump by Danny Briggs. Of course, this is all with schedules and all that good stuff. But two from New Zealand, from New Zealand, Colin Munro and Todd Astle. South Africa, Faf du Plessis, Martian de Lange, Riley Russo and David Visa. And then from the West Indies, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, including Mr. Bravo as always, and Karen Pollard, and the normal names in there. As Briggs is a little bit late on this one, gets the bottom toe end of the bat on it as it rolls away into the offside. But then from England, 70 names, Mr. Butcher.
So what month is the Big Bash again?
It's normally November, December, January time, isn't it? So
obviously,
Christmas period.
Obviously, some of those teams not having a lot of international fixtures at that time.
Absolutely. As turning once again is Kemar Roach, comes in over the wicket to Briggs, and Briggs is letting this one go outside his off stump. England, of course, got that Test series in Pakistan in early December, so that would mean, from an Ollie Pope point of view, that he'd be a late arrival to the Big Bash, but he'd be available after that Test series. But there is also there's a proposed UAE T20 league in January, which a few of those lads would be probably being tapped up for as well. So I think the concern for the Big Bash is that they might only play half the tournament and then head off to that. But that's the thing now. There is so much of this franchise cricket. As over the wicket comes Jordan Clark to Dominic Sibley from the Vauxhall end. Sibley's forward and playing this one away out there towards cover point, and there's no run.
Yeah, and there's going to be more and more. There's no question about that. It is the popular version. It is the money spinning version for both administrators, boards, players. So it is just natural that players that want to gravitate towards that.
Yeah.
The problem is going to come later on for cricket.
In over the wicket comes Jordan Clark to Dominic Sibley, and Sibley punches back up the ground. Round comes Amla to do the fielding.
Yeah, the problem cricket will have in the future is that some of these players, they've been doing in the past, will choose to play in these tournaments instead of international or certain international fixtures. They will choose who they want to play against, who they want to rest when they're playing, and that's going to be a problem for the boards.
Absolutely. As in over the wicket once more comes Jordan Clark to Sibley, who's up on his toes, punches away a short ball out towards cover point, and there's no runners. Overton does the batting. What fascinates me though is the way that England are playing their Test cricket now as well. That turnaround in 6 weeks, really. And the attractiveness of the way they're playing their Test cricket.
It is, Mark, but it's still, the jury's still out for me. I am not. I'm not an overnight convert
to the new Brendan McCullum way. Is short ball from Jordan Clark, quick singles taken. They're trying on Overton again. This is what they did last night, but that one's well judged by Dominic Sibley, and they're through for the single. And Warwickshire move on to 5 without loss.
Yeah, this time Overton had to move a little bit further to his right, and the ball was going quite slowly, so batsmen were able to get through for a single. Yep, 4 games is not enough to convince me that, you know, it's great to have done well in those 4 games. That's fantastic.
As over the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark to Briggs, and Briggs is letting this one go.
But as they say, the race is not just for the swift, it's for those who endure to the end, and I believe that over the course of time you will find out whether that approach is the right one for cricket. There are much tougher tests ahead.
Yes.
You know, when they play in Australia, and they play Pakistan in Pakistan, and India in India,
Oh, South Africa here,
and South Africa.
That bowling attack for South Africa. As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and Briggs almost has a drive at that, but then just lets it go outside his off stump. End of the over. So a quiet start this morning for Warwickshire, which is exactly what they were looking for. 5 without loss they are, but it's been tight stuff this from Kemar Roach and Jordan Clark thus far. And Warwickshire all 5 to Dominic Sibley, and they trail by 58.
Yeah, it's going to be hard work for the batters this morning, but I think so far so good. They've done well. I think Briggs has looked pretty good. He's getting in line with the ball and playing as straight as possible. So they're trying hard to ensure that Surrey doesn't get that early breakthrough. I don't think we mustn't forget that, you know, pitches in UK this year has been really good for batting.
Yeah,
so
better.
That has to be a factor also in those matches, and it may be coincidental that you have a new coach, good batting wickets, some players coming into form.
Kemar Roach is in, and Sibley, quick singles taken. They're trying Overton again, and they're through for another one. It's those 3 in the game this morning, really, and it was last night. Sibley, Briggs and Overton. And just a single, 1 more to the total.
Yeah, that's a good single, good rotation of the strike. Sibley just dropping it in the offside. Again, Overton had to move quite a long way to his right, so couldn't prevent the single. But yeah, I mean, I'm not jumping up and down like everybody at the moment. Encouraging, but a lot of work to be done.
Early days as Kemar Roach is into Briggs, and Briggs drives back up the pitch, and it hits Kemar Roach, then ricochets away, hits Dom Sibley, and then rolls back, hits the stumps, and the bails don't come off, and that time at the pavilion end.
Obviously it's better, much better to win 4 games than to lose 4.
Yes.
But again, you know, you can lose a few games. Does that mean that what you're doing is wrong? You can always turn it around. So I will keep an open mind, and I will see how the next few series go.
Yep, as in over the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach, and forward goes Briggs looking for his first run, gets his first run. Got bat on that, did Danny Briggs, but the key thing here is Kemar Roach is getting them playing the whole time. Briggs onto 1, Warwickshire 7 without loss.
The interesting thing is that the same people who are praising the approach now, a couple of failures will be the same people.
Absolutely.
Who will be telling you that they're too gung-ho and they need to tone it down, they need to do this and do that.
What I found really good about it is in over the wicket comes Kemar Roach, and he's bowled Dom Sibley. He got a warning because he's let that go, and he got a warning in the first over, and he's brought it back and hit the top of his off stump. So Dominic Sibley goes for 6. It's a good bit of bowling from Kemar Roach, but in the first over he brought one back at Dom Sibley, and it was not far from that off stump. Sibley's let this one go. It's come back and it's hit the top of the off stump, and Sibley goes for 6, and Warwickshire are 7 for 1.
Yeah, and Sibley committed the cardinal sin of not really covering his off stump. Obviously, you know, he's moving across there. You can see that he has not got in a position really to know where the ball is, unsure of where his off stump is, and leaves the ball that's a little bit too straight. It came back a bit, not a great deal, but enough to hit the off stump, and really a misjudgment there by Sibley. We saw earlier in the previous over he left a couple, same thing, just not moving far enough across to cover where his off stump was.
Alex Davis is making his way out to the middle. Nathan McAndrew will be watching that thinking, oh, come on, because of course he hit Tom Laws's off stump yesterday and the bells didn't come off, but
that was a lot harder than that.
A lot harder than that, but no, nice bit of bowling from Kemar Roach, bit of a misjudgment from Dom Sibley, and Alex Davis is out there. So the irony here, of course, is that Alex Davis is actually going to be batting with Danny Briggs this morning, because Danny Briggs went out last night to keep Alex Davis ready for today, but it's going to be Alex Davis and Danny Briggs out there now. 7 for 1. No, the thing I loved about it, Mr. Butcher, and yeah, I'm keeping an open mind, but was the fact that it was on the front page of all the papers, and everybody was talking about Test match cricket again, and there's sort of been that, it's been a complete 360 from where we were at the start of the summer to where we are going into this series, and also with what's happening with the one-day team as well. There's sort of almost a 360 on that as well at the moment. So I think from a sort of just getting people talking about Test match cricket and it being on the front of the papers again was terrific, as Kemar Roach is into Alex Davis, and oh my lord, that's not far away from Davis's off stump either, as he lets it go. Kemar Roach is getting this ball to jag back. And the other thing here, Roland Butcher, is the one that becomes dangerous as well, is the one that doesn't actually do anything, because they may play at balls that they don't really want to now, because Kemar Roach is just getting that to come back late, and that was not far away from Alex Davis's off stump, but again it just puts a bit of doubt in the batter's mind, doesn't it?
Again, the footwork really by Davis left wanting there.
In comes Kemar Roach to him, and Davis a little outside edge. That's the one that didn't do anything, but he's playing at it, and it flies down into the slip cordon. It's picked up by Will Jacks, but it's a very good over from Kemar Roach. The wicket of Dominic Sibley gone for 6, and Warwickshire is 7 for 1.
Yeah, and a good breakthrough by Surrey. They've got the perfect start to the morning, and you know, someone like Kemar Roach, who's going to be to the right-handed batsman, primarily he's going to bowl in, and then he's going to keep the one out there. Really, the batsman cannot stay leg side of the ball to Kemar Roach, because you're going to have problems judging where your stump is. It is better they get further across.
Because they'll go across more towards that off stump.
Get further across.
Jordan Clark is in here to Danny Briggs, who lets this one go outside his off stump.
Get further across, line it up, and then you know anything outside of the body, you're quite safe to leave. But as it stands right now, they're staying leg side, not sure where the off stump is, and leaving balls that are too close.
And as I say, he is getting that to come back, and Dominic Sibley got a warning in that first over as Jordan Clark comes in over the wicket, and short ball which Briggs, he's got an edge on, looking to pull, and he's caught behind, and Danny Briggs has got a little bottom edge on that, and now Danny Briggs has gone, and it's 7 for 2, and Danny Briggs just looking to pull this ball, got a little feather on it, and Surrey absolutely convinced, and up went the finger. I'm just wondering whether Danny Briggs thinks that's brushed his jumper rather than the bat, just from his reaction. but the finger went straight up by umpire Long, and Warwickshire are 7 for 2, Roland Butcher.
Yes, really was surprised. He was surprised by this short ball, and really was in no position to play it, and just certainly there was something there. Difficult for us to tell whether it was bat or whether it was...
There was definitely a noise. It was just from the reaction of Briggs and Davis.
Or whether it was his sweater, but everybody went up because there was something there for sure. So another breakthrough, and Surrey doing exactly what they wanted to do this morning, pick up early wickets, and they've done that. Just getting back to what you were discussing, Mark, the turnaround has been phenomenal in terms of, if you think of the last 2 series, you know, trounced in Australia. I mean, that was a no contest, and in the Caribbean they were pretty poor as well. I mean, I covered that series for Talk Sport, and really looked a bit of a shambles. Apart from, but Bear still got 100 in Antigua, played well. A bit surprised that people were on his back at the start of this series, and he was the last one to have scored 100 there. Dan Lawrence got a 90 odd. You know, Foakes did well, and I think Mahmood did quite well with the ball. But I think generally, I mean, they were really awful.
Yeah, as Chris Benjamin is the new batter, and he's off the mark straight away with a boundary because it's on his low toes, and it's nicely played by Chris Benjamin. Just a roll of the wrists, whistles behind square on the leg side for 4, and Warwickshire move on to 11 for 2.
Yeah, lovely shot to get off the mark, really. Trying to swing it too much, got the line wrong, but the timing was good. There was a man down at fine leg, but no chance of cutting that one off. So a welcome boundary to Warwickshire.
Jordan Clark runs away from us once again. Coming into Chris Benjamin, driving outside edge. Oh, and it's a chance for Ryan Patel at third slip. He was high in the air. I think he got a hand to it. It would have been a brilliant catch. It's a big old shot from Chris Benjamin, second ball. He's come out looking positive, but it's flown off the outside edge, and I think he got a hand on it, did Ryan Patel, but it has flown down to the third man boundary rope for 4. Benjamin's on to 8. It's all go, and Warwickshire are 15 for 2.
Yeah, he drew him onto the drive there with a full length delivery, swinging outside the off stump. Again, the batsman not getting far enough across 10 inside the line of the ball, and was very lucky.
Jordan Clark is in again to Benjamin, lets this one go. Does Benjamin outside his off stump, and into the gloves it goes of Ben Foakes away to his right hand side. So yeah, in Caribbean wasn't great.
Yeah, so just really, when you look at, I mean, even the captain in terms of his batting, I maintain in the Caribbean that even though he should have still continued to bat 4 instead of 3, I know everybody wanted him to bat 3 because of the weakness of the side, but
in comes Jordan Clark to Benjamin, lets this one go. Good pace from Jordan Clark. That really did slap into the gloves of Ben Foakes. Good over from Jordan Clark. Picks up the wicket of Danny Briggs. Almost created an opportunity there with Benjamin. And Warwickshire 15 for 2, trail by 48.
Yeah, the perfect start. And I think Surrey very much in control of the game right now. But, you know, I felt having Root at 3 even weakened the team more. Because if you look at his record at 3 and at 4, there's no comparison. And because of the weakness of the side, everybody was clamouring that he should bat at number 3.
As Kemar Roach from the pavilion end goes wide of the crease here to Alex Davis, who's forward and pushing this circumspectly, I think it's fair to say, out into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah,
so what that did was it meant that once the West Indies got him cheaply, they felt that there was not much to come.
Yeah.
And he was getting in far too early. Thought Alex Lees looked a good player there. When I first saw him, I thought, yeah, I think England finally found a. He didn't get big scores, but he shaped up well. He batted a long time.
Kemar Roach over the wicket. He comes to Davis. Davis, oh my lord, he's going to go in a minute. If he keeps letting these go, that has gone over the top of his off stump. And that again is just one that jags back. And I think that has gone over the top of his off stump.
Again, Mark, look where his movement is. He's not covering in, his feet not covering the stumps at all, and he's allowing the ball to come back.
It's so tight that.
Sooner or later, he keeps doing that. He keeps staying inside the line of the ball. Roach will knock him over.
Roach is in once again, and this one's let go by Alex Davis, that climbs again outside his off stump, and that's taken by Ben Foakes away to his left hand side. So now of course Ollie Pope batting at 3 for England. And yeah, after that, it sort of when England got back from that Caribbean tour, it was all doom and gloom. But the interesting thing was Brendan McCullum came completely out of left field. His name had not been mentioned at all. As in over the wicket once again goes Kemar Roach to Davis. Davis wants a single. He's taking on Rory Burns, who doesn't pick up cleanly, and it enables Benjamin to get through. And Davis is off the mark, and it's 16 for 2. But it was fascinating, that.
Yeah, it was very left field. It was a brave thing to do. So far so good. I don't think it could have got any better. I mean, Brendan McCullum he will know. He's been a professional for a while. He will know that he's got much tougher days to come, where he himself will be put under the microscope and put the performance of the team. Right now, everything's great.
Comes Kemar Roach once again to Benjamin for the first time, thick inside edge as he pushes forward, and Conor McCurr gets round to do the fielding, and there's no run. I've said it a few times, there was an interview that Charles Colville did with Brendan McCullum a couple of years ago when he retired from playing, and I watched it after he got the job, about a day after he got the job, and you actually watch it in hindsight and you think everything he was saying in that interview is basically what he's trying to do, because as you said, when he sort of took over as captain, New Zealand cricket was really in the doldrums when he took over. As over the wicket again comes Kemar Roach to Benjamin. He's forward and playing this one into the offside, and there's no run. End of the over, 16 for 2 then Warwickshire, trail by 47. But yeah, so they're really in the doldrums, and he sat down with and as he said, the other thing there was he didn't have a pool of players to pick from like he's got here, but he didn't know he had the job then with England, obviously. And he sort of said, look, this is the way we want to play our cricket. It might hurt for a while, but we have got to get people invested in what we're doing again. And he said there were good days and there were bad days, and people were on their backs at times. But basically what he said was they were building towards, A, playing a brand of test cricket that would get people interested. And then he knew he wasn't going to take them all the way, but he knew that Kane Williamson was lined up to take over. And then one-day cricket was that 2015 World Cup, as Jordan Clark is into Davis, lets this one go outside his off stump. But I think he just sort of his approach to it was the same as he said when he batted. He said he wasn't technically the greatest batsman in the world. He said he didn't really have a defence at all, but he knew when it was his day and he was really on.
Yeah, he could put the bowlers under pressure, and that was a strength for him, really, because then it made it easier for the other players.
And I think you're seeing, I think the way he talks about captaincy is what he sort of brought to this coaching role, as this is tucked away off his hip by Alex Davis into the leg side. Tom Laws is sprinting back to do the fielding, and they will pick up a couple of runs, 2 more to the total, and 18 for 2. But what fascinates me is that, as I say, now South Africa, that bowling attack will be a right old test, but everybody's really excited about seeing this England Test team in action again, whereas 3 months ago it was like, oh really, what on earth's going to happen? As in over the wicket again comes Jordan Clark, and this is left alone by Davis outside his off stump. It's been a very good start this from Surrey this morning. I think Danny Briggs will be sat there wondering again whether that was off his bat. His jumper was very close to it, just from the reaction of Briggs as well. So, but there was definitely a noise. There was definitely a noise because everybody went up. 18 for 2 as Jordan Clark is into Davis, covers up as Davis plays this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. End of this over, we're going to have a double change because Richard Wilford's coming in, and then Jeremy Coney, who's done his usual Rent-A-Ghost trick here. He did this yesterday morning. Anybody who remembers Rent-A-Ghost, he used to come in, sneeze and disappear. And Mr. Coney's done much the same thing again this morning, as turning once more is Jordan Clark. In over the wicket he comes to Davis, going across his stumps, looking to whip leg side. He's got to be a bit careful there, as Alex Davis, because he's honing in on that front pad at the moment, but just trying to whip that leg side. Here's Alex Davis. He's had a couple of leaves so far to Kemar Roach that have been very, very tight. We've seen Dominic Sibley bowled by Roach, letting a ball go. Jordan Clark charges in once again. Short ball this time. That's pushed by Davis. There is no run. Thank you, Roland Butcher. Roland Butcher will be back in half an hour's time. We'll bring Jeremy Coney in first into Mr. Butcher's seat and get Mr. Coney's thoughts on this first half hour of play this morning, and then Richard Wilford will come in and pick up the commentary. So yes, we're a four-man team again today. And Jeremy Coney, welcome to you, sir. Good morning to you, and it's been a good start from Surrey.
Morning, Mark. Morning, Richard. In a moment, he's just positioning himself relative to the seat, which is a good idea. And yeah, it's been an interesting morning. First ball from Roach just pushed out safely on the offside, and that's fielded by the skipper. And morning, Richard. How are you?
Good morning to you. You look like you've jogged in today. You're looking very trim in your sort of tracksuit top. And
well, thank you very much. I don't know whether it's a tracksuit top, but it's...
Oh no, the zip only goes halfway down. I apologise for that.
It's one of the quarter zip things.
Yeah,
I think, very fashionable these days, apparently.
Somebody bought it for you then. As Roach comes in and is driven by Benjamin up to mid-on and there's no run.
Yes, a daughter, very young daughter bought it for me, that's right. Trying to get the old man to look a bit better.
Excellent.
Oh dear, what a job. It's a task. Well, thoughts early. I suppose, today is the day we get the direction of the game, isn't it, really? Both sides have batted once. We're sort of halfway through the match. Surrey, well, they've got to make the most.
Roach into Benjamin, just steers him up towards Amla at mid-on once more.
Of this 60-run lead that they managed to get yesterday. 2 to 3 wickets. I think 3 because they had the night watchman actually present out there. They need to also keep their eye on the runs and the run rates that are being scored, because finally that will determine the size of the chase that they will confront in the fourth innings of this game.
As Roach has been right on the money this morning. Comes in again, and that glides past the outside edge of Benjamin's bat through to Foakes, who puts his hand on his chin pensively.
Warwickshire are still in this game, but they need to bat well, don't they? They'll know that, of course. It's self-evident to everybody. They need to bat a little better than they did in the first innings. They'll need to get, I would have thought, 245 plus ahead, so that makes it 300.
Which feels like quite a large ask given the form that they're in at the moment, as another ball shapes away from Benjamin. That's been part of the art of Roach this morning. A couple that have jagged back, not too much but enough to unseat Dominic Sibley, who left a ball that hit his off stump, but then the occasional delivery that just moves away from the right hander.
Well, that's the problem for them, isn't it? If there is movement from just outside that off stump, and they've seen the first dismissal of Sibley, they won't want it to happen to them, so they'll start playing at those sorts of deliveries, and therefore it brings the slips into play.
He's certainly playing on the uncertainty here, as that one has turned Benjamin round. He gets an edge, it's gone through second slip, and will go down for a third boundary for Chris Benjamin. He's up to 12, but in unconvincing fashion. It's 22 for 2. Looked at first sight like it might have dropped a bit short.
Yeah, no chance through Pope, who's there at second slip just to his right, but he's avoided grabbing that, and I can understand that sometimes you get those really nasty bounces just in front of you, and you think of your shins and you think of your hands, and we've already seen one hand injury so far in this match. So 4 runs, the bowler will feel slightly aggrieved, of course, but I can understand it anyway. So Warwickshire, if they can bat well here this morning.
New over from Clark, full outside off stump, left alone by Alex Davis.
And there haven't really been signs that they can yet. I think it's been indifferent stuff, and that Benjamin has tried a big drive and been dropped. Just didn't get close enough to the ball, just the hands going towards the ball instead of getting the head and things over the ball a little bit more, or letting it go, obviously, is the other way to look at it.
I think Benjamin's probably got to play his natural game, though, because I think he gets more runs that way, as Davis works a ball off his pads towards the mid-wicket boundary. Fielder comes in, and there'll be a single, 23 for 2.
I think they've all just got to do that. I don't think there should be any other method. I mean, yesterday we saw, Surrey kind of approach their innings, I think, in that way. It came at a cost, of course, and that cost was wickets. They could have batted more slowly.
Clark to Benjamin, and pushing forward, not really properly, not fully, if you see what I mean. And it goes past the bat, which was just dangling out there, really.
Well, he's just not quite sure where that off stump is at the moment, and he's looking to play.
Yeah, I think he'd argue he's played inside the line of that, looking a second time.
I think that's it, that second one, yes, you're right. He just held the bat and allowed the ball to go past. I think I'd agree with you.
His bat just lowers down towards bail height. That one lifts from Clark. That wasn't that short, and has gone past him above hip height. It's the occasional ball from this end, from the Vauxhall end, that will spit up a little bit, and it's been a wicket claiming ball on 2 or 3 occasions in this match.
Yeah, luckily that one, as it left, Benjamin lifted, as you say, but didn't get any bat at all to it. Was taken shoulder high by Foakes.
Testing times, but a loose ball from Clark down the leg side.
Well, that's Clark getting a little bit he's really trying to get straighter and straighter to he's beating him, he thinks, on the outside edge, so he wants to bring it and start it much straighter, and of course I'm afraid as an outswinger it just doesn't go from that leg stump line. Another slip going in, covers going out, that's sensible. Don't really need a cover at this stage. What's more important are the wickets.
Got a steep gradient to the slips as well, but this is overpitched and driven through the offside by Benjamin. They'll come back certainly for 2. They might ponder one on the arm. Yeah, Benjamin is running quickly, and Rory Burns, having gathered, throws the wicket-keeper's end, but Benjamin there was positive to seize upon the overpitched delivery. He goes to 15. Warwickshire 26 for 2. They still trail by 37.
Once again, I wouldn't mind that stroke. I think there were more hands in that stroke. I think if we saw the replay, we would see that his body is still very much aligning with middle stump, and yet the hands have gone quite well away from him. And so that brings the slips into play.
He's a talented stroke player, Chris Benjamin. He's still learning a lot about the red ball game. Made a century on his debut 12 months ago in the county championship at Old Trafford, as he turns the first ball of a new over from Roach into the leg side. Made a very fast start in both the 50 over competition and the T20 last year, which got him into the 100 when virtually nobody had heard of him. And this season he went well in the T20, but his championship scores haven't come yet, having broken into the team during the T20 campaign. Started playing back in the championship team.
Is that generally how Warwickshire introduce their players? I mean, through the shorter formats and then into the red ball?
Roach in once more, driven up towards mid-off. It depends on the player. In the case of Benjamin, he'd been playing, he's South African raised, he'd been playing university cricket up at Durham, and they had him playing T20 matches for the second 11, and he was scoring a lot of runs. So as a result, he broke into the team that way. Also can keep wicket. I think he did in the 100 for a couple of games last year. He's an entertaining batsman. I do think he has to be positive where he can be in this innings, as he turns Roach towards mid-wicket, picked up by Overton and no run.
Yeah, well, I mean, today he's facing an outswinger who's just exposing him a little, just a little, and let's give him his fair dues. He might have played deliberately inside a couple of those. But at the other end, Roach is more nipping it round, so he's being asked different questions from each end, which is exactly what a good team can do to you, ask different questions.
As Roach back of a length, and well, I don't think you can kid us that he was offering inside the line of that one, Benjamin. He dragged the bat across his body once the ball had gone past him. Roach's line has been impeccable this morning.
This is a good spell from Roach early on in the day 3, and I mentioned those wickets. He's really standing up at this stage for the team and providing a really solid kind of base that you can work from.
This is where your high calibre overseas bowler looks like one. I think that's the case, as the next ball is left alone outside off stump by Benjamin. In terms of players coming through, batters coming through, particularly in white ball, I think it was the end of season 1 of the Bears Pod Blast, which I do with Ollie and Dolby. We had a great lineup of guests. We had Jeetan Patel, we had Grant Elliott, the hairy javelin as he's known, and we had Ashley Giles. And Ashley Giles was saying the big change in coaching now is that you get kids who come through who've got all these white ball skills. They can hit 360, they can play the ramp, they can play the reverse, and you're having to teach them the red ball game. It's thing is reversed in what he was saying. As Benjamin works this nicely off his pads for 4, and his 2 best shots this morning have been when the ball has been over pitched in towards his pads, and he just times that away through square leg for 4 more. He goes to 19, Benjamin. Warwickshire 30 for 2.
It's a good stroke, isn't it? He's allowed the ball to come to him. He hasn't reached out at all. It is on those pads. We saw lots of runs yesterday from Pope and so on into that area as well yesterday, so Benjamin's following that, and if he plays well outside off stump, the chances are he's going to get more of those, as bowlers just tire of having the ball go past and he's letting it go, or playing inside it and so on. So he looks organised around off stump. Then you get balls on leg stump as well, as they try something different.
It's fascinating how the off stump guard has become such a thing in the last 4 or 5 years.
I think that's a mistake. I think they're, that's...
So I see they start this new over as Clark bowls to Davis, straight around off stump, and Davis just prods it out square on the offside.
I think if you're going to stand out there, you play across the ball then. If the ball's on middle, you are actually having a bat coming from outside the off stump across to hit that ball that's actually on, it can be on middle. And then you're looking to then sometimes you feel that you could turn that ball into the leg side square, and you get LBW, of course. Any cut that comes is much closer to you.
Shorter ball outside off stump, offers to move after it goes past the stumps.
So you can't access that without some danger as well. It's got to be very wide because you're out at off stump already. So I'm just not sure about those kinds of things myself. I think you've just got to get that right eye, if you can. That right eye if you're a right-hander, over the off stump. Now, wherever that takes you to, because of your stance, people stand differently.
Clark again, just short. Davis was a wee bit late on trying to pull that, so it rolls almost apologetically through square leg. The field is deep, though. They get a single, 31 for 2.
So, however you stand, get someone there at the other end to say, where's my right eye? Where's my right eye? Is it over this off stump yet? No, move across, move across. Okay, there it is now. Now, where are you standing? Oh, you're actually on middle, or you're just on middle and off, actually, but your right eye is over that off stump, so that you can see as the ball comes down to you, as soon as it's outside that line, you let it go, Levy. That's the way.
Benjamin driving towards the covers. Overton, not Overton, and McCurr in quickly to field.
In my opinion, anyway. That's the way to approach
but
where
it's interesting.
You stand. You're right, it's changed a great deal.
It's just on vogue at the moment that a lot of batsmen at the international level even are taking an off-stump guard, and for me you see a bit of overbalancing, which is what you've described.
Well, you get heavy head
Yeah.
going to the offside, you're right.
So it's amazing how things become trendy. Fuller delivery, driven up towards mid-off by Benjamin, who wants to get that drive going.
Well, I mean, you can understand the trend, and if they feel that the ball is moving quite a lot, particularly in England, where it does move a bit more, and for longer because of the grassy outfields, it stays, you know, in decent shine and decent condition a little bit longer. And you're wanting to take the slip cord in the most likely place you might be dismissed out of play if you can.
Shorter ball, Benjamin fends it down towards point. This time it is Overton. End of the over, 31 for 2 Warwickshire. They've lost Sibley for 6 and Briggs for 1 this morning. Good ball from Roach that jagged back, and Sibley left and hit his off-stump. Briggs will consider himself unfortunate. He didn't think that the ball touched his bat. Thought it came off his sweater as he tried to pull a short ball from Jordan Clark. And we'll get the first bowling change of the morning. Tom Laws is going to come on, relieving Kemar Roach after 6 very good overs from the pavilion end.
Yeah, well, you don't want to bowl your main man out early on. I don't know whether Overton's going to be bowling today. No one quite knows that. Have we had any information at all?
Two things.
Intelligence?
A, he's out there, which would be a sign that they think he's going to bowl.
Yeah. And
B, he's just touched his toes, which he might have done just for the joy of it. But I'm
just
not
what
sure.
you do in the mornings. I know that, Richard.
As first ball from Laws is left alone outside of some. I do have to sit on the bed and tuck my leg under me to touch the toes. I could do that and just about get a sock on then.
Yeah, that as you get older, those things do take a bit more time.
You can't take them for granted.
Leg a wee bit further away. Come on, foot.
Yep.
Get in here.
Yep. It's absolutely true. In terms of Jeremy's elegance,
especially if you just washed it.
Yes.
Bit tighter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's even getting the trouser off in the evening these days. Anyway, another ball well outside off stump from Law. So I've only just realised I was debating or raising your fashion stakes today with the tight-fitting, not tracksuit top, quarter zip, as Jeremy described it. I've only just realised you've also got the thumb hole thing going.
Yeah, people don't like that. I quite like it because I've got quite long arms, and appendages.
Yeah.
So it's not bad, though, I've got to say. I like icebreaker.
Again, very wide outside off stump, left alone. I
don't like to use those, those modern terms. The brand. But yeah, I do like it because in New Zealand you get a lot of days, and like this actually, where it can be, and when you get into air conditioning as well, I find You
need to keep the chill off.
Well, I do. I'm vulnerable.
Yeah, we all discovered it. Many of us became vulnerable in the last 3 years. We didn't know we were until then. Law's a lot straighter this time, but that allows Davis to dab it down into the leg side for a single. 32 for 2. It was the first time that there was a positive to being overweight, which was I had a jab earlier. But it was the upside of it.
Right.
It's the only one ever.
Well, yeah, I got the same, but because of age.
Yeah.
So the bonus is, if you're overweight and of age, man, you had it before it arrived.
Yeah, it was like acupuncture.
Yeah.
Law's bouncing in again, the teenager. That's a good leave from Benjamin. Ball angling away outside off stump. These two have just settled things down in the last 25 minutes.
Getting all sorts of sounds again, aren't we?
Well,
from various transport modes, I think.
That was the aeroplane, and as a result of our discussion yesterday, somebody did send me the relevant app.
Oh,
and with a bit of a look at the following wind, I can tell you where that's going.
Yes.
So it's frightening, isn't it? Law's full, pushed out into the offside, into the covers. And it's fresh. And look, the airspace is very quiet at the moment. I'm not sure this is updating properly. There's got to be more planes around like that. The only one it's got is one from Frankfurt to London City, and I don't think that was that. So, there you go, the app's failed.
How do you know that?
It's on the app.
Oh.
There's apps for everything these days, isn't there?
Right.
I mean, we don't need to leave the houses anymore, because you've got an app for everything you want to do.
That's the 7:30 from Frankfurt.
Yeah. If they developed an app that put the bins out and in,
Oh,
Honestly, we would never have to leave home again.
well, you leave home to come to work. You do other things than putting the bin out, don't you?
There's an alarming number of days where it's like an office day now is one that's at home.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, it's a lot of home working, which is all right. It's all right. Get iced water and you're away for the day. It is going to be Jamie Overton, which answers your question, Jeremy. He's on for the first time today, and bowls quite full, driven by Davis, picked up by Rory Burns at mid-off, 32 for 2, and no sign of ringing the hand out first ball. It was that inevitability that an already injured player took a nasty rap on the knuckle when he was batting yesterday.
Yeah, that can that can happen. Oh, yeah, annoying regularity.
It'll find you. The ball will find you in the right area to hurt you again. As he comes in, tall, strong man, broad in the shoulder, and across his crease is Davis to dab it down towards the slip cordon, and there's no run.
Who are the key men for you today, for Warwickshire? If they're going to build a total that can push, I mean, they have to use up time, obviously, a bit today as well.
But they need to be less shotless than they were in the first innings.
Yes, they do. Busy. They need to be busy.
I think one of these two needs to make a score today if Warwickshire are going to set anything that's defendable in the fourth innings of the game, because Sam Hayne is the best batsman in the side, but he needs other people to come to the wicket. Here's Davis, who's driving up towards mid-off again, picked up by Rory Burns. If either of these two can make a half century, because a 50 or 60 is worth more, I think, on this surface this week, then they might give themselves a chance. Even if they had 200 to bowl at, that would have them in the game if they bowled better than they did yesterday. They were very honest about that, Jeremy. I spoke to Liam Norwell last night, and he admits they didn't bowl with the discipline that Surrey had on day one. He kind of had an excuse. He's had very little cricket. In fact, he came up with a nice phrase, which I'll say after this, as Overton came in. Comes in rather than stabbed into the offside. He said, my first spell I bowled like a club cricketer, the second like I was in the second 11, and by the time I got into my third spell I felt like I was a first team player again.
Right.
So that's where he was in his recovery from injury, I think.
Okay. Be good if the batsman could ask that. What sort of over are we having here?
Yeah.
Mr. Norwell.
I'm going to bowl club cricket. I'm going to bowl...
Great.
Yeah.
I'm going to bowl a couple of clubbies.
Yeah.
And I'm going to surprise you with a first-class delivery.
Well, that first over he bowled yesterday when Ryan Patel hit him for 3 boundaries and then chipped one to cover was an oddity. That's well outside off stump from Overton and goes through to the wicket-keeper. So, he wasn't putting the ball where he wanted to. He bowled better and fuller. He did say they wanted to bowl a fuller length than Surrey had. Now, whether that was the right decision or not, I'm not sure they achieved it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, well, it seems to be also a bit of a fashion, doesn't it, that the bowlers are, certainly New Zealand bowlers, are bowling a lot fuller than they used to. They're prepared to go for a few extra runs in order to claim the wickets.
Oh, Overton has hurt himself as he was about to bowl there. I think he's rolled his ankle, potentially. And he threw the ball to one side. And now he's got his hands on his knees. He's having a week of it, it's Jamie Overton. Let's have another look at that.
He's being visited by all sorts of potential injuries. He looks as if he's got that on the front. He's about to put his front foot down onto the driver as you get on over your front leg, which takes all the weight through, and he's gone back on his back once again. This is quite a familiar scene, I've got to say, folks, in this game.
What worries me, Jeremy, is that looking at the replay, I can't see an ankle turn, which was my initial instinct, which makes me think it might be something more serious.
Well, it could be an ankle, perhaps, an Achilles, those kinds of things, or even
looking at his foot at the moment, as if it might be sort of the metatarsal, which would be odd because that's normally a contact thing. He's taken his boot off. But are they looking more foot than they are ankle? He's taken his sock off as well, which, given our conversation, shows he's still a limber young man.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
It is. Well, we've covered quite a range there for our listeners, haven't we? We've gone from the ankle to the foot to now maybe it's a knee. Don't think so. It's a bit lower than that.
Maybe we have to go to the simple way that Peter Roebuck used to describe any injury in his books. He's gone in the fetlock.
Ah, yes.
that might cover all bases, I think.
Well,
but he's on his
and
knees at the moment.
We can identify. We think it's the left fetlock.
That's the one he's currently showing us the sole of his foot.
Yes.
And he's hopping up. I think he's going to be leaving the field. That's for sure.
So Ryan Patel, looks like Ryan Patel is going to complete his over. So yes, he goes with the assistance from McKerr at this stage.
Yeah, I mean that
and a
doesn't
very
look good.
small, who's apparently the physio, which he's actually leaning down, almost putting his hand on the top of his head.
So he's going to go off with a foot or ankle injury, and he'll arrive at the boundary possibly with a side strain as well, because the angle he's having to go off at. It's no laughing matter in terms of the injury. Already with a bad finger. Whether he's broken a mirror this week or walked under a ladder, but he's had no luck, Jamie Overton. And we were just seeing the replay again for those who are watching the pictures, and it's not obvious, is it? It's not obvious what that is. So let's hope it's not too serious.
Though. He's done this before, I think. So it's twice this season. I see. Just having a little chat to Mark Church.
They're sitting him down next to the ground staff's garage because they don't want to get him up the steps just yet, just to see how he is. So Ryan Patel's going to come on for a one-ball spell here, I would think, because they'll have Conor McKerr warming up fairly soon.
Well, five seamers become suddenly 4, and that'll make changes to Burns' plans and how he actually rotates his bowlers.
Slightly more defensive field for Patel coming in to complete this over to Alex Davis, who leaves it alone outside off stump. 32 for 2 Warwickshire. They trail by 31 runs. It's been an interesting first hour. There's still plenty there if you get it in the right areas. We've seen Benjamin come in and try and be quite positive. 4 boundaries in his 19, 2 good ones, 2 sketchy ones.
Yeah, but to lose someone like that, because he's really the bowler there was going to be an enforcer in the Surrey attack. It's rather than probing kind of forensic examination of players, it's more likely to be someone like Jamie Overton.
As a new over begun by Tom Laws, the teenager, starts outside off stump, probably angles further away. McKerr is warming up, and we saw again on the TV feed signs of how Overton's feeling with his head in his hands, but now they've brought a wheelchair across for him.
That's a brilliant warm-up too from McKerr, isn't it? That could be seen on any dance floor, I think, in some of the nightclubs around. I mean, he'd need a bit of space, to be fair.
Yeah, I think he was watching Flashdance last night. Ball down the leg side. There's an appeal for the strangle. The person who was least interested was Tom Laws, who didn't go up with the slip cordon at all. Benjamin goes walkabouts. Jeremy quite liked it.
Well, it was a good appeal, wasn't it? It was an immediate appeal certainly from behind the wicket. And whether sometimes it's those, the thigh pad and that kind of area as well. And he didn't seem to overbalance to the offside too much.
That's Nigel Long at the far end, one of our great international umpires, so he wasn't interested in it as the next ball is left alone outside off stump. I may have to vacate before the end of the over. Mark is ready. If I've achieved nothing else, I've made Jeremy Coney significantly self-conscious because he's now withdrawn his thumbs from the holes in his
Yes,
top.
I have.
Yeah.
You were looking at them, see, that worried me. I want you to concentrate on the game.
Yeah, no, that's the point. It was becoming a distraction. It had an allure. So it's back of a length from Laws. Again, goes through at waist height. A couple of balls left in the over. Jeremy will discuss what's going on, and Mark will step in.
Yeah, so really, it has been an interesting. I mean, the first sections of this third day have belonged to Surrey in claiming the 2 wickets, the night watchman and of course Dom Sibley, a more significant wicket for Surrey.
As Laws is in, over the wicket to Benjamin, who lets this one go. Outside is off stump, and that's taken by Ben Foakes, moving away to his right-hand side. Good afternoon, Jeremy Coney.
Hello, Mark.
I've got some of those that you put your thumb in when you're running.
Yeah.
So it keeps your hands warm.
It does.
Very good. Very good, that. Now, just on the Jamie Overton front, he did this at Scarborough. He's done it a few times this season. As in over the wicket comes Tom Laws, as driving is Benjamin out towards extra cover, and there's no run. This one looks a bit more serious in the fact he's gone off and he's been taken off by the physio as well. But sometimes with him, you won't see him, he does that, and you won't see him for an hour, changes his tyres, boot, whatever else, and then he's back out there. But on that occasion, he really was hobbling off, and it was as he hit the floor with his left foot.
And weight
and
went in, and pressure went on.
He's a big boy,
yeah.
Is Jamie Overton, and I've often said, but he looks at footholds an awful lot, and mallets and spades and all sorts come out, and if that shifts at all for him, with that weight going through, then he often has this where he feels it in his foot, and what you keep your fingers crossed there is that there isn't anything broken or too serious. It's just general wear and tear, where again, as he's hit the ground, just a little bit of a shift of that foothold, and he really feels it, does Jamie. He often goes off and changes his tyres.
He's very interested in the footholds, isn't he? A lot. He's always tugging at them slightly or chatting with an umpire about them. And
yeah, absolutely. The ground staff are always on their toes.
Yeah.
Here is Conor McCurr then, into the attack to Alex Davis, who lets this one go outside his off stump, so it may mean that Ryan Patel will have to do a bit of bowling today, and also that Mr. Jacks would have come into the piece, I'm sure, at any point, but they would have wanted Overton out there, obviously. He's had quite a week of it, what with his finger and now his foot.
Well, he's still, he's still playing a part in the game, wasn't he, even with those, despite them. I mean, he was 38 yesterday and some wickets in the first innings.
Mm-hmm. So fingers crossed for him, it's nothing too serious. But he hobbled off, and then very sensibly they went and sat him down, so he didn't even have to go up the steps, because I think that would have taken him all day at that point. And then he's been wheeled off somewhere now, as Conor McCurr comes in over the wicket to Davis, who lets this one go outside his off stump. And actually, Benjamin and Davis here, Surrey bowled very tightly, that they have just calmed it down a touch, because it was all fairly frantic at 7 for 2.
Yes,
but now
and then a big drive. It could have been 7 for 3.
Absolutely. Well, and Davis's first ball that he let go from Kemar Roach was
very
not
close.
Far away from the top of his off stump, but they're still there. The partnerships were 25. Warwickshire still trailing by 31, mind you, at 32 for 2. 3 slips in there. As Conor McCurr over the wicket, he comes to Davis, and Davis that climbs outside the off stump, and Davis allows this one to pass. There was that ironic moment where Davis walked out to join Briggs, when obviously Briggs had been sent out last night rather than Davis. Dom Sibley was out, so I think Briggs may have been a little unfortunate with his dismissal. I'm not convinced that was the bat. I think it brushed the jumper of Danny Briggs, but that went the finger straight away from Billy Taylor. As over the wicket comes Conor McCurr, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Davis.
That was the pull shot you're talking about, yes. Whether it was the top edge,
the
bottom edge,
or not.
Yes.
But yeah, it was just the reaction of Briggs and of Davis as well from the non-striker's end, and I just wonder whether it may have just brushed his jumper. But that was 7 for 2. It's 32 for 2 now, as Conor McCurr is in, short ball, and Davis up on his toes, turns this one down into the leg side, and round comes Conor McCurr to do the fielding, and there's no run.
There was a part 2 that I mentioned earlier before about subduing the run rate from a Surrey perspective this morning, so that bowlers get into a rhythm, batsmen are aware that they're not scoring. And I'm just looking at the run rate at the moment, 1.79. So I think they've kind of achieved that right now.
As Conor McCur's in, driving is Davis to one that he just hung out there for him when he took the bait. Did Davis, and had a big old flash at that one outside his off stump. That was not far away from his outside edge. And 32 for 2 Warwickshire, Benjamin 19 and Davis has 6.
It's really not a high percentage shot, that. I mean,
Naughty
it's been
shot.
bowled from McCur from the mid crease, and it's angled. It's starting at about a sort of a 5th stump, and then it swings away from there. It's a length delivery, so it's hard to actually get out there when you're the size of Davis anyway.
As here is Tom Laws from the pavilion end, and this one's left alone by Benjamin outside his off stump. Doesn't really get through to Ben Foakes. Thank you, Jeremy Coney. He's going to use his fingers, not his thumb, because his thumb is in the hole of your jumper at the moment, quite rightly, for when you're running. It is a running jumper, that, Mr. Coney. I know these things, and they're very useful for the winter. Keep your hands warm. As this one, Benjamin's looked to let go. It's bounced on him, hit the face of the bat. Jeremy Coney will be with us throughout the day, of course, here on BBC Radio London. And Roland Butcher is making his way back in. Mr. Butcher and I have just been chatting in the corridor about roller coaster rides and escape rooms and being terrified of certain things. He's made me feel a lot better with that chat. As in over the wicket comes Tom Laws, and Benjamin drives. That's a nicely played shot. Away through backward point it goes. That's going to go over the boundary rope and away for 4. 36 for 2. Benjamin's on to 23, and I was just saying to Jeremy Coney, since we were last on air together, Mr. Butcher, these two have done a pretty good job actually. They have calmed it down a touch, haven't they?
Yeah, they've stopped the rot really, and that was a nice drive, over pitch delivery and driven away nicely. And I think Benjamin, obviously, is the bulk for the scoring. He's making the most of it.
As in over the wicket again comes Laws, and Benjamin is looking to work around that front pad again. Hits him high up. There's half a shout from behind the stumps, and Benjamin just wanders off towards square leg. We were just saying with Jamie Overton now off the field, Surrey are going to have to, well, the bowlers might have to do a bit more work, because at the moment Surrey are a seamer down. He's headed off, and as I say, a chair was bought for him, sort of wheeled through the Tennyson gap was Jamie Overton, so fingers crossed for him. As in comes Laws, and Benjamin drives, and Roach will get round to his right to do the fielding, and there's no run. The thing here though is you now see how important those runs from Overton and McCur were, and the fact that Warwickshire still trail by 27 and they're a couple of wickets down.
Yeah, very, very important. Could, as I said, a really game-changing partnership, because it's put Surrey very much in the ascendancy as a result of that partnership.
As in comes Laws again over the wicket to Benjamin, who lets this one go outside his off stump. End of the over, 36 for 2 then Warwickshire on a cloudy day here in South London. Those 2 to go. Dominic Sibley was bowled by Kemar Roach for 6, and Danny Briggs caught behind off Jordan Clark for 1. That was 7 for 2, and Messrs Davis and Benjamin have got Warwickshire up to 36 for 2, so still trailing by the 27 runs. But conditions at the moment still cloudy. Ball is still nipping around out there at the moment, as Alex Davis settles himself down over his bat. Conor McCur is into him, and Davis is driving uppishly away through backward point. Now Nico Reefer is out there doing the 12th man duties for Jamie Overton, and they will pick up a couple of runs. That'll be 2 more, but again Davis not completely in control of that drive. It was a little uppish away through that backward point region. Conor McCur is getting that ball to shape away a touch at the right-hander.
Yeah, just given a little bit of width, and obviously the protection, inviting the drive, got protection on the cover boundary.
As he turns once more, does Conor McCur, comes in over the wicket to Davis, lets this one go outside his off stump. That's taken by Ben Foakes, moving away to his right hand side. England are in T20 action this evening, actually. Completely forgot about this, but they are playing that first T20 game against South Africa this evening at Bristol. 6:30 start in that one. As Conor McCurr is into Davis, and Davis again not tempted by a ball that's pushed outside his off stump by Conor McCurr, and that climbs again into the gloves of Ben Foakes, moving away to his right hand side. Elsewhere, Lancashire 64 for 1 in their second innings, trailing Kent by 61 now. Somerset are 138 for 1 in their first innings in reply to Essex's 505 for 9 declared. Yorkshire 66 for 2 against Hampshire, so lead by 7 at Scarborough as McCurr is into Davis, and Davis again just lets this one go outside his off stump. You can see why Conor McCurr's putting it out there, because Davis has had a couple of drives at those, so you can see why he's hanging it out there, Conor McCurr. But Davis on these 2 occasions just lets it go outside his off stump.
Yeah, those last 2 deliveries just a little bit too wide, and perhaps not full enough also for the batsman to be invited to drive.
Settles again. Over his bat does Davis on 8. 3 slips in there as Conor McCurr is into him. Goes a bit straighter this time, but again Davis is just letting that one go outside his off stump. Gloucestershire 317, Northamptonshire 399 for 8. In Division 2, that means Northampton lead by 82. Division 2, Derbyshire 332 for 9, so that game's changed completely. And that's a lead now of 277 against Worcestershire. Middlesex 54 for 1 in reply to Durham's 421 for 7 declared. Davis stands with that bat raised as Conor McCurr is into him, and Davis just about pulls the bat inside the line of this one that was a lot straighter from Conor McCurr, and there's bounce and there's carry from Conor McCurr. Good testing over that from Conor McCurr. The end of it, and Warwickshire 38 for 2. They trail Surrey still by the 25 runs. And the other game in Division 2, it's only day 2 of this one, and Nottinghamshire are 8 without loss in their second innings. That's leading Sussex by 105.
Yeah, good leave that last one, just short of a length. It bounced, but the batsman not forced to play, so these 2 fighting hard to keep Warwickshire in this game.
Tom Laws from the pavilion end is coming in over the wicket to the right-handed Benjamin. Forward he goes, pushes this one down towards Conor McCurr. He comes around to his right to do the fielding. So yes, Mr. Butcher's made me feel a lot better, because my daughter this weekend wants to either do fun fair, which I'm not great on rides, or an escape room, which is where you get locked in a room and you have to solve lots of clues. Waits again does Benjamin as Laws is over the wicket, and forward goes Benjamin solidly. Plays Tom Laws straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. But Mr. Butcher made me feel a lot better when he said to me, "You're not a big fan either of the old roller coasters and things like that."
No, anything to do with motion gives me a real problem, or anything that spins around or go from side to side. Straight lines I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm not great with any of that. As Laws right arm over the wicket, he comes to Benjamin, who's letting this one go. Late decision that from Chris Benjamin. You can see he's fighting not to play at those. Is Benjamin. Just lets that go, but it's a late old leave outside his off stump.
Just
fighting.
Teasing delivery upside the off stump.
It's good leave that from Benjamin. Waits again. Laws from the pavilion end in over the wicket to Benjamin. Benjamin's letting it go again outside his off stump, and just took a couple of paces down towards Tom Laws there, did Benjamin. Just a little couple of paces down and then let it go outside his off stump. We saw Ollie Pope doing a bit of that yesterday, of course. Jordan Clark is heading out towards deep backward square. Tom Laws over the wicket once more to Benjamin, and Benjamin lets him go once again. Outside is off stump. 3 slips in there. Jacks at first, Pope at second, Patel at third. Conor McCurr is away at a deepish backward point. There's Kemar Roach out in the covers. Rory Burns is stood up at mid-off, Amla at mid-on, and Jordan Clark at deep backward square. And then Nico Reefer, 12th manning for Jamie Overton, is down at long leg as Laws is over the wicket once again and pushed off the back foot by Benjamin. Quick singles taken. Davis scampers through because he is quite deep there, Conor McCurr, and that will be for the drive that skews off a thickish edge. And they've picked up a single off the last ball of the over. And Warwickshire moving on to 39 for 2. Good number of people in today. Day 3 of this one. There's a school party away to our right. They're having a great time up here on the middle terrace of the stand, and then in the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion. Lots of kids down to our right, and then in the Members Pavilion, lots of members and spectators all sat watching away. A few people dotted around in the Peter May stand as well. McCurr will get an opportunity here to bowl at Chris Benjamin. Again, aeroplane flies overhead. As over the wicket comes Conor McCurr to Benjamin. Right-handed Benjamin letting this one go. Outside is off stump. And Conor McCurr here is really getting this ball to climb into the gloves of Ben Foakes. He's taking a lot of these off his feet at the moment, is Ben Foakes.
Yeah, the ball is going through at a decent pace. He's just not getting his length. He's just not getting the length right. Just a little bit too short, a little bit too wide, but it's certainly moving a lot and going through a good pace.
And he comes once again, Conor McCurr. Benjamin this time does lay bat on it, punches it up towards Rory Burns, stood up there at mid-off, and there's no run once again. Tom Laws is down by the groundsman's workshop. Down there to our right-hand side. All on his own is Nico Reefer. Sweeping on that cover rope. Kemar Roach, I think, signing a couple of autographs. Out there at deep backward square. Hashim Amla's just wandered across to have a quiet word with Conor McCurr. As McCurr elbows pumping is in to Benjamin. And Benjamin's letting this go. And again, Foakes is taking that, going upwards. It's good pace from Conor McCurr.
The pace is good. The pace is good. It's just the direction at the moment.
Balls to let go outside that off stump for Messrs Benjamin and Davis at the moment. Rory Burns up there at mid-off, thinking about his plans for the day. He may not have Jamie Overton now, as Conor McCurr is in to Benjamin. He's got it up on his toes, possibly a slower ball that from Conor McCurr, because Benjamin was trying to work it leg side. He was a little early on it. It's a thickish leading edge that potted straight back down the pitch to him.
Yeah, it's a good thing he didn't go through with a full-blooded clip off the pads. That could have gone straight back to the bowler.
Yep.
And just watched it in the end.
Go with a little look back down there towards Benjamin. As McCurr is in, and Benjamin's letting this one go. Outside is off stump. So again, time is key here from a Warwickshire point of view as well. 2 wickets down on the 22nd over, 39 for 2 they are. That's trailing by the 24 runs. Big hand on the clocks, just tick round to 20 past, so 20 past 12 on this 3rd day. Interesting game this at the moment, as McCurr is in once more to Benjamin, and Benjamin drives again straight up to Rory Burns at mid-off. Maiden over from Conor McCurr. Surrey keeping that run rate down at the moment, bowling with great discipline at the moment. Haven't been any 4 balls really today. There's been a couple on the pads that have been tucked away 4-4, but there's been nothing short and wide or anything to really go after for the Warwickshire batters so far today. Conor McCurr's just having a quick chat with Ben Foakes. This will be about angles, no doubt. keeper always talking to bowlers about. There's Tom Laws from that pavilion end coming in over the wicket to Davis, who's clipping one off his pads. There we are. That one's on his pads and it's nicely put away by Alex Davis with a roll of the wrists, and that whistles off to the mid-wicket boundary rope for 4. And Surrey lead now by just the 20 runs as Warwickshire move on to 43 for 2, but nicely played that by Alex Davis.
Yeah, gift really, and gleefully accepted there by Davis. Obviously having to leave a lot of deliveries, not going to miss out on that one. Full length delivery, beautifully put away.
Yep, very nicely timed by Davis as Laws is into him again, and Davis is pushing this away into the offside. Round goes Ryan Patel to do the fielding. So this ball now in its 23rd over. And we've sort of been saying from about 30 onwards this season, ball's got a bit softer, batting's got a little bit simpler during games. But again, you always feel as a batter here there might be something round the corner. As in comes Laws to Davis. Davis is forward, plays this one out with soft hands into the offside. Kemar Roach is up to do the fielding. There is no run. Surrey in their last 2 games have had to chase a total in the second innings against Essex last week, and of course at Scarborough getting over the line against Yorkshire. And those totals that they've had to chase, just to give people an idea, is in over the wicket goes Laws to Davis. He's forward again, plays this one out into the offside. 160, well, round about the 160 mark against Essex and 230 mark against Yorkshire. So we managed to chase those down. But I agree with Richard. I think if Warwickshire could get something up around a 200-run lead, that would not be straightforward at all, as Laws is over the wicket, and this one's turned by Davis into the leg side. He'll scamper a single here, will Alex Davis. He moves on to 13, 44 for 2.
Yeah, nicely played. Just dropped it on the onside. Immediate response from Benjamin. And that's what they need to do, really. Just hang in there, leave as many balls as possible, put away the bad balls, and in between pick up some singles, just rotate the strike.
Benjamin's been out there for 51 deliveries now. As Laws is into him, it's a short one down the leg side, and he sways inside it. Does Benjamin, has nothing to do with that whatsoever. It's the end of the over. 44 for 2 Warwickshire here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio WM, BBC CWR, and on the Surrey live stream. It's going to be Conor McCurr to continue. Down below us, Hashim Amla is nipping off now as well, so let's try and spot who that is. Is that Ben Geddes perhaps coming on now to do some 12th man duties? For 13th man actually now. Yes it is. So Ben Geddes is out there now at mid-on. So Nico Reefer sweeping on the cover rope. Ben Geddes is up at mid-on as Conor McCurr is into Davis. Davis forward, good running. Just pushes this into the offside, scampers the single as Jordan Clark comes up from backward point. So actually Memler heads back towards the dressing room. 45 for 2. Jamie Overton off the field of play as he went to bowl a delivery to Benjamin. Just he hit the crease at this Vauxhall end with his left foot, went down straight away, and he does have, he's such a big man, any movement in those footholds. As over the wicket comes Conor McCurr to Benjamin, and Benjamin's letting this one go outside his off stump. Taken by Ben Foakes, moving away to his right hand side, and just as a precaution probably more than anything, saw Jamie Overton being wheeled away in a wheelchair away to our right hand side, so we'll keep our fingers crossed for him, thinking further ahead in the summer as well for Jamie Overton. As I say, he's had that problem before with the footholds. As in over the wicket goes Conor McCurr. Oh, short one which Benjamin's looked to pull a la Briggs this morning, and that's gone past the edge. And we've seen that McCur's getting extra bounce. So Benjamin there taking it on. Wasn't that short, and it's climbed on him. And Roland Butcher, this wasn't too far away from his outside edge, or bottom edge again.
Yeah, again, perhaps the length not quite right. Looking for the short arm pull. Ball passing on the bottom edge of the bat.
Exactly the way that Danny Briggs was out as McCur is in. Benjamin lets this go again. It climbs outside the off stump and taken again by Ben Foakes, moving away to his right. If he can get one of those a bit straighter to go like that, he's going to be a right old handful.
Yeah, the length. See, Benjamin is able to leave the ball because of the length. He needs to be a foot fuller, just to draw him onto the front foot. Because the ball is really zipping off the pitch from that length.
It is. As Conor McCur is in once again, and that's short of length this time. And again, it's climbed at Benjamin. He was shaping up to cut that. I think that's come back at him a touch. This is good stuff from Conor McCur, and Ben Foakes once more is taking that ball on the rise, but he was shaping to have a cut at this, was Benjamin, and then last minute it's just come back at him, climbed, and pretty good leave that in the end from Chris Benjamin. Late decision, and it was the right one. 18 Warwickshire trail buyers. In comes Conor McCur once again to Benjamin, who's driving straight up to Rory Burns. Stood up there at mid-off. End of another Conor McCur over. Very tidy figures so far. 4 overs, none for 4 from Conor McCur.
Yeah, and he's getting good pace out of this track. Every now and again you see the ball go through. Just a reminder to the batsman that never mind how long you're here, you know, there's still going to be something that's going to test you. And at the moment, McCur just a little bit too short and too wide. It looks good when it goes past the bat. It goes through to the keeper.
Getting a change of ball here, I think.
Yeah.
So the umpires are changing the ball. Kemar Roach is coming back into the attack. So Surrey will have a ball that's around about 24 overs old, but we've seen this so much this season. So that ball's getting changed for Surrey at the moment. So they'll need to find one that's around about the 24 over mark at the moment for Kemar Roach to have in his hand. Surrey going okay with that one, but the umpires have decided that needs a change. Rory Burns is waiting with his hands in his pockets. Conor McCur is having a chat with Billy Taylor. So now Nigel Long has found a ball that he's happy with. Bunged it to Rory Burns. Rory Burns will start working on that ball now. Bit of sweat off the brow and shining it up. We've seen it throughout this summer. Ball being changed. So Kemar Roach will be hoping this one hoops around the corner.
And obviously Warwick should be hoping that it just goes straight through a pipe.
Absolutely.
And I think it will probably be somewhere in between.
Yes, well, after 24 overs, might be the odd one that goes for Kemar Roach. He bowled Dominic Sibley this morning with one that just nipped back and hit the top of his off stump. So Kemar Roach from the pavilion end is coming in over the wicket to Alex Davis, and Davis turns him off the stumps into the leg side. There's oohs and ahs from Ben Foakes, and Ben Geddes does the fielding, moving round to his right hand side at mid-on. 45 for 2. So it's slow progress, but that's exactly what Warwickshire need at the moment. Key thing for them is not to be losing wickets at the moment. They can worry about runs a bit later in the piece, but they've got to get through these early stages. They lost a couple, but Benjamin and Davis have done a good job as Roach is in, and looking to whip round that front pad, going down the leg side as it hits the pad. Nothing there from Kemar Roach. Where Roach is so dangerous is if he does get that ball to start swinging. Saw him do it against Hampshire here last year from this Vauxhall end, orthodox in swing at pace, and he was either smashing players on the boot and getting them LBW, or then just bowling the one that went on and getting them nicked off in the slips. He took 8 for nothing in the blink of an eye as Kemar Roach is in once again to Davis, and Davis gets a short one and cracks it away through the covers for 4. So he's jumped all over that as Alex Davis. Nicely played.
Yeah, that really
whistles off.
Yeah, that really is a lovely shot. The length was perfect for him. Just Kemar Roach back in his first over of this spell, and that one wide, and he's really latched onto that one, and it's gone through cover, extra cover. It's like a rocket. So that will do his confidence a lot of good.
It was almost like he was getting that out of his system. In comes Kemar Roach, and this is clipped away very nicely by Alex Davis. He's a very attractive player to watch when he's going. He's going to get a couple here. 2 more to the total. Davis moves on to 20, but yeah, that shot through the covers was, as I say, a little bit of, I'm getting this out of my system. He's had a couple of drives outside the off stump that gone past his outside edge, but that one was there and he's jumped all over it, absolutely cracked it through the covers for 4. And the 50 is up now for Warwickshire. 51 for 2 they are. So that means they trail by the 12 runs as Kemar Roach is in over the wicket to Davis. Oh dear, Davis had a go at this one wide outside the off stump. It didn't really bounce, so sort of Davis has ended up leaning down to try and get to the ball. Almost lost his balance a bit. He'd be thankful that wasn't straight. Oh, Alex Davis, but he's always been a player I've enjoyed watching, Alex Davis, because as I say, when he's going he can score his runs very, very quickly. He's got all the shots in the locker. Needs to bat a bit of time here as well today from a Warwickshire perspective, as Kemar Roach is in to Davis, and Davis forward turns this one into the leg side, runs up there towards mid-on. End of the over, end of me. Richard Wilford's coming in to join you, Mr. Butcher, and a few thoughts from you, and then it'll be Richard Wilford to pick up the comms with Warwickshire 51 for 2.
Yes, and Warwickshire recovering nicely, having lost those 2 early wickets to the stand-in opener and then the main opener in Dom Sibley. Since then, Benjamin and Davis have really fashioned a nice partnership together, both looking in good touch. And obviously with this change of ball, Surrey hoping that it brings them a little bit more luck. The indication from that first over from Roach was that perhaps it's not doing as much as the previous ball, so they might want to ask back for it. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Roland. Good to be with you again as the first ball of a new over from McCurt. Fairly full outside off stump, left alone by Benjamin. Roach's first spell this morning, those 6 overs. Just beautiful international pace bowling. And he got the couple that nipped back, including the one that Sibley left and lost his off stump to. He got a few that moved away, and as a result the batsman had no idea where his off stump was or what he could play at and what he could leave. It was a lovely spell of bowling. Yes, when those moments that you see something that's a little bit of a cut above what else is around the county circuit, as this ball back of a length is left alone outside off stump.
Yeah, he's a very experienced international bowler with probably 250 test wickets, so by now he would know his game pretty well. The Roach, a young Roach, was pretty hostile. What he's learnt over the last few years because of various injuries, to be a much more control bowler who relies more on seam and swing. Still has the pace if he wants to, but not as regular.
McCurt onto the pads of Benjamin, stares in behind square, and in fact he's timed that well enough to beat the fielder on the fence, and Roach tried to get there, it then hops over the rope and over the advertising hoarding, and he has to go together. 3 very nice shots off his pads now that Benjamin has played so far in this innings.
Yeah, that's a beautiful shot. It's outside his legs, but he's still got to put it away. And really, his balance was very good. He got into a good position, just maintained that head position over the ball, and timed it superbly. There's a man at deep square leg, didn't go far from him, but the timing was such.
That's what the 3 shots have had in common as well. He's not overhit the ball, he just works it. And now he'll just clip the ball into the leg side for a single. 29 to Benjamin, 56 for 2. Warwickshire still trailed by 7. Very competitive morning's cricket again, and every time I read stuff about what needs to change about county cricket and the championship and the 18 counties, and I sit watching day after day of county cricket, watching the competitive way that the teams play, no holds barred, no quarter asked for or given, and you sometimes wonder what the experts who are making these decisions have been watching. You really do. Davis turns the ball through square leg for a single, and that's the 50 partnership between Alex Davis and Chris Benjamin. 57 for 2 Warwickshire, and after those 2 wickets fell in quick succession 15-20 minutes into the day, this is a really important rebuild for Warwickshire if they're going to compete in this game.
Oh, most definitely, and because that lead was quite an imposing one in the terms of this pitch, but their response after losing those 2 wickets has been very, very good. It's been challenging, but they've played well.
Benjamin driving nicely into the offside. There is a deep fielder covering out there though, so it will only be a single. That was a productive over. Of course, with no Jamie Overton now, Rory Burns may have to look slightly differently at this bowling attack. McKerr has bowled 5 overs. He conceded 10 runs, but the bulk of them came in that over. He can turn to Jordan Clark again before lunch, but it might even be that we do see a bit of Will Jacks during the course of this session.
Yeah, I think Surrey, they will have to change things up. Obviously, predominantly the faster bowlers will operate for obvious reasons. You're still playing on the greenish pitch, where the seamers have got all the wickets so far. Conditions slightly overcast, a deficit in play, so the seamers are going to operate, particularly at this stage, and you can understand. I think the early indications of this ball change is that he's not doing a great deal at the moment. I thought the other one was zipping through nicely.
Yeah. Roach in, and that's a beauty. And it angles away from the right-hander, Benjamin pushing forward, and after half an hour of, certainly by the nature of this game, relatively benign stuff, Benjamin looks back down the wicket and thinks, okay, different challenge now. Just over 20 minutes till lunch. And Kemar Roach is going to test my off stump, and that would have been almost 5th stump, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it didn't do a great deal, but the good thing there was that Benjamin actually covered his stumps nicely, so if there was any inward movement.
Roach in, and that's a thick outside edge. It's going to evade backward point, and when it's gone beyond him, it's going to be quite tough. And indeed, although he dives and gets a hand on the ball, he rolls over and the ball follows him, Tom Laws, and it will go for 4. Benjamin to 34 now. Warwickshire 62 for 2. They trail by 1, so the first part of what they need to achieve is nearly done, and that's to get into the positive column.
Yeah, and that one just squirted away off the outer half of the bat. Just kept the fielder interested, but on this fast outfield, he was really struggling.
He not tried to stop it at source. I think he might have been able to chase it down as Benjamin leaves the next ball outside off stump. At the end of the over, you'll be able to get a preview of what's going on for lunch, because Jeremy Coney is ready to... he's poised and braced. I'm just hoping it's not quinoa, Roland. I'm not going to lie to you. This is the thing with coming to London. The fancy Dan stuff's going to appear. The food has been beautiful the last 2 days.
Yes, I must congratulate Surrey. I think they've done exceptionally well.
Yeah, they do a lovely job. They really look after us. This ball back of a length is guided into the leg side, and there are singles to be had. They thought about 2, but it was a sprint and a slide from the fielder there, and there was no chance they would come back for another. And that ties the scores up, 63 for 2. There was a time this morning that you fancied the Bears might be in rather greater danger. They might well have been 4 or 5 down before they knocked off those 63 runs. So, again, credit to Benjamin and Davis in adding 56 so far. And Roach into bowl to the short of the 2. Davis works it off his pads. Another comfortable single into the outfield. Jordan Clark comes in from the boundary, 64 for 2. Rolling a stretch in there. He's stretching up. Still looks like you could do a job out there as 12th man,
I'd want to play, not 12 months.
Oh, you want to bat as well, but I'm just saying you'd be running around the field in sprightly fashion. And I'm in a fit condition where I could quite successfully sit in the stand and watch you. So here's Roach in again, and he wraps Benjamin on the pad. It was outside the line of off stump. No appeal from the bowler. End of the over, 64 for 2. Roland, we'll catch you this afternoon. Thank you very much as always. And Jeremy Coney will slide back into position. Must warn Mark Church later, he's left the bottle top off his bottle on the floor, and these are currency these days, these bottle tops, particularly when you get to the football season and you go and get yourself a drink when you're doing a football commentary, and they hand you the drink but they take the bottle top off because they're worried you're going to lob it at somebody. So you always need to carry a spare in your pocket. That's the secret. If you ever go to a football match, carry a spare bottle top in your pocket and pop it on. Now, Ryan Patel, who had the dubious honour of bowling a single delivery earlier when Jamie Overton pulled up lame, is going to re-enter the attack in his own right with 20 minutes to go before lunch to make up for the absence of Overton. Mark, I've wanted that bottle top, keep it for the football season. And then when you buy a bottle and they take the top off and hand the bottle to you, defiantly reach into your pocket, put that top on and walk off, because they can't do anything. They can't do anything to you then. Patel to bowl to Davis, and it's angling away and left alone. Jeremy Coney is back in position, and
good little session for Warwickshire.
Yeah, they've got busier, these two.
They've seen the threat off this morning. They've been able to survive that. Obviously after the loss when Surrey initially held sway with the 2 wickets falling at 7, but since that time Benjamin, who's done the bulk of the scoring, has broadened his game. There's more runs coming on the leg side to both batsmen.
As Davis leaves another one outside off stump.
The ball has swung a little bit, but not excessively. But generally the bowling, you'd say, is a little bit like the first innings, where they've concentrated their line of attack, Surrey, from outside the off stump. And recently they've started to come back to the stumps a bit more, and that's resulted in those runs coming through the leg side. To both batsmen actually, but mainly to Benjamin, who's been more attacking.
Davis awaits Patel, floats this up on towards leg stump, but defended back down the track, picked up right-handed by Patel.
I mentioned at the start, I think, that perhaps 3 for, would be the fact that there was the night watchman in there. That I thought perhaps 3 wickets before the deficit had been wiped out. But that's been done with 2 now, so that's a little tick in the Warwickshire, the column.
Davis flexes his knees as Patel approaches. That keeps a bit low as it goes through outside off stump. I guess it's military medium from Patel.
Yeah, just little outswingers at the moment. He's a bowler that you'd think probably as a pro you shouldn't get out to. He does get wickets though. He does find the edge.
He just gets a little bit of shape. It might not be as quick as some of the other bowlers, but he's shaping it away from the batsman at the moment. Davis is forward watchfully, defends it through to Patel, who, as cricketers do these days, comes up with the unnecessary throw through to the wicket-keeper afterwards.
He ran a bit wider there, so that's why he drew the stroke, because as soon as you run a little bit wider and sort of try and straighten it, you bring the stumps into play, and therefore LBW. And you sometimes can get a batsman playing around the ball a wee bit into a gap on the leg side.
He bustles in once more. It's funny, the arm slows down as he releases the ball, Patel, really. It's full outside off stump and defended by Davis. I think of you as a bowler, Jeremy, and it's been a couple of years now, since we saw you in your pomp. But I was very young at that point, so understanding the greater fundamentals of the game in that, I'm watching and enjoying. But were you trying to bowl off cutters, or what were you bowling, would you say, at the time?
I just tended to try and move the ball. I mean, it was just a question of getting movement really at my sort of pace. I mean, I sometimes, autumn leaves past the delivery.
Yeah, but you were.
But it was one of those ones that you knew very well that batsmen from the opposition didn't like getting. I mean, you wouldn't want to get out to me.
No.
And you reminded them of that.
Roach driven by Benjamin nicely, only get a single because it's chased down well and diving to the left. Burns with the stop, 65 for 2.
So it kind of made them excessively cautious.
Yeah.
About the way they were going to play. They knew they should really be attacking me, but because it was a test match and so on, that they had to be more cautious about the whole thing, and it sort of played into my kind of game a wee bit more. I was only in the team just to use up a few overs, really.
Driven by Davis, won't get it beyond the fielder at mid-on, Hashim Amla.
Although one day I'm sure I bowled leg spinners. I could bowl leg spinners and wrong-uns, and I've got a feeling it might have been against Australia at the Basin sometime. I got about 3 or 4 wickets. So you play long enough, you have the odd good day.
Experience counts for a lot. Experience counts for a lot. Kemar Roach has got plenty of that as he comes in to bowl once more to Davis, who leaves a ball that's wide outside off stump. I mean, in the one-day game, particularly when it's the 60-over format, you've got plenty of 2-fers and 3-fers, and then maybe going for 2.5, 3 runs and over, which, you know, nobody's going to. It's a slightly different game now, but
well, yes, absolutely.
But there's certainly a place for taking the pace off the ball. People talk about it a lot these days, don't they?
Yeah, I don't think I got thrashed too often. I certainly remember those days. Certainly Kapil Dev.
Roach again, turned off his pads through the pigeons for a single for Davis. He's 23, 66 for 2 Warwickshire.
Got a feeling it was at the Gabba, and it was those days where they had the triangular tournaments held in Australia, the Thunder Down Under, you know, and the
Channel 9 theme tune is now buzzing through my head.
And I kind of was doing okay. Had about 7 overs, and I had gone for about 23, 24 runs. Jeff Howe took me off.
Benjamin rides the bounce from Roach, squeezes it between point and cover for another single, 67 for 2.
Which proved to be a mistake, and Kapil Dev in the meantime had arrived for India and wanted to get the score going, and I happened to coincide with his arrival and determination to up the run rate, and they honestly he was hitting skimming sixes.
Yeah,
you know, people were shielding themselves on the banks.
Shorter ball, defended by Davis. Ones that don't go very high, you'll say.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, what the American baseball they call line drives.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, there were plenty of those, and there were a few that actually needed to be. There was some panel beating to be done to the top of the stand. The next day, it was actually. I think there was a Lord Mayor who was also the groundsman at some stage, and he. They've obviously pulled all those wickets up by now on the block, and they found all sorts of things there, sort of like rugby jerseys and things like that, as they cleared it all out.
Lord Mayor and groundsman. It turned out both were honorary positions.
Yeah, well, that's right. That's right.
Warwickshire 67 for 2. Just over 10 minutes to go till lunch. Ryan Patel will continue. On to Benjamin, who pushes forward in defence. McCurr is quite short in extra cover, so there's no run.
So it actually ended up, I mean, I tried everything at Kapil Dev. I gave him a fast one, I gave him a slower one, and I swore at him in Urdu. And finally, of course, I had to pull out my handkerchief, and I waved it gently. It was a white handkerchief at the top of my mark.
Did you actually do that?
Yeah, I did.
Tremendous.
Yeah.
What a moment. Patel in once more, left alone outside off stump. Were you wearing the horrific brown kit at the time?
Yes,
as well?
It was those.
It wasn't. Did you like that kit?
Slightly ill-fitting. Slightly ill-fitting because they were designed to sort of reveal strategically placed muscles, and I was just looking for them generally, And but Frank Cameron, who was our manager and the selector, came to see me. I don't want to ever see that again. Never see that flag again.
He didn't have a sense of humour then. He should have done. Patel into Benjamin, very straight, and a very straight bat down the wicket, no run. There's got to be room for humour, even at the height. I mean, it's not like you weren't trying everything within your power to slow him up.
Well, I was just saying that, Jeff, you sure I need this 10th over? Really? Is it that necessary? How about yourself?
Once more in Patel, fourth ball of this over, left alone outside off stump.
I think every bowler has those days, don't they? You know, and they think, gee, that was pretty tough. I didn't know what to do there.
Most of my days playing cricket were like that. Capel could really hit too.
Yeah. We won the game, I will say, as an addendum to the whole thing. We won the match.
Somebody made some quick runs for you as well.
Well, no,
maybe a Glenn Turner special.
To get a few that day.
Patel floats this one up outside off stump. Benjamin happy to push it just wide of the pigeons for a single. 38 to him, 68 for 2.
I kind of had to. I owed the team a few, really.
Yeah, you paid them back.
Yeah,
paid them back. We had a couple of days like that when Colin de Grandon was playing for the Birmingham Bears in the T20, and he did have a big over in him as a seamer, and I saw him go for 26 in one over, and he would always then really want to repay that to one of the opposition bowlers. And when Colin hits the ball, then you do need to get a taxi to fetch it. Patel back of a length, left alone by Davis.
He does. He can hit a ball, can't he? He's wonderful to interview. I mean, Brian Waddle went down to interview him once. He played his first Test match. Actually, was at Christchurch, and he got 6 for, and bowled Pakistan out. And so he wandered off just like Jim Laker with the jersey over the top of the shoulder. And Brian went down immediately to. You know what it's like with the media. They want to have the first interview.
They do.
And so he went down, and I reckon he broke the world record for the number of questions in a minute that you could ask to Colin. Yes. And that was a really good bowling performance. How did you feel about that? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's really all you got. Those one-syllable answers from Colin.
You
two have smiled straight away because you've both obviously done this.
Well, I've interviewed Colin de Grandon.
Yes.
And you know, I doff my cap at Brian, who is a considerably better broadcaster than I will ever be. But my experience was extremely similar. If anything, he serves as an example to young journalists of how not to conduct an interview, because we all fall into that trap. As Jax comes in for the first time today and sends a ball down the leg side, so the first over of off spin comes 7 minutes before lunch, in that you cannot ask Colin de Grandon a single closed question, because you will only get yes or no. He's not going to expand on it. As ball goes past the outside edge, and he's got a touch on it, and Foakes takes it at the second attempt, and that's a real bonus for Surrey. Will Jackson, his first over, gets Benjamin, who looked really well set. Warwickshire, remember, only 5 runs in front, and they lose their 3rd wicket, and Benjamin will be devastated by that. He'd looked well set. He was on 38, caught at the second attempt by Foakes, 68 for 3.
Yeah, just outside off stump to Chris Benjamin, and it looks like an outside edge. Foakes has taken it at the second go. It's also bounced a little bit, and that's a good sign. He's pitched quite well out. Disappointing for Benjamin because he's worked very hard indeed, and he knew he had got that touch. So did Nigel Lalong, and he's gone now. So that's the 3rd wicket I was talking about. Just a shame, just on the stroke of lunch too, as far as Warwickshire are concerned. And that brings, of course, another man out, which I imagine it'll be Sam Hain, will it?
Yeah.
If we're following the normal order.
It is Sam.
So, yeah, that's an unfortunate dismissal for them. Well outside, and playing very wide at a delivery he could probably have left.
Yeah. It was a bowling change brought about really as an exploratory run rather than expecting that sort of result as well, and it makes for a very tense 5 minutes before lunch now, because Warwickshire simply can't afford to lose anybody else. Davis has batted sensibly since he came in this morning, and Benjamin had looked really promising. He was set to make a score and missed out in the end.
Well, according to your theory, that means now and Alex Davies, he's going to have to be the one to anchor this and sort of see it through and pick up his singles and his twos, and hopefully when the bad ball comes to the boundary. He's on 23 at the moment from 64 deliveries, and the run rate had started to escalate just a little bit more. It had been, been languishing down at 1.5 and those things, but it's now 2.3, round about there. So it's been a much better second part to the session for Warwickshire, but that just undoes it a little bit.
A bit of some relief to Ben Foakes that he held on to that in the end. He did give it the juggle, given that the ball was about a foot outside off stump, and he ended up finally catching it down the leg side. As Hayne turns his first ball round the corner, there are groans and a bit of excitement because there's a short leg there, but he was always playing that behind square. 68 for 3.
I wonder if this ball, this pitch is just starting to respond to a bit of turn here from Jacks.
And again, down the wicket comes Hayne, and he squirts it wide of the short leg fielder, and he will get a single.
Yeah,
It'll be Ollie Pope in short, won't it, under the helmet. 69 for 3.
Hayne was looking to hit that sort of much straighter, sort of straight mid-wicket area, but again, it's just turned a little bit. In other words, he didn't quite get to the pitch of the ball, and so it's had time to turn, and it's gone much squarer than he anticipated. Let's see what Davies does here.
And that one turns past the batsman, past Ben Foakes, and it's rolling down. They might have to run them up, will they? No, it's just going to beat the fielder to the rope. Conor McCurr produced the slide, but the ball was beating him there, so the lead at least is into double figures for Warwickshire. 73 for 3.
The interesting thing there, it's actually come from, I think, the better part of the pitch, and that's turned, in other words, from stump to stump. And that's turned significantly. Foakes hasn't even got a look at that. It's gone turned wide and kept on going.
The exploratory over has turned out to be quite an interesting one. The ball, final one, dabbed into the leg side.
Ooh.
Warwickshire 73 for 3, effectively 10 for 3. 1 over to go till lunch. Jeremy Coney's thoughts, and then an exploratory over of commentary from Mark Church.
Yeah, well, that really is a very interesting over as far as the game is concerned. Jacks, who turns the ball relatively hard, he bowls his off spinners. It means now that he's seen all that turn, and all the players have seen it now. There'll be a bit of chat about that over their lunch, I'm sure. It means he can pitch outside that off stump and always come back and threaten hitting the off stump. And so you kind of, as a batsman, can't leave those out there. And so what do you do? Often that they'll try to play either reverse sweeps or get their feet to the ball, because that now becomes a bit of a battle zone for every batsman when Will Jacks, if he can actually get it out there accurately.
Here is Ryan Patel from the Vauxhall end, coming in over the wicket to Sam Hayne, and that's clipped by Sam Hayne out towards deep mid wicket. They'll take the single. Hayne will move on to 2. 74 for 3.
So that's an interesting point in the game. We've just note that down. That's a key over in the match.
The ball that got Benjamin, seeing it again, cracking delivery, turn, bounce, good catch from Ben Foakes, and seeing it again, I think it possibly was off the inside edge. I think he's pushed forward, turned and bounced.
Yeah. I think that's right too. That's what I said to you.
Edge, yeah.
And then you sold me a dummy.
As then over the wicket one comes Ryan Patel, and this one's left alone outside the off-stump. I whispered to you inside edge.
No, I indicated that.
I whispered to you, Jeremy Coney, inside edge.
Well, I've got cans on at this stage. You can't whisper to me.
That's why I whispered, because I didn't want it to come out on it. I also enjoyed Nigel Lalong as well. Very good for you there, Mr. Coney. Very, very good for you. 74 for 3. As over the wicket comes Ryan Patel again to Davis. Davis lets this go outside his off stump. But the thing there is, Will Jacks gives it a big old rip anyway. And it's exactly what you said. The fact is, that's done that off the good stuff as well.
Yeah.
So any right-hander now, and left-hander, but any right-hander now, that they're going to really be concerned about, is that going to turn and bounce at me? And it's also from
the straight ball comes into play.
Goes straight on, that'll bring slip into play, as this one's left alone outside the off stump.
And it gives now Rory Burns the thought that he's now got another attacking option, whereas once Overton went, he thought he was losing something, but now something else has been added as a substitute, if you like. So he's now got someone, and even a Patel can start to play a role in keeping things very tight at the other end, and then they can attack through jacks.
Over the wicket again comes Patel, and this one's left alone by Davis. Well, now you would fully expect after that over, Will Jacks opening up after lunch from the pavilion end, because they will go back in. Hayne and Davis will go back in, and Benjamin will have said, blimey, that one turned about.
Well, yeah, that's interesting. Also, Rhodes presumably would come in next.
Left-hander.
And left-hander, of course, turning away from him, coming from around the wicket at the pavilion end. You can see all the footmarks from the right arm overs at the Vauxhall end.
As Patel is in, and driving is Hayne out toward, Davis out towards extra cover. Well, that's been a pretty good morning for Surrey. 3 down with a lead of 11, Warwickshire. That is lunch, and those 3 to go. Sibley was the first, letting a ball go from Kemar Roach that snaked back and hit his off stump. And then Danny Briggs, who I think was a little unfortunate to be given out. I think it may have come off his jumper rather than the bottom edge, but given caught behind. Thank you to Mr. Jeremy Coney. He's off to get some lunch. And then brought into play was Nigel Lalong as a little inside edge from Benjamin as he pushed forward to a very interesting over from Will Jacks with turn and bounce from Will Jacks. So Davis has done a good job. He's 23 not out. Hayne is 2 not out. So all very interestingly poised at lunchtime. We'll be back with you in 40 minutes time, but at lunch on this, the 3rd day here in South London, and 74 for 3 Warwickshire, meaning they lead Surrey by 11. Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval. The dulcet tones of a lawnmower there to greet you after the lunch break on this third day of this First Division Championship game, LV Insurance County Championship match between Surrey and Warwickshire. And Warwickshire at lunch, 74 for 3, which equates to 11 for 3, because Warwickshire starting this morning, one without loss. Surrey had a lead of 63, so there was 62 runs behind at start of play this morning, and the 3 wickets to fall. Dominic Sibley bowled by Kemar Roach, not offering a shot, for 6. Danny Briggs caught behind off the bowling of Jordan Clark for 1. That was 7 for 2. And then a good partnership between Alex Davis and Chris Benjamin until Will Jacks came on before lunch and got one to turn and bounce. And caught behind was Benjamin for 38. Davis is still there on 23. Hayne is 2 not out. And 74 for 3. Warwickshire start after lunch. It's got very gloomy here at the Kia Oval. Very gloomy in South London. The floodlights might have to come on in a moment. Jeremy Coney is alongside, having lunched downstairs. A veritable treat down there from what I saw. The buffet today, a bit of fish, chicken, all sorts of things. But what will be fascinating here is Will Jacks will understandably get started after lunch, and that 1 over that he bowled was fascinating, wasn't it, before lunch?
Well, the game kind of added another component, didn't it? So far it's been, medium fast, medium bowlers, swinging the ball, getting a bit of variation and bounce on a greenish surface, and some assistance, perhaps with a wee bit of variable bounce as well as the game has progressed. But this is a new one. This is a new component completely, that suddenly Will Jacks, who does give the ball a bit of a rip, you'd have to say, but he's found quite a lot of turn and a bit of bounce as well. And so he now becomes a real threat. And I'm not sure whether they need a slip as well. If he's going to bowl outside the right-handers off stump, I think you need a slip. And as well as a leg slip, I think that's fine. So 3 men around the bat would be, I think, quite sensible. So it's just a question of where does he come from.
Well, here he comes to Sam Hayne, who's immediately using his feet and clipping Will Jacks up towards Jordan Clark at mid-on. Single straight away after lunch, 75 for 3. They didn't have a leg slip for that first over from Will Jacks because he got one to really turn and bounce that went flying down to fine leg for 4. So that's how much he was getting. As over the wicket he comes to Alex Davis, and Davis is forward and pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
The only thing I sometimes feel when you've got a field like that with no slip is that you're saying to the bowler, just bowl a wee bit straighter, and I don't think that's what you want. You want to be dangerous, a la the Australian type spinners.
He's in here, Jacks. Forward goes Davis, gets that bat in front of the pad, pushes it down into the leg side, and there's no run.
Australian spinners have historically always pitched outside a right-handers off stump and turned the ball back. Tim May, all those kinds of bowlers.
In comes Jacks again. This one, there's a little bit of turn and bounce, but it's starting on a roundabout Midland leg, so that's turning down the leg side. Davis is down to do some gardening.
The other thing a slip will do sometimes.
As in over the wicket comes Jacks, and Davis uses his feet and just pushes it out sensibly into the offside, takes a single as Hashim Amla uses his foot to flick the ball up. And Davis's first run after lunch, he moves on to 24, and Warwickshire 76 for 3.
You can prevent a right-hander, or just throw some doubts into his mind if he tries to reverse sweep, and it can flick to slip.
As this is a quicker, flatter delivery, which Hayne is just turning down into the leg side, hits Ollie Pope at short leg, ricochets away, end of the over, first one after lunch, 2 have been added, and Warwickshire is 76 for 3.
Yeah, so I'm very much in favour of then also it gives the off spinner another option, and that is to just bowl a straightish ball or one that perhaps just bounces. So instead of having the seam at sort of 45 aiming down at fine leg to give us your orthodox off spin, you've also can point it straight at the batsman and play exactly the same kind of thing, and it'll just carry straight on. It'll give you some bounce as well, and I think that allows him to do that. Or if you've got a good wrist, you can undercut the ball so that it lands not on the seam but on just the leather part of the ball, and that just skids on. So I think there are some variations that a spinner could use a slip for.
Jordan Clark from the Vauxhall end, starting to Alex Davis, who's just working this one off his pads into the leg side to take the single. Kemar Roach comes up to do the fielding, and there is one more. How much is that as well, though, with the off spinner, Mr. Coney, that he'll see there isn't a slip, and outside the off stump, toss one up and might make him have a big drive, especially if you've left cover open, knowing, well, if I nick this...
there is a deep cover, isn't there? He's got a deep cover out.
But if I nick this, then there's that huge gap down there. Because the only other one I always think of with the off spinner is the one that just goes straight on.
Yeah.
And you're pushing forward and you get a little outside edge, and with no slip there, it could fly off down
the
to...
top spin, if you like,
absolutely.
As well.
As Jordan Clark is getting ready to come in to Sam Hain for the first time. Tim May was a wonderful bowler, though. I love watching Tim May bowlers. In over the wicket then comes Jordan Clark, and Haynes in behind a short ball, plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Before him, Rowdy Mallet, no longer with us, and he was an excellent kind of exponent as well, probably one of the first ones to get the ball outside the off stump and turn it back. Much more dangerous than pitching on, and that's the worry that I would have, is that Will Jacks would start to bowl too straight here. He needs to pitch outside off stump.
As in comes Jordan Clark, and this one's clipped away very nicely out into the leg side by Sam Hain, and that whistles out there towards Tom Laws, who's doing the fielding out there at deep mid wicket, and they will pick up another single. That'll be one more to the total, and one more to Sam Hain. Now the floodlights are coming on, which we fully expected them to do, because it is quite gloomy here this afternoon. Just a bit of news from Surrey for the One Day Cup is that Yasser Arafat's coming back to be the bowling coach, which is great. As forward goes Davis, plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. Yasser, of course, played for Surrey, played for Kent, played for a number of counties over the years. Azhar Mahmood is off with the Oval Invincibles for the jolly old 100. So Yasser Arafat coming back to do the bowling coach role for the One Day Cup. Be lovely to see Yasser again. Lovely fella, really good bowler, and as I say, for Surrey, Sussex, Kent, very fine bowler. As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Alex Davis, and that's taken by Ben Foakes, moving away to his right hand side. You might see a bit of this though this week, because there's a lot of coaches and players heading off to play in the 100, so you might find that you'll see a few people popping in to do the One Day Cup.
Have the ECB paid the 1.3 million?
Not as
to
yet.
Each county?
I don't think not as yet. I saw an article about this the other day, as in comes Jordan Clark again, and this one's left alone by Alex Davis outside his off stump. End of the over, 78 for 3, Warwickshire. Hain has 4 and Davis has 25.
It's just an interesting one, isn't it? Because they're basically paying for the workforce to say, we'll use X number of your players and take them away from Surrey, so that they don't play the Royal London. Is it still Royal London?
It certainly is, yes indeed.
Royal London Cup with the 50 over competition. And of course, I guess they can use the grounds, can't they? There's a payment for the grounds.
Yes.
Would that be right?
Absolutely, because we've got a lot of outground cricket now for the Royal London One Day Cup, because of course Surrey can't use here, so Guildford's coming into play as this one's turned into the leg side. A couple of games here though for Surrey, as this one's turned by Hain down towards fine leg off Will Jackson. He's going to pick up a couple of runs, and that'll be 2 more to the total and 2 more to Sam Hain. Sam Hain moves on to 6, and 80 for 3 Warwickshire. They lead by 17 as Jacks is into Hayne, and Hayne's turning this one down into the leg side, and there's a tumbling stop by Ollie Pope, who's under the helmet at short leg. Just tumbles away to his right hand side, does Ollie Pope. Hayne settles himself down over his bat once more as Jacks is in. Hayne's down the pitch to him. Jacks won't mind seeing that, whips the ball back into the gloves of Ben Foakes, but Hayne using his feet. What he doesn't want here, Sam Hayne, is just Will Jacks pitching every ball on the same spot. So using his feet there to try and take Will Jacks off his length. As Jacks is in again to Hayne, and Hayne again just turns off the stumps down into the leg side. Ollie Pope spending a lot of time after lunch lying on the floor at the moment because he does the fielding in there at short leg once again. Of course, we had the great joy of Ollie Pope under helmet cam during the test match, as over the wicket once more comes Jacks, and he's floated that one a bit further outside and wider outside that off stump, and some oohs and ahs because there was a little bit of turn again back in. And this again, just to say, is coming off the good stuff. That's not coming out of footholds, that's coming off the good stuff. As in he comes once again, Jacks, and driving is Hayne, and there is that sweeper on the cover rope in the shape of Kemar Roach, and they will pick up another single, one more to the total. Hayne keeps the strike. Hayne moves on to 7, and Warwickshire move on to 81 for 3.
Yeah, that's an interesting over again. Principally bowling outside, so it's pitching outside, quite substantially actually, outside the off stump. If Jacks wants to pitch on the stumps, then he's really got to come around the wicket, doesn't he? And just pitch out just outside off stump, and then can bring the pads and the LBW into play. And also his 2 men that he's got there, one at leg slip and one on the square, just at bat pad. So, but I do think, I'm just looking around and thinking to myself, where would I get that slip from? That's what really is the key.
Jordan Clark is in over the wicket, short ball. Oh dear, and that really doesn't bounce. So after it's gone over the top of Sam Hayne, I think that may have dipped, bounced, hit the boot of Ben Foakes and gone up and hit him on the cheek, and that's rolled away. And Ben Foakes, renowned for his good looks, has taken one there on the cheekbone. He's all right, but it went straight up and I think whacked him on the cheek, poor chap.
Yeah, it has.
So I remember when he had his teeth, he had to get a couple of new teeth put in, poor lad. As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and that's up on the toes of Hayne, pushing this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. And he was batting at Bristol and was going very well. Hello to listeners on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra who've just joined us as I'm talking about Ben Foakes' teeth. It always happens, Jeremy Coney. 81 for 3, and that's because he's just had a ball that's bounced on him and gone up and hit him in the cheekbone, but he's fine. But he was batting at Bristol with 2 false teeth before they put the new ones in. As in over the wicket once again comes Clark, and forward goes Hayne, pushing this one back up the pitch. 81 for 3 Warwickshire. They lead by 18. At lunch was 74 for 3, and he was going really well, but he was in agony because one of the false teeth had dropped down and was pulling the root down as well. So when the story goes, he came in at lunchtime or whenever it was, tea time, and sort of they were saying, look, what am I going to do about this? And I'm not quite sure, because dentistry isn't sort of top of the medical profession in cricket, as this one's turned into the leg side by Hayne, and he'll pick up a single. And just to show how tough these keepers are and these cricketers are, he went right fine, stood in front of the mirror and ripped the tooth out, took the root with it, I think, and then batted on and got 150 with a big gap in his teeth. And then, being the lovely lad he is, he came down to do an interview with me on video afterwards, and I had to say to him, I can't film this with you looking directly at the camera, you're going to have to turn to the side because I think you'll scare everybody. Oh, really? Yeah, you've got a big hole in your teeth. As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and this one's turned by Davis out towards deep backward square. We're under the lights here as well because it got quite gloomy at lunchtime, And Jeremy Coney and I after lunch have been discussing Will Jacks because he bowled 1 over before lunch. He got rid of Benjamin with a ball that turned and bounced and caught the inside edge.
Well, we're agreed on that now.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that made Foakes' catch so much better.
Absolutely,
because
and
of
it bounced. That was the thing. It was a terrific catch from Ben Foakes. As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark once again, and that's let go by Hayne as it comes back at him. It's good leave that. Jordan Clark getting that ball to come back. So it's just a lead of 20 for Warwickshire. So it equates to 20 for 3 this at the moment. So there's a lot of cricket to be played this afternoon.
Quite like that, running very wide and not getting the outswinger at all, deliberately bowling it straight and in on the angle. So it was always just targeting towards that off stump. The batsman probably felt that it was going to go away, but he'd already let it go. He'd got the bat up and was leaving, and it just kept on coming back. So there's a variation that Clark is using. That's nice to see.
Surrey are a bowler down as well. And the fact Jamie Overton's not out there is in comes Will Jacks then to Davis, who's pushing this one away out into the offside.
Okay, now where are we going to get this man?
Well, can I say?
You can certainly try and say.
Utterly redundant mid-on at the moment.
You mid-on?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan. As in over the wicket comes Jacks. This is going to go straight to mid-on, isn't it? No, this is pushed by Davis out there towards extra cover, and he'll pick up a single, and that's one more to the total.
See, I think mid-on's quite important for an offie.
Mid-off.
Well, mid-off is interesting. In which case you might want, you almost bring your cover just a little bit round. Do we need the backward point? Yes, probably for the reverse sweep.
As in over the wicket comes Jacks, and there you go, looking to cut is Hayne, outside edge, no slip, and that runs away down to the third man boundary rope for 4. The reason I say mid-off is it's going to be a good shot from Hayne with Jacks coming in, and he knows it's turning and bouncing back into him. It's going to be a good shot from Hayne to drive straight down the ground for 4. I see what you mean with the mid-on. I absolutely agree with that. With the ball spinning back in, yes. You could. I'm not saying Hashim would go in at slip. As in over the wicket comes Jacks, and Hayne's whipping this one into the leg side. That Potter's in there towards Ryan Patel at short bib wicket.
See, now he's important too, because that's a catching position, and you need to keep your catches. That's one that's a little flick. You don't quite get to the ball and it gets dragged a wee bit.
Jacks is in. This is turned leg side. Very good work from Ollie Pope in there at short leg. Anticipated that shot.
So he's important. He must stay. The 2 catches, if you want to have that leg slip, he's got to stay, so that's fine. Does the man at 45, is he required?
As over the wicket once again comes Jacks, and this is nudged leg side by Hayne. And round comes Ryan Patel. End of the over, 88 for 3 then Warwickshire. That's a lead of 25.
So I think the man at the slog sweep at the moment, who's away out in front, well in front of square, he might, you can't cover every area, can you? So I wonder if he could come around, and the man at 45, if you're bowling outside off stump, which is really that's the important thing that always happens between a captain and a bowler. You say, now let's talk about what line you're going to be bowling, for your average delivery. That's the area we're going to go, and I don't know whether we need the man back at saving 1. Yes, it's for a sweep stroke. He can get a top edge sometimes, and it can be an attacking position because of that, so you can take a catch there at 45.
Jordan Clark is in to Alex Davis from the Vauxhall end. Davis on 27 gets a full length delivery, which is punching up the ground to Hashim Amla.
But I just wonder whether you either remove the man at the slog sweep and bring him into slip and say, look, if you want to have a big slog sweep at this, you do, and you might hit a couple of boundaries, but I think I'll fool you with the length, and I'm going to get a top edge from you.
Jordan Clark is over the wicket to the right-handed Davis, lets this go, climbs on him outside his off stump. Well, Rory Burns at the moment is in there at leg slip. Now if they do change it, Burns will go across to do the slip catching, and Ryan Patel will come in that that leg slip position, because Ollie Pope is the man at short leg. And
what, rather than the straight mid-wicket catching?
Well, I'm saying whichever, if they do bring a slip in, it'll be Patel that will go into leg slip, and Burns will drop across to slip. As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and punched by Davis off the back foot out towards the sweeper. Nico Reefer, who's doing the 12th man duties for Jamie Overton. Oop, and the throw goes over the top of Ben Foakes, and it's Conor McCurr doing the backing up. But yeah, absolutely, I think with the off spinner, as you say, Mr. Coney, there's Conor McCurr just behind square at 45, and also that mid-off region, because you're leaving your cover wide open, aren't you, with the sweeper to say go driving,
and bring out, bring it back in between bat and pad. That's fine. Happy with that. Of course, they'll get singles if you get too full.
Over the wicket comes Jordan Clark to Sam Hain, and Hain the on drive, good looking shot from Sam Hain. The fielding done by Hashim Amla, moving away to his right. There's no wind today, so we've got this big mass of dark clouds above us, and they're not really going anywhere at the moment because there's hardly any breeze. So we've got the floodlights on.
Yeah, it looks a little bit like the hake I had.
Oh, was it hake?
Yes,
for lunch. Lovely, very nice. Not crab again. No. As waiting once more over his bat is Sam Hain. As over the wicket comes Jordan Clark to Hain. Short one. Hain just ducks down on one knee and lets it go past his chest.
It's a good way to play the bouncer. Just sag at the knees.
Well, Sam Hain is in terrific form at the moment for Warwickshire, and Richard Wilford will be along in about 10 minutes time, and Richard's saying that he felt that someone's got to stick with Hain, and he was talking about Davis or Benjamin, and then Benjamin was out, so obviously Davis has got a big old role to play here.
Big partnership, doesn't
Absolutely.
it? This is the one.
It's 21, this partnership at the moment, as Jordan Clark runs away from us again, comes in over the wicket, up on his toes. Is Hain right in behind this, and Jordan Clark flicks the ball up with his foot, and there is no run. Just to explain with Jamie Overton as well, Jamie Overton, as he's wont to do at times, he's a big fella, and his left foot landed, and he pulled up in his delivery stride, and then went down like a ton of bricks, really, and was helped off the field of play. And then we saw him leaving.
Removed all the boot and
everything went, because when it's happened before with him, he's had a bit of sort of treatment on it, then changed his boot, and then come back out. But this time we saw him, I'll be honest with you everybody, we did see him leaving in a wheelchair, but I think that was more to get him somewhere, and I'm sure he's probably gone off.
Is he being pushed, or is he doing it himself?
No, he's being pushed.
Oh no, he's hurt his finger too,
yes. Oh yes, of course. He's injured his finger, so he couldn't have done that himself anyway. Good thinking from you there, Jeremy Coney. Otherwise he would have had to have wheeled himself all the way to the local hospital and got himself an x-ray, but I'm not quite sure, but probably they've sent him off for an x-ray, and they're just waiting to see what that is. So fingers crossed. That's probably the wrong expression. Hopefully for Jamie Overton it's nothing too bad. Tom Laws is replacing Will Jacks, so in over the wicket comes Laws from the pavilion end to Davis, and a quick single's taken here as that's just pushed into the offside by Davis. He'll move on to 29, 90 for 3 now, Warwickshire. So nice quiet start after lunch for Warwickshire. We were saying that we think anything up around a 200 run lead would be an interesting chase for Surrey. They've chased down in their last 2 championship games, of course, to win Surrey, but this pitch it's kept the bowlers interested throughout. It really has. As an aeroplane flies overhead, Laws is over the wicket to Hain, and that's nicely clipped away by Hain into the leg side. Round comes Ryan Patel at deep mid-wicket to do the fielding. They'll get a single. That'll be one more to the total. 91 for 3, Warwickshire. Elsewhere, Mr. Jeremy Coney.
Yes.
Lancashire are 122 for 1 against Kent at Old Trafford, meaning they trail by just 3 runs now. So Lancashire manoeuvring their way back into that one. Lancashire 145.
Have they had rain?
Kent 270. Yeah, first day there was a lot around. As Laws is in to Davis. Davis pushes neatly into the offside, takes a quick single. Keep this scoreboard moving round. Davis moves on to 30. 92 for 3. Essex and Mammoth 505 for 9 declared at Chelmsford. Nick Brown got a double hundred.
Oh, right.
In reply, Somerset
They're
are
doing all right, aren't they?
Yeah, Somerset 204 for 1. It's all going according to plan. I think Mr. Harmer took the first wicket and the only wicket so far there at Chelmsford. Now, at Scarborough, Yorkshire are now 103 for 3. Adam Lythe's scoring runs, which he likes to do at Scarborough. As in over the wicket comes Laws. He's banged that one in. And that's gone over the left shoulder of Sam Hain, who was getting everything out of the way. So that's a surprise delivery from Tom Laws. You don't often see him bang it in. And that one did get up on Hain. It was going over his left shoulder, but he made sure he'd got gloves and bat high in the air, so there was nothing going towards the ball there. It's a good leave that from Sam Hain, because it was sort of chest high going past him. Laws is over the wicket once again to Hain. Another short one. Oh, he's got into this now as Dom Laws, and Hain's just shaking his head, ducks underneath that, and that's taken by Ben Foakes. Yes, Adam Lythe, of course, made 180 against Surrey at Scarborough, and he's in now. He's gone past 50, so 103 for 3. Yorkshire lead by 44. Interesting. In Scarborough, that's where Mr. Kevin Howes is at the moment. As in over the wicket comes Laws again. Oh, and Hain's playing this one off the stumps down into the leg side, and he'll get a single out there towards Ryan Patel. One more to the total. End of the over. Hain 14, Davis 30. Partnership 25, 93 for 3.
So what did you say the lead was up in
40,
Scarborough?
44 at the moment.
They've got 2 sessions, or maybe 3, 2.5, to push that out. They've got wickets, and then to attack.
Yep.
Yeah.
From what we've seen in that game, though, we're only saying off the scorecard, and of course that's the game featured on BBC Radio 5 Sports
That's
Extra.
with Hampshire, isn't it?
With Hampshire. The wickets have been going at regular intervals, but there's a partnership developing there at Scarborough now. As here is Jordan Clark coming in over the wicket to Sam Hain, who's letting that one go outside his off stump. Gloucestershire 317, Northamptonshire 467 for 9. So they lead by 150. Jumping into the second division, Mr. Jeremy Coney. Well, Derbyshire, we all thought that would be done by now at New Road, Derbyshire and Worcestershire, because it started with Derbyshire 130, Worcestershire 185, and now Derbyshire 343. So 41 for 1, Worcestershire needing a further 248. As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and Hain will get a single as he pushes this one out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. One more to Sam Hain. He moves on to 15 and 94 for 3. Up at Chesley Street, there's been a bit of weather in this game, bit of wet weather. So Durham 421 for 7 declared, Middlesex 114 for 3. In reply, it's only day 2 of Nottinghamshire and Sussex, but it's moving on. As in over the wicket once again comes Clark. Oh, driving one-handed is Davis. Had to reach for that, it was uppish. Reefer is sweeping out there on the cover boundary rope, but he wasn't completely in control of that. Alex Davis, he moves on to 31. Warwickshire's lead moves on to 32, 95 for 3. Nottinghamshire 240, Sussex 143, and Nottinghamshire 76 for 3. So they lead by 173 now. Nottinghamshire, and those are all your scores from the other games around the country. As goes wide of the crease again here does Jordan Clark, and forward comes Sam Hain. Solid looking defensive shot up to Hashim Amla at mid-on, and there's no run. And then this evening at 6:30, England and South Africa at Bristol in the first T20 International, which will be, TMS team will be there for that one, and on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. So the opening game in that T20 series, England and South Africa. As Jordan Clark is over the wicket to Hain, short one. Hain ducks underneath it, and in spectacular fashion Ben Foakes takes off to his left. A tumbling take that from Ben Foakes, and the score remains on 95 for 3. Drink's been taken down to Tom Laws. Might be a message there as well for Tom Laws down at a short fine leg, because it's a very short boundary down on that leg side, down towards the groundsman's workshop. Waits again, does Hayne with bat raised as Jordan Clark is into him, and Haynes forward, punches up towards Rory Burns, who's dispensed of his white floppy sun hat now, and he's back in Surrey cap. The Surrey captain. That's the end of the over from Jordan Clark. Couple of runs off it. 95 for 3. Hayne has 15. And Alex Davis is on 31.
I'm a little bit disappointed that that Jax has been removed from the attack. It depends on how long that's going to be. Because I think he adds just something slightly different. We've got at the moment an outswinger in Clark, and at the far end Laws is also an outswinger, and I think the more you can provide a variety and question the sorts of skills that a batsman, and the range of skills, slower, waiting for the ball, playing a turning ball and that's bouncing a little bit, I just feel it forces the batsman to play differently.
Tom Laws is into Davis. That's down the leg side. Gets nothing on this, Davis, and taken by Ben Foakes away to his left.
Whereas the Laws and, you know, Clark partnership, I just feel is a wee bit the same.
I'm wondering whether, because it's sort of overheads now and lights are on,
lights
whether
are on.
they think it's going to swing around a bit.
Certainly having a seamer on.
Yeah.
They've been pitching a bit shorter at Hayne in particular.
Laws is into Davis. Davis is forward. Oh, and he's lost that for a second. Toe end of the bat, sort of rolled back towards the stumps. And there is no run. After this delivery, Mr. Coney, we'll bring Mr. Roland Butcher in.
Yes.
And then after the end of this over, Mr. Richard Wilford will come in and take over from me. So, because the last time I did this, and we are on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, I didn't quite get it right, and I didn't have my microphone quite plugged in. As in over the wicket again comes Laws, and this one's down the leg side, and Davis looks to flick it off his hip and gets nothing on it whatsoever. So if I give myself a couple of balls notice, it will give everybody a chance to get their bits and pieces plugged in for the start of the next over.
Also getting to the time when, if it was the original ball, which it's not of course, but that would be just now reaching that cusp of getting a wee bit softer.
Yep, but they did
They
change
did
the ball.
Yes, they did.
In over the wicket comes Laws, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Davis.
It is supposed to be the same kind of ball, the same age, isn't it?
Yes, it
so
needs to
be,
look.
It'll be roundabout, I would have thought, similar kind of age.
Because I'm very boring, I do find it fascinating what happens to the ball last night that Warwickshire took. One delivery, brand new ball, 80th over, and first ball, Jamie Overton hit it straight down deep backward square's throat. As forward goes, Davis plays this one down behind him, and there's no run.
Well, who do they belong to? ECB, or do they belong to?
I think they belong.
I
think they belong to the club.
To Surrey.
Yeah.
So it'll be used in practice.
Yeah, I would have thought so. But one delivery it's had.
Yeah.
That lovely new ball, and there's nothing like a new ball. They're lovely new cricket balls. I always like a new cricket ball. They're a lovely thing to have in your hand. And as in over the wicket comes Laws. This is turned by Davis out towards deep mid wicket, and they will pick up a single. End of the over, 96 for 3.
Oh, well,
yes,
I'm
going to leave you with that
no,
thought.
I'm going now.
Yes, yes, and Mr. Roland Butcher is coming in.
Yes, yes.
Take your place.
Well, I'm sure Roland's got a number of kind of cricket balls hanging up in his house, dangling down from from a roof, perhaps, if perhaps some guests he doesn't like quite so much. Just dangling down, or perhaps glued to the wall in some sort of nice new shape. If he likes new balls, I don't know.
He actually got entered for the Turner Prize for that on his wall with the cricket balls. As this one just bites up a little bit, and Alex Davis is able to fend it down. Jeremy Coney retreats, and Roland Butcher is going to stride into place. 96 for 3 Warwickshire. They lead by 33. Roland, I'm presuming you haven't got a cricket ball art installation in your house?
Not anymore, Richard. And
Get that wire off your microphone again.
Quite pleased
there we
about
go.
that as well.
Yeah. Clark in, dabbed into the offside by Davis behind square, and there's no run. It's very sad actually that Mark Church accidentally broadcast with his microphone off earlier, because at the time I thought it was some of the most prescient broadcasting he'd done in some time. And nobody got the benefit of it, so oh dear, he saves his good moments for when he's off air. It's well poised, this game. It's been as competitive as you expect Division 1 cricket to be. Clark bustles in again to Davis. Once again, he's looking to squeeze a single into the offside, but it's too tight to the fielder. He's in to pick up. It's Ryan Patel at point. The lead is only 33 now, but you know, 180, 200 plus will take a little bit of getting in the fourth innings.
Yeah, I think it certainly will. What we've seen, this is on the third day, what we've seen is that this pitch has always been a little bit helpful to the seam bowlers. I don't expect that it will change, certainly within the next day.
Clark to Davis, goes for a cut and misses. It moved away a bit off the seam, taken almost at shoulder height by Foakes. It's a good delivery, but that's a shot that Alex Davis could do with leaving it in his bag.
Yeah, and going for the square drive there, he probably saw it a little bit wide and figured, you know, go hard at this. Probably a little bit too full to play that shot, but he got away with it. I think what we've seen today is that a little bit of turn, so that's something different.
Yeah, even more ways to get out this week as Davis is wrapped on the pad, an appeal for LBW, and Jordan Clark was ready to go into celebration mode, and he goes down with his hands on the top of his knees, level with the stumps next to Alex Davis. But Roland, you were shaking your head the moment they appealed.
Yeah, I just felt that there was a bit of a stride there, and also looking back there, just trying to see where he actually got after he was struck. Because we don't have the benefit of slow motion replay.
No, my observation would be, I wonder whether it's hit him just outside the line.
I think that's the only thing that could have saved him, really, if it was just outside, because he was on the move.
Might well have been clipping off stump if it had gone through. He drives nicely the next delivery, but can't beat Hashim Amla, who's quite straight at mid-on. End of the over, 96 for 3. Surrey hindered, if you joined us on Sports Extra lately, hindered by the absence of England seamer Jamie Overton. He pulled up 5 balls into his first over today. He's had an eventful week as it is, having damaged his finger when he was fielding in the slips on day 1. He then got hit in the same area of the hand when he was batting yesterday, although he batted very well, and it looked like a lower leg injury or a foot injury, so somewhere down there on the left hand side. And the last we saw of him was him disappearing in a wheelchair around the back of the pavilion. So we wish Jamie Overton a speedy and rapid recovery. I hope it's not too serious, but it does leave them one of their frontline seamers down as Laws begins a new over from the pavilion end. Onto his toes outside off stump is Hayne to defend it on the onside.
Yeah, and the fight back coming, particularly now from Davies and Hayes. I think Warwickshire batted quite well today. The conditions very much the same as they have been. Perhaps I think at times the pitch is quicking up a bit more, but the approach has been good. It's been actually similar to the first innings, just one of occupation.
Laws to Hayne, who drives up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Benjamin tried to be positive when he came in and batted well for his 38, and then would have been very frustrated to nick behind the ball well outside off stump in Will Jack's first over. Just before the lunch interval, that was.
Yeah, he batted well, as I said, and these two as well. I think they realise that a partnership is going to be important if they're going to stay in this game.
One individual making a big score, a couple of half centuries, and they can be right in this game. Dragged down onto the hip of Hayne, that next delivery from Laws, so he can tickle it down to long leg. And there'll be a single, 97 for 3. The lead is merely 34. Worth remembering as well that one of the 3 wickets to fall was Danny Briggs, who was there as evening cover, if you like. It came into bat the last 2 overs last night with Dominic Sibley. Fell just after Sibley in the first 20 minutes of play today, at which point I think Bears supporters would have been fearing the domino effects. But Benjamin, Davis and Hayne have rallied a bit, and it's Davis who faces Laws, and again he's dragged it into the leg side, and once more the batsman will just clip the ball down to long leg for another single. 98 for 3.
Yeah, misdirected once more and easily played off the legs. These singles really will be a bit of a bother for Surrey. They want to group some deliveries together. Just keep mindful of the scorers as well. They're now down to 2 slips, so they've also gone in a semi-defensive position as well.
Yeah, boundary fielders at backward point and mid-wicket. Bumper now from Laws that Hayne gets well underneath. Somebody was walking behind the bowler's arm at that time as well, which has come to the notice of the umpire, Nigel Long. Well, he's making some gestures with his leg. Well, is he telling the ground member of the ground staff is now jiggling his left leg in response to Nigel Long? Is there a slippy patch on the surface? You wouldn't have expected there to be. Not any moisture here really in the last couple of days as Hayne pushes the ball towards mid-wicket. Jordan Clark picks up. End of the over, 98 for 3, and the mystery of Nigel Long and the ground staff might now unfold as one of them comes out and runs to continue the conversation. What do you reckon, Roland?
Yes, interesting. Just trying to get an idea as to what. I mean, Nigel is still looking in the direction of where the ground staff operate. Maybe he's asking. I saw the groundsman actually sort of marked his foot on the ground as if maybe he's slipping. The bowler maybe slipping a bit.
Yeah. We'll see whether they get a little bit of sand or whatever they use these days, sawdust, whatever. As Clark bowls full on off stump, forward comes Davis in defence and plays it up to mid-off.
Which sawdust was in another age. I think they use drying agent now.
Okay. I bet on some club grounds you probably still use a bit of sawdust.
At club ground,
yeah.
I don't think club grounds can afford the drying agent.
No.
So obviously they'll stick to the local sawdust, which is probably plentiful.
We used to use it in school cricket or club cricket when I was playing. It used to blow away out of your hands when you were trying to place it down in the area. It used to take ages. Similar delivery from Clark, similar response from Davis, pushed up to Rory Burns at mid-off. So it's the 2 slips. There is a short mid-wicket for the lofted on-drive. That's where Conor McCurr is. But there are holes on the offside if Davis pushes it that way for a single. With the angle of Jordan Clark's line, he probably wouldn't mind him trying to do that. Economical run-up, only about 15 yards. And again, bowls full, and Davis this time does go for the quick single, and Clark was really, really quick to get to the ball, but then his hips and his back didn't want to play with him. And he didn't manage to reach down any lower than his knees, and they got through for a single, 99 for 3.
Yeah, that was a well-judged single, actually. Just gently pushed into the offside. Never any danger whatsoever, really. Clark did well to get around there, but the batsmen, both of them, had responded positively and getting another single.
He needed to be about 6 or 7 inches shorter if he was going to swoop on that Jonty Rhodes style. The mind was willing, the body not so much. He's got through a good workload in this match, Jordan Clark, having returned from injury in the bowling in this game. Made 28 with the bat as well. And he comes into bowl to the taller Hayne, and that one gets up a little bit. There's an appeal for LBW, but my initial thought of it getting up would suggest it was going to be going over the top.
Yeah, probably doing too much and too high. Cut back sharply at him. He would have needed that one to stay down.
And also it's well outside the line, yeah.
As well. Yeah.
It didn't have a lot of merit, that particular appeal. Didn't have a lot going for it. Now, member of the ground staff is coming around with 2 buckets. one in each hand because he's not a show-off. Another has an implement, maybe a fork. As Clark is steered in front of square for a single by Hayne. Playing across the line of that one. That's why there were groans in the background, because he was making himself an LBW candidate. It is a shot that Hayne plays quite a lot. It brings up the Warwickshire 100. The Bears 100 for 3. The lead is 37 now, with Hayne 17 and Davis 34.
Yeah, the good thing about that was that Hayne wasn't attacking the ball, he was defending, so it gave him a chance to get something on it. He got it almost off the middle. Picked up an easy single.
They're only scoring at 2 1/4 runs and over. It's not rapid, but they are clearly actively wanting to keep it ticking over, as Davis will shoulder arms, and here come the ground staff. Now there is a slightly dark and moody patch 15 yards this side of the stumps. I presume that's where the wicket-keeper Ben Foakes has been standing, so it may be him who's got the problem, and he's coming to meet them. And for whatever reason, there appears to be a bit of a drainage issue. Out comes the not sawdust draining agent, you tell me.
Well, these days they use drying agent.
Drying agent, okay.
Something that's widely used in the States.
Well, they use it on the baseball infields and that sort of thing. So they're sprinkling some where Ben Foakes is putting his feet. I say that, he's now standing neatly between them. But actually, it's wherever his stepping foot would be. When he moves right, he'd be stepping in the drying agent one side. If he steps left, he'd be stepping in. So actually, they've probably got it bang on. Can't recall having seen that before. He's now planted his feet in those areas as a new over begins, and I think it's come off the hip of Hayne, because again Laws has pushed it down the leg side. Nigel Long waits and then dangles a leg, and this time it isn't, because he wants some drying agent on the pitch. 101 for 3. He waits for the flash of the light from the scorer's room and pavilion. 38 the lead.
Yeah, and Warwickshire would be hoping that these two can continue in this vein, just keep wickets intact, pick up the odd single here and there.
And again comes Laws, and dabbed in the offside. There's a shy at the stumps, but Hayne had committed to the single very quickly, so it's been dabbed down by Davis to the gully area, and Ollie Pope was very quickly across and very quick to release the ball. But to be fair to Sam Hayne, I think he was always getting home. 35 to Davis, 102 for 3.
Yeah, a smart piece of fielding, but yeah, definitely feel that the batsman was always, even though he was cruising to start with, was making his ground. But Pope did well. He did well.
It was a very good piece of backing up there. I think Jordan Clark, and they may be indicating that he needs the 13th man to come on for him. As Hayne is wrapped on the pad again, the ball was being pushed down the leg side. Little bit of dissent from Tom Laws when it doesn't go his way, and a leg bye has been given. The 19-year-old came out in him there, because that was a slightly petulant jump and shrug from him.
Maybe he got outside the line again.
It's going down the leg side, isn't it? Oh dear, you can't.
It wasn't as bad a shout as you.
Well, Hayne's stepping across, isn't he?
Let's see if it comes up again. It's certainly pitched in line. The question is,
back of a length and trying to dab it down towards third man again. Davis gets nothing on it. You're right, it's not the worst shout. He can't really react like he did at the end of the appeal.
There we go. Ooh, I think that's a good shout.
It's a decent shout.
That's a decent shout. That's a decent shout. But it's all part of the game.
Yeah. If it had been given, I don't think Warwickshire could have argued too much about that. It's one of those. Would be interesting to get a ball tracker on it. As again he's dragged it down the leg side. It might be that the fact that he's pushing it, and at the moment he's not getting his line quite right, that might have just gone against him in the umpire's mind, that he thought it was following that same sort of line, when actually it was probably straighter.
Yeah, I think the umpire will be mindful that a lot of balls are doing something, and it's just to what degree they have to take into consideration.
Conor McCurr is doing some stretching. He's an extra cover at the moment. Maybe his time soon. Law's very short ball, and Davis doesn't have far to go to duck underneath it. And through to the wicketkeeper it goes. 103 for 3. Warwickshire, they lead by 40 in this second innings. Still 53 overs left in the day. But there was a time we might have wondered whether they would fold. They didn't. Jordan Clark is going to take a break from the field. So he joins Overton as being an absentee, but in this case rather more temporary, you would fancy, and Conor McCurr is going to come into the attack. The plan's still going well for next week's trip to Jersey, Roland?
Yes, it is, yeah. I think it's Wednesday. Tournament starts on Thursday.
Yeah.
So, yeah, looking forward to it. Let's hope the weather is good on the island.
I think you've got a fair chance over there. Lovely spot.
Yeah.
I know Guernsey a bit, but I've been to Guernsey, so I know that a bit more. But life goes at a nice pace on the Channel Islands.
It does, yeah. It brings me back to the days when I was a youngster. Bergerac.
Oh.
Probably before your time, Richard.
No, I definitely remember Bergerac.
Yeah.
Tremendous series.
Yeah, but yeah, I've been to Jersey and Guernsey before. Obviously, while with Middlesex, a few times we went pre-season to both Guernsey and Jersey.
So it's John Nettles before he started causing mayhem in midsummer. As McCurr begins his new spell, and Haney's onto his toes to flick the ball behind square for a single. Through for a single. Through for one more, rather. Through to 18. That's where I was trying to go with that moment of thought. 104 for 3. I got lost.
Yeah, nice timing by him. He plays well in that area, just off the hip. Plays it quite firmly as well. There's a deep square leg in place, so obviously they know his game well.
Still 2 slips in place, a backward point. Cover boundary fielder is one of the 12th men. Rory Burns is at mid-off, setting the field. Amla at mid-on. Kemar Roach on the mid-wicket boundary, and there's now a leg gully as well as a long leg. As McCurr comes in to Davis, who rides the bounce, fends it off with the very top of the bat, or maybe the glove. And around comes Patel from leg gully. So a hint of a bit of leg theory potentially here from McCurr, because they're having to find ways today, a bit more than they did in the first innings. Surrey are now having to manufacture opportunities.
Yeah, steep bunks. That delivery hammered into the pitch, and played it quite well in the end.
It's been a very patient innings, this, from Alex Davis, as he steers the ball in front of square in the offside, and given the fielder is in the deep, that means that's a comfortable single. He's to 36, 105 for 3. We're still at a point where no Warwickshire batsman has a half century in this game. Sibley and McAndrew got into the 40s in the first innings. Benjamin with 38 in the second innings. The only man to get a 50 has been by some distance the most poised batsman in the match, which was Ollie Pope, who looked different gravy yesterday, to be fair.
Yeah, I think to be fair to all the players, there were always going to be just a few significant scores, individual significant scores.
McCurr to Hayne, again up onto his hip, turned behind square for his 19th run, 106 for 3.
Yeah, very strong in that area, Hayne. I think he needs to attack the off stump a little bit more, much fuller length. If he's back of a length, certainly with this field, Hayne will do just that. He likes it around the hip area, and he will just ease it to that man at deep square leg and get a single every time.
They're rotating the strike well in the last couple of overs. This duo have added 38 now for the 4th wicket. Davis lets a short ball go down the leg side. So it's an Associate Nations competition next week?
Yeah, it's ICC Challenge B League.
Okay.
Competition.
You're gonna look on your list to remind us of who's playing in it now, aren't you? With a bit of luck.
I can tell you what teams are actually taking part in this competition.
I'll describe the final ball of the over. You dig out the details. People will be interested as McCurr bowls is driven to mid-off, picked up by Burns. He moved 3 or 4 yards to his left, Managed to calm the ball as it popped up on a wicket end. 106 for 3 Warwickshire. They lead Surrey by 43 runs with 7 wickets standing. As we're almost halfway through the day in both time and overs. We're only heading for 10 or 15 minutes of overtime if the day runs its course. Who have you got on your schedule then in Jersey next week?
Well, there's Bermuda, Italy, Hong Kong, Kenya, Uganda, and Jersey.
Nice.
Those are the teams taking part.
So a lot of talented cricketers around in Uganda. The passion for cricket in Italy seems to be growing, and again, a lot of it is the Asian diaspora, but a lot of teams playing out there. As Hayne dabs the ball first of a new over from Laws into the offside and comes through for a single. 107 for 3. I catch some of the European Cricket Network stuff online when I'm pottering around at home, and the last few weeks they've been in Italy, and the standard of cricket, I mean, some of the outfields aren't great and they're playing on artificial wickets, but some of the cricket is very, very skillful.
Yeah, there's been a lot of activity in Europe this summer for sure.
Laws onto the pads of Davis, easy single through square leg, 108 for 3.
Yeah, I know Greece has been very active. A friend of mine is a player coach by the name of Peter McGaffis, and they were in Corfu in Finland of late, and I think the Corfu part is when they pulled Cavallis out of the game to come and play for Sussex.
Yes, and he did well.
And he did well.
And he's back in the side this week, which is great.
And then he got a very good half century in the second innings.
Yeah.
So yeah, there was smaller nations are getting more cricket, and I think once they do that, they will improve. And I think it's important for ICC to ensure that they do get more cricket.
Yeah. Develop the game. You never know when you're going to unearth a diamond. As Hayne defends the next ball. Because Corfu, famous in the capital city of Corfu, there is that cricket ground that has been there forever, and you can sit on pavement tavernas having a drink and a pizza, watching the cricket being played extremely enthusiastically. Even back in the 1980s I remember seeing a game there. They've got a rich history. Always used to be a little bit in Wisdom about what's going on in cricket in Corfu. Back of a length onto the hip of Hayne. Runs the first one hard here, but the fielder runs just as hard. It's one of the 12th men. I have to get Churchy to tell us who it is.
It's Jordan Reef, I think.
Ah, there you go. You already knew. And he keeps them down to a single. Trust you to be ahead of the game there, Roland.
Well, he's a young Barbadian. I'm aware of him. He's come through our system as a youth player.
Yeah.
Been here for a couple of years now. And
once more approaching Laws. Diverted square on the offside. There's just easy singles everywhere at the moment. So Warwickshire, having done the hard yards, starting to get the scoreboard ticking over. 38 to Davis, 110 for 3. Of course, we've got a couple of very talented young players from the islands currently on Warwickshire's books. You'll have seen a bit of Jacob Bethel.
Well, Jacob is one of our boys as well. I know Jacob from
a smashing lad.
He's played in our Barbados on the 13s. He was playing on the 13 when he was 11.
Yeah.
Or 10 and scoring hundreds. Played on the 15s as well. It's very good player.
I think his ceiling's really high. I think full international honours are something we could well see. As Hayne chides himself for flicking a bat at this, he tucks his bat against his body. He say, "Don't do that. Don't give it away." He's got 21, 110 for 3. Warwickshire lead by 47. And the other. Another real talent, teenager, fast bowler, Shea Simmons. Saw him play pre-season, Roland.
Yeah.
If he gets everything right, and there's a steep learning curve in terms of becoming a professional cricketer, and he's going through some of that at the moment, but he's not far out being in the first team squad. Genuine pace.
Yeah, he's a good prospect as well. Again, another product of the centre of excellence. I mean, Jordan, I'll come back to that in a second.
Yeah, he's at point now, I think, as McCurr begins a new over, and that's very neatly steered by Davis for 4 through third man. He's been waiting for that little bit of extra width. Use the full face of the bat to guide it down. He's to 42, 114 for 3.
Yeah, that's a beautiful shot. Just really waited on the back foot and didn't really have to go after this. He just put the bat in place. The timing was perfection. There's no third man, but he had to get it right because there's 2 slips in place, and it went perfectly to the left to backward point for 4. Yeah, but you know, Jordan Reefer, Shea Simmons, Jacob Bethel, all of those came through
McCurr bowls again, and he's clipped wide of mid-on. That's good fielding by Amla. He tumbles. I don't know how much he was in control of the tumble, but he got the ball safely between his hands, and as a result, he prevents a single.
Yeah, I think Amla was thinking about the chase, and he didn't really want the chase. So the next best thing was to dive, and he did well. Yeah, but those 3 guys I've known for years because the Barbados our Centre of Excellence, the 17-week Centre of Excellence, which I'm the chairman of, all those guys have come through. And that's the...
McCurr clipped into the leg side by Davis for a single, 115 for 3.
Yeah, the Centre of Excellence, what we have in Barbados, we have under 13, 15, 17, 19s, under 23, and the females. And those are the national teams. So all those guys came through that system.
But then the frustration is, if they end up playing internationally for England.
Well, I mean, you can't stop that, and I have encouraged all of these boys to go and broaden their horizon. You know, they get opportunities.
McCurr to Hayne, who just jabs it back down onto the track and picked up by McCurr in his follow-through.
I mean, those 3 boys have been offered opportunities for schooling as well as cricket. I mean, you can't tell a boy, stay here, you may make it. You know, no, I mean, first of all, go and get your education, improve your cricket, and wherever it takes you, it takes you. And all 3 of them were fortunate to have British passports as well, so that is a great help.
Hayne stands tall, awaits McCurr, digs that in short, too short, and it's also going to be called a no ball by umpire Billy Taylor. So 2 more, 117 for 3. And you know, if you're a parent and you've got a son with talent or a young woman with talent in the cricket arena, and by the way, we're going to give you an education just in case you don't make it, then as a parent you're like, yeah, go on and rub it in your hands.
Of course. I mean it's the best of both worlds, you know. And people keep asking me the same question, well, you know, what are we going to do about losing all of these players?
McCurr wide outside off stump, left alone by Hayne.
Yeah, just too wide. That ball down on the pitch. My answer is, listen, it's very simple. You know, as a family and as a child, you've got to give the kids an opportunity. These opportunities are being presented to them. You know, if they had to pay to send a boy to a public school in England, it would be beyond their capabilities. They get to be at a first-class county.
Short of a length, guided into the leg side by Hayne for yet another single. The field is not quite right, I don't think, at the moment. 22 for Hayne, and that is the 50 partnership. They've came together with a score of 68, Hayne and Davis. They've now carried Warwickshire to 118 for 3. That's a lead now of 55 over Surrey.
Yeah, they've done well, and a little bit of frustration showing amongst the Surrey bowlers at the moment. They're not, and the other fielders, they're not rushing around with the same enthusiasm as they had before when they were looking to get wickets. So a little bit sedate at the moment, as if they're waiting for something to happen. But yeah, I mean, listen, I've been delighted for those guys. I mean, I also sit on a committee in Barbados, which is the Scholarship and Placement Committees, and we send a number of boys over here every year at schools, St Bede's and other schools to...
Laws back of a length, pushed into the offside, no single this time. They send each other back, the 2 batsmen.
Yeah, send them to St Bede's, they've been to Reeds, Dulwich College, there's quite a few up in Mascot College in Scarborough at the moment. So we send them every year to play cricket and to be educated. So, you know, it is something that you encourage. And to besides, you know, you can't keep all the boys back in Barbados, or girls for that matter.
Laws digs it in short again, and neatly worked off his pads by Hayne for another single, 119 for 3. I shall be departing at the end of this over to make way for Mark Church. We can't solve all of these problems in one go, Roland, but when I'm next on with you, and whether it's today or tomorrow, I would like to explore a little bit why we have done so badly in terms of developing local African Caribbean talent around the country. There are fewer, I think, playing on the county circuit than there were when you were, and I find that really peculiar. As Laws bowls to Davis, defends it back down the track. It might take us many hours to try and get behind this problem, but it's I find myself every season looking through the list of county players and thinking, well, this is not moving in the right direction.
You're absolutely right. I think it would certainly take a lot longer than an over for us to discuss that. But,
just a bit.
But yeah, I mean, it is a concern, and really something. There are things happening, but it will take a bit of time.
That's a beauty from Laws. This hasn't been the best of his spells in this match because he produced some beauties, but that one was pitched about off stump or just outside and gone a bit further off the seam. Davis goes to have a prod where he thinks the ball has pitched. That's probably the best ball we've seen in an hour. 119 for 3 it remains.
Yeah, that's a good delivery. The length was perfect and the movement, it absolutely went like a leg break.
It's a Jaffa. That really is. A couple of balls left in this over. Effectively, Warwickshire, if you like, 56 for 3 because of the deficit in the first innings. And they add another because it's just dabbed behind square. Across comes Ollie Pope from gully to field. Davis to 44, matching the highest individual contribution by any Warwickshire player in this match. That was McAndrew in the first innings. 120 for 3. And they've got through the first hour after lunch. The ball, albeit it's a replacement ball because it is 2022, so we say that with some inevitability, will be a bit softer now. And they've just got to set their sights on batting to the end of the day and see where that takes the game. Hayne driving into the leg side. That will be the end of the over. Warwickshire 120 for 3. They lead by 57. Roland Butcher with his thoughts, and then Mark Church will be back in the chair.
Yes, and another good over by Laws, and just occasionally one delivery goes that reminds you that there's still something in this pitch. There was a period of not a lot happening, and then suddenly one goes like a leg break. And say good afternoon to Mark.
Good afternoon, Mr. Butcher. Now, I know you've got other things. You've got to go in a sec. That's absolutely you go do whatever you've got to do, my friend. And Kemar Roach is coming into the attack down below us. So coming in from the Vauxhall end, Mr. Pat Pocock's come up. So Mr. Pat Pocock's gone to chat to Jeremy Coney next door. So we might not see Jeremy for the next 4 hours because we all know when Perce arrives, he does like a chat, does our Perce, and it's lovely to see him as always.
Yeah, Percy's he just signed me up. We'll come back in a minute.
Oh, excellent. As in over the wicket comes Kemar Roach then to Davis, and it's the first time Roach has bowled from this Vauxhall end, and straight away he's up on the toes of Davis, who's punching that one up towards mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah,
Percy's just signed me up for his group. I think it's called Raisers. Raise the glass. They raise the glass.
Oh, he's got another one on the go, is he?
Yeah, they raise the glass every day to a cricketer or an ex-cricketers.
Oh, lovely.
On their birthdays.
Oh, that's lovely.
So every day their names come out and they raise a glass.
Oh, that's lovely. Well, he's next door at the moment, Mr. Pocock. As in over the wicket comes Kemar Roach. Forward goes Davis. Plays this one out into the offside. Look at this, Mr. Butcher. I've had a message from my mum for you now. So mum saying, lovely to listen to you and lovely to listen to Roland. I've so enjoyed listening to him. And my dad, who's no longer with us, unfortunately, but he loved Barbados, Dad. And he's saying that Dad would have absolutely loved to chat with Roland. He would have done indeed. And Barbados.
I'll tell you, Mum, I'm very happy that she's
tuned in. She's very loyal. As in over the wicket comes Kemar Roach to Sam Hayne, and Hayne's across the stumps and playing this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. I have to say that these two have looked pretty comfy since lunch, And we're in that period with the ball that we've talked about and Richard was saying. But we saw a bit of this with Conor McCurr yesterday and Jamie Overton. There was that period of play where batting did look a bit easier, and it has for Hayne and Davis. They've played extremely well so far.
They have, but it's still also, you must remember that there's always a chance that you can lose a couple of wickets in quick succession as well.
Roach is in, and forward comes Hayne, thick inside edge. Rolls out there towards deep backward square. They'll pick up a single. Jacks is getting warmed up again. So we saw Will Jacks for a couple of overs after lunch with his off breaks, and now he's getting himself warmed up again. The lead's 58, 121 for 3. Oh, Dad absolutely loved Barbados. Absolutely loved Barbados. Most beautiful place. Turns again. As Kemar Roach comes in over the wicket to Davis. That does swing back. Davis, thick inside edge, was looking to drive. Thick inside edge into the leg side. So Kemar Roach here, he's just getting this ball to tail back a touch at the right hander.
Yeah, it looks as if that one certainly swung in the air. But Davis was good enough to get the bat on it.
Cry of "come on Kemar" from the crowd there. Sort of echoes across the ground. 122 for 3. As over the wicket goes Kemar Roach to Davis. He's letting this one go outside his off stump very watchfully. End of the over, 122 for 3. Hayne 24, Davis 45. Roland Butcher, you need to go and do your other bits. What I would suggest is, if you give a knock on the door next door, you can give a wave to Mr. Pocock and then get Mr. Coney in here, and that will free you up, sir. Yeah. So I don't want you to miss what you've got to do.
Okay, we can do one more over.
One more over? And it's Will Jack, so we'll whistle through this over. Yeah, I caught the back end of your conversation as well with Richard, and we'll natter about this. But of course, the ACE programme is doing a terrific job in this country. Ebony Rainford Brent, her sort of brainchild, the ACE programme. Michael Carberry as well, former England opener, Hampshire, of course, doing an awful lot of work around these parts, and with London schools now, Mr. Carberry. But yeah, it needs an awful lot of work, doesn't it? And as you say, it might take a little bit of time, but there's huge amounts of talent out there.
There is, and the interest will be there. I get what needs to happen really is you just need the opportunity and the facilities, really, and the encouragement. And once you get those, I think you'll definitely see the talent coming through.
Absolutely. Oh, there's huge amounts of talent out there. As it's going to be Will Jacks down there from the pavilion end. And Sam Hayne will be on strike. Hashim Amla actually chatting to Will Jacks because Rory Burns, the captain's under the helmet at leg slip. As Jacks is into Hayne, and Hayne is forward and turns this one down into the leg side. This partnership worth 54 now between Sam Hayne and Alex Davis. Davis has been out there for 125 deliveries. As Jacks is in, and Hayne gets a short ball, cuts it behind square on the offside. That's going to run away for 4. That's nicely played by Sam Hayne. Just rocks onto the back foot, and a little short from Will Jacks, that delivery, nicely put away by Sam Hayne.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot. It wasn't that bad of a delivery, just a little bit wide. The length wasn't bad, but Hayne just gave himself a little bit of room.
As Jacks is into him here, and Hayne's down the pitch and goes straight back over the top of Will Jacks. That's a good bit of batting from Sam Hayne. Use of the feet, and straight back over the top of Will Jacks and away for 4. And Hayne moves on to 32, and Warwickshire move on to 130 for 3.
Yeah, lovely shot. First ball, short. Give himself room, hit it back with a square for 4. On this occasion, just telegraphing the next one will be pitched up. Use his feet and hit it straight down the ground. Pressure now transferred onto the bowler.
Good positive shot that from Sam Hayne as Jacks is in, and Hayne gets forward to a ball that he just tosses up a little bit more, and he pokes this one down into the leg side, and Ryan Patel comes round to his left. The other thing I want to chat to you about, Mr. Butcher, is your bat that you've invented, but we'll do that next time. Hayne actually there, just gripping his left forearm after that shot, as if he was in a bit of pain, as this one's tucked away by Hayne down into the leg side. Tom Laws coming round from that just behind square on the leg side at 45 position, and there's no run, but Hayne definitely just feeling something there in his left forearm. As here is Jatsat's quicker, and Hayne waits for this, plays it back up the pitch, and there's no run. Roland Butcher, thank you, sir. We'll see you after all your other bits and pieces you've got to do this afternoon. And as I say, Jeremy Coney, we may never see him again. If we start hearing singing, well, if we start hearing singing, especially some Frank Sinatra, we know that Percy's bought his backing CD with him, because he has been known to break into song at after dinner speeches and the like. So 130 for 3, Warwickshire with a lead now of 67. And there's a chat here, Billy Taylor and Rory Burns. And what are we waiting for now? So, ball again. We're just checking the ball, because this one obviously, it's already been changed the once. Oh, they might be getting their way again here, Surrey. So I think we're getting a ball change again. So ball change again now. Billy Taylor's rolling the ball down towards Nigel Long. Now what over are we in now? We've had 51, so we've got to find a ball that looks about 51 overs old. But that was Rory Burns, just wandered over to Billy Taylor. So the ball will get changed again. Now, from a Hayne and Davis point of view, since that ball originally got changed, they've looked pretty comfy. Surrey will be hoping that this one does a bit more than the other one. I think Ollie Pope is in charge of checking the ball once it comes out the box from Nigel Long. He's found one that he likes, so he's going to roll that straight past Ollie Pope. And that's gone up to Ryan Patel. And now some gloves are being brought out for Alex Davis. Sam Hayne wanted a good look at that as well. So Rory Burns is now having a good look at it. Oh, he's chucked it straight back at Billy Taylor here. So Billy Taylor now wants to have a look at this ball. So Nigel Long was happy with it. I'm not sure Rory Burns is. So he's handed it back to Billy Taylor. Now Burns and Taylor are in deep discussion about the ball. I'm not sure Burns is happy with this one that's come out the box. So he's still continuing this conversation with Billy Taylor, but it was Nigel Long who took the ball out the box, rolled it, and Burns immediately wandered back towards Billy Taylor. But he's going to stick with this one, giving it a good old rub. Here's Rory Burns on his back thigh. And then they've been sort of working on that previous ball. Now they've got to start on this one. Kemar Roach has it. If it starts swinging round corners, Surrey will be delighted. As Kemar Roach from the Vauxhall end is coming into Alex Davis, and Davis gets a ball. He's going to give it a chance to swing right up on his toes, and that's pushed by Davis up towards mid-on. And now Hashim Amla starts shining the ball up on the back of his trousers. I think Rory Burns is continuing this discussion with Billy Taylor. So this is our second change of ball. Burns stood with his hands in his pockets up there at mid-off as Kemar Roach comes in over the wicket to Davis, and Davis, inside edge, right up there on the toes again. It's going to run away down towards fine leg. So encouraging signs there for Kemar Roach. Just getting this ball to tail back a touch again at Davis. I was saying in his previous over he was getting the ball just to come back at the right-hander. And that one there as well just got a little bit of purchase coming back into the right-handed batter. And thick inside edge. Oh, there's a shout from a small child down below us on the balcony. Hopefully that was a small child. Either that or a fully grown man with a squeaky voice. As in over the wicket comes Kemar Roach, and forward goes Hayne and plays this one off a goodish length straight back up the pitch. And Kemar Roach does the fielding off his own bowling. So at lunch it was 74 for 3 at lunch. 74 for 3 at lunch. Mr. Sampson, what a joy to see you. Andrew Sampson's in the box. How are you, sir? This is absolutely marvellous. You know who's next door? Jeremy Coney. He's coming in a sec. Super. As turning once more is Kemar Roach, coming in over the wicket to Sam Hain, and that's down the leg side, and Hain's looking to flick it away down towards fine leg. Gets absolutely nothing on this, and Ben Foakes diving away to his left, gets a glove on it, and byes will be the signal. So 1 more to the total, but again there was a bit of swing there to the right hander. It started on about Midland leg and kept going. And interesting, with this ball changed, Kemar Roach still getting this one to swing a touch. I've lost everybody now. They're all having a meet up next door. As in over the wicket comes Roach again. Forward comes Davis solidly. Plays this one down into the leg side, and there's now lovely to see Mr. Andrew Sampson. I haven't seen Mr. Sampson for a couple of years because of the old COVID. He was famously with us a day the crossbow bolt landed in the commentary box, and ended up getting locked in here for about 3.5 hours with us all. And he'd only popped in to say hello. So wonderful to see him as well, as Kemar Roach is over the wicket to Alex Davis. Davis forward he goes, giving this ball a chance to swing his Roach. Good stuff from Kemar Roach. Pushed by Davis down towards backward point. Davis playing well here. 46 from 128 deliveries. Sam Hain 32 from 66. And end of the over, so Will Jacks it will be to continue down there from the pavilion end of the ground. 132 for 3 Warwickshire. That is a lead of 69. But I did say to Jacob behind me when Percy came in, and I said, well, Percy, Jeremy Coney's next door. I'll go and see him. I said we might not see Jeremy Coney for the next 4 hours, and that is proving to be the case. And now Mr. Sampson's gone in there as well, so we might not see Andrew Sampson for the next 4 hours. I reckon they're in the middle of a 1970s test match at the moment. As here is Jacks to Hain, and Hain is pushing a quick single into the offside and takes 1 more. He moves on to 33. Warwickshire now moving on to 133 for 3. Alex Davis comes back on to strike. They've got the short leg and a leg slip there for Will Jacks, as Jacks is into Davis. Davis down the pitch and squirts off a thickish outside edge. This is running down towards that third man boundary rope, and they're going to pick up 2. So Davis moves on to 48 here. Handy runs these, and that lead for Warwickshire now moves on to 72. So it actually equates to 72 for 3. Batting at the moment is looking a touch more productive out there, as Jacks is in again to Davis. Davis forward, just pushes this one down into the offside with soft hands, and there is no run. Still a lot of work to do. Now they're going to change from leg slip to orthodox slip. We were talking about this with Jeremy Coney straight away after lunch, but Rory Burns has gone out from leg slip and has gone into an orthodox slip position, as Will Jacks bounces in over the wicket. He comes to Davis, and Davis is covering up late here. Again, little bit of turn back into Alex Davis, and Davis just pushing that one straight back up the pitch, and Will Jacks ended up doing the fielding off his own bowling. He's in again here to Davis, and Davis just opens the face, guides it down towards backward point. Kemar Roach is quickly up to do the fielding, and there is no run. So Hain 33, Davis 48, 135 for 3. As in over the wicket comes Jacks, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Davis. And welcome back, Mr. Jeremy Coney. I knew you wouldn't be a while, because I said to Perth, Jeremy Coney's next door.
Yeah.
So, but I was half expecting whether you brought your backing CD with your purse, and we might have a bit of Frank Sinatra later.
I'm emptying bigger places.
Oh, I know you are. You've emptied much bigger places than this with the old singing. Very good. He's New York. New York is right up there, Jeremy Coney.
Right.
Yes.
And he has his backing CD with
him just in case.
Just in the
top pocket.
Just in the jacket
just in
pocket.
case.
Lovely.
Oh, there's some stories there.
Yeah.
As it's going to be Kemar Roach from the Vauxhall. Andrew Sampson as well. Absolutely drop. I was saying the last time Andrew Sampson was here, well, it might have not been the last time, but he was here when he popped in to see us as the crossbow bolt landed, and he ended up locked in the commentary box for 3.5 hours. As here is Kemar Roach, and forward goes Hayne. That's off a thickish hedge down towards backward point, and there's no run.
What was he doing here?
Yeah, but he popped in to say how do, and it was lovely to see Mr. Sampson, and sat at the back of the box, and your my good friend Mr. Norcross had popped in as well, but he was on a day off. Didn't think he was working. At which point, famously, a crossbow bolt landed on the outfield, and the game got abandoned.
Just at backward point.
Yes, but we got locked in. As over the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach, and that does swing back a touch at the right-handed Hayne. He'll get a single out there to deep backward square. There's Conor McCurr to do the fielding. One more to the total, 34. 136 for 3. One of the great moments, of course, was that Daniel Norcross, who wasn't on duty and had a couple of, let's say, orange juices, was suddenly very much on duty. And TV duty as well.
Right.
So that was all very exciting. And yes, but Mr. Sampson was here on that very day. As in over the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach. That's down the leg side. It's swinging, but it's swinging down the leg side and buys the signal. 4 of them. And this ball's been changed.
Yes.
And it is swinging for Kemar Roach, but that one swung off down the leg side, and Warwickshire are 140 for 3.
There were no stats or anything about.
Well, that was, I think we until
arrows,
we realised
arrows or things like that.
Well, I think until we realised the seriousness of the situation, we were saying, Andrew, how many times before us in comes Kemar Roach and up on his toes goes Davis, pushes this one out into the offside. They'll get a single, and Davis has moved on to 49. The throw's a little errant, I think it's fair to say, from Nico Reefer, but no damage done. 141 for 3. But then I think it was when we looked out the window and saw on the top balcony sort of gentlemen in full gear with machine guns.
Yes.
That was the point where we thought, oh, hang on, just a second here. We might not dive into how many times has a game been abandoned due to a crossbow bolt. We might just start taking this all very seriously. As forward comes Hayne, turns this one into the leg side, rolls in there towards short move wicket, and there's no run. So yes, we were on all sorts of networks. It was extraordinary, really. But yes, it's lovely to see Mr. Sampson as well. Absolute joy. And Surrey here.
He's here for South Africa, is he?
Indeed. Yes. Not long to go now until it all kicks off. There's a T20 tonight.
At Bristol.
Yeah, at Bristol tonight. As in over the wicket then is Kemar Roach, and tucked away off the stumps by Sam Hayne out towards deep backward square. He'll get a single. One more to the total. Interesting this, because batting again now, and we've had 54 overs, ball has been changed, but batting again now is looking very comfy at the moment. There's a bit of swing out there. Jax is bowling from the pavilion end. He's got his slip in now for you, Mr. Coney. Burns has moved himself from leg slip to orthodox slip in the last over.
Well, I was talking to Pat a bit about that. He favours, as I mentioned, also to come around the wicket and bring the LBW into play, but you can actually, of course, get one to slide on, and that's why you have your slip in there as well. So to come around the wicket isn't a bad idea here, just as a bit of variety. I mean, nothing's really happening for Surrey for some time now.
They've looked comfy since lunch.
Just before lunch.
As here is Jax to Hayne, and Hayne's up on his toes, tucks this one away out towards Nico Reefer at deep mid wicket, and they'll pick up another single. If this pitch is Not that it's not been good to bat on, but there has been something there for the bowlers throughout. Because we were thinking sort of a 200 lead for Warwickshire. Oh, gone stump. Brilliant bit of work from Ben Foakes. That is a terrific bit of keeping from Ben Foakes, because Davis has pushed forwards, gone on, beaten the outside edge, and Foakes, those hands are so quick. And Davis is inches. That back foot, that's beautiful work from Ben Foakes. It really is, and it's the one that goes on Mr. Coney. And 143 for 4. And Davis's very good innings comes to an end, but that is lightning quick from Ben Foakes.
The good thing about it too, from the bowler's perspective, is that he got it wide enough, that he was full enough and wide enough that the batsman thought he had to play that, and he lurched quite a long way out and lost his balance, and that's what drew the back foot out of the popping crease and allowed the stumping to take place. So it was the combination, if you like, of first of all the bowler getting the width, you know, that he's just reaching towards and didn't get there. It did slide on a little bit more, and it didn't turn and grip quite so much, but he felt he had to play it. He was only defending it. It wasn't really a stroke you would think. I mean, if you're going to reverse sweep it, or if you're going to you perhaps take a stride to get out there, quite hard to go down a wicket and out at the same time to get those two distances and two directions. So just a nice piece of cricket from Surrey.
And I think with Percy behind us as well, he'd agree, because he knew what he was up to more than anybody with the old off breaks. But for Will Jacks, his first one, bounce, turn inside edge, caught behind.
And then good catch, because inside edge.
And bounce.
Yes.
And that one as well, as you say, he's defending that. He's not coming down the pitch, right? He's defending, and he's done him on the outside. He's lost his balance, and as I say, lightning hands from Ben Foakes. So Jacks has 2 for 23. That's 18 championship wickets for Will Jacks. Good time for BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra to join us, because a partnership has just been broken. That of Alex Davis and Sam Hain. And Davis has gone stumped by Ben Foakes off the bowling of Will Jackson. It brings the left-handed Will Rhodes out to the middle.
That's the key, isn't it? A left-hander now. So he can now come around the wicket if he wishes to do so. There are some quite obvious little targets there from the right arm overs bowling from the Vauxhall end. And so there's some interest as far as Jack's concerned. He might be able to get a little bit of variable bounce or variable turn. So let's just see how he handles this and what sort of field is set for him. Surely he'll have a slip and a gully, something around that area. Perhaps at short point, attack the defensive game of Rhodes before he gets in. Doesn't look as if they're going to agree with me, that's for sure. But that's all right. Plenty of people have decided not to listen to me. That's a good thing. A very good thing. No one in on the drive at all. In fact, they've got
the complete opposite to what Mr. Coney said.
Well, that's the slide-on job again.
As round the wicket comes Jacks, then to Will Rhodes. First ball, Rhodes is forward, playing this one down into the leg side. We've got Mr. Pat Pocock sitting behind us, looking resplendent. Yes. Mr. Roland Butcher and Mr. Andrew Sampson. So it's been a meeting. It's been a meeting. Yeah, we've got them to hand. As round the wicket comes Jacks and forward comes Rhodes, plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. I'll be honest, on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra there was 15 minutes there where I was on my own and I'd lost everybody, because it was like a great meeting of minds. As on the back foot goes Rhodes, plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. So it's absolutely fantastic this, to have everybody in the commentary box. As round the wicket again comes Jacks to Rhodes, and Rhodes is turning this one into the leg side, and there's no run. The equation now is 143 for 4 at the end of the Will Jacks over that picks up the wicket of Alex Davis. It actually equates to 80 for 4, because that lead for Warwickshire now is 80.
Really need another 2 wickets if they can prior to tea. Not sure they can get those, but let's just wait and see. I mean, it's possible to go bang bang, isn't it? Of course. Looks like, Kemar Roach is going to continue from the Vauxhall. Hasn't bowled a lot in the games that I've been here from this end.
This was the end he destroyed Hampshire last season. Now, I've seen him bowl most of his overs this season from the pavilion end, although of course he picked up that injury, so his first game back last week was against Essex. But Worrell likes this end. Worrell likes the Vauxhall
Yes.
end. Now, this will be fascinating because, as I say, Kemar Roach against Hampshire from this end absolutely destroyed Hampshire last year. As in over the wicket he comes, and Haynes taking that off the stumps through the leg side. It beats the dive of Ollie Pope, who's not really at short leg, he's sort of at medium leg there, is Ollie Pope, because he's fairly deep.
Yep,
in there for Sam
5
Haynes.
metres, 5 metres, 6 metres
Yes.
away from the bat, so it allows him to pick up and get a chance to see even a little clip, as well as just a defensive stroke. Also anything that bounces a bit more, and takes a glove and sort of loops out to the leg side. He's got a chance to get to that as well. Now, of course, the left-handed Rhodes is there. He goes back into second slip.
Yep, so 3 slips for Will Rhodes. Jack's at first, Pope at second, Patel at third, and he's coming round the wicket straight away here.
2 angles, in and then swinging away.
He's in here to Rhodes, who's almost had a play at that. That's a late leave from Will Rhodes, the skipper. As I say, Kemar Roach last year against Hampshire, orthodox in swing at pace, and he was either taking people's front foots or pads off, or it was going straight on, finding the outside edge.
See, lovely. See the
Yeah,
2 angles
absolute.
I'm talking about? Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
In from outside. Always harder to pick up for a left-hander with the coming around the wicket. That's why bowlers do it as well.
It's that front pad he wants as he's in here, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Will Rhodes.
And then if it also, one of the variations for Roach, instead of getting it to start coming in at the batsman and then moving away to the slips, he can just continue to bowl it straight, and it keeps coming in at the stumps. So he's got a number of choices here, Roach. He likes that. But, you know, good team, you get a chance like this, bang, bang,
Yeah.
you know, suddenly the game changes.
Here is Roach to Rhodes, and Rhodes, a little indecisive here. And that's off the face of the bat, down into the turf and up again. And Ryan Patel does the fielding, moving away to his left-hand side.
I don't even mind if the cover goes either. To just open the face of the bat and start to look for a run in the covers to get off strike. Have your extra man catching, and the bat just slightly opens as well and brings the edge into play for an extra man in there. This is what you've got to take advantage of these moments.
Round the wicket again comes Roach, and Rhodes is forward. He's giving it a chance here, Kemar Roach, but solid looking defensive shot from Will Rhodes, playing that one straight back up the pitch,
Yeah,
and
bit
there's
full,
no run.
bit full. Just pull it back a shade. Make him uncertain about whether he wants to play it because of line, which is what we've talked about so far with the angles, line, and then just make sure I'm uncertain a bit about length as well.
Turns again does Roach, wearing number 66. Round the wicket he comes to Will Rhodes, and Rhodes driving. He's not in control of that. That flies off an outside edge and whistles off down to the third man boundary rope for 4. It's a extravagant looking shot from Will Rhodes, and he gets a boundary, but it wasn't quite where he intended. But it's away for 4. And that swung again. He's getting this one to swing, is Kemar Roach. End of the over, 148 for 4. Few more thoughts from Jeremy Coney, and then it'll be Richard Wilford.
Yeah, it was the movement away where the hands start to go after it, and there's no footwork, there's no shoulder, nothing that unit that we, imagine if you have between your chin and your shoulder a kind of a piece of string so that they move together and batting wherever you go. The hands went well away from that from Rhodes there. So a little bit of luck early on. You need that, of course, in any innings. Pat Pocock's looking as if he wants to go now, or is he going to get up and start to bowl and limber up? Lovely to have him here.
He does look poised to limber up, and we could have spin at both ends then. We'd be all right.
Yeah.
What about night watchman?
Oh. Yeah, we have. Well, the Warwickshire tried a night watchman this morning without a great deal of success. I suppose he got them over the line last night, but beyond that, there wasn't a lot to say about it. But, I had some correspondence on Twitter this morning from somebody saying they just didn't quite understand Night Watchman, very much the way that you were saying yesterday, that you should be able to trust your openers to get through 2 overs at the end of an evening. Will Jacks has taken 2 wickets. Bowls outside off stump across is Hayne to cover up and defends it out to the offside. The departure of Davies means there's still nobody with a half century for the Bears in this game. They could do with Hayne crossing that threshold. The lead of 85, which he'll add another one to with a ball just in front of square, which he defends out into the offside but into a gap neatly for his 38th run. 149 for 4. Davies just opening the door again to Surrey. I heard the description from the other room, he just lost his balance, and at that point he was banged to rights. Reaching a ball that again, funny enough, both the wickets that Jacks has taken, the batsman didn't need to play at. Falling outside off stump as Rhodes waits, and he'll turn this round the corner past the short leg, and they should be able to come back for 2. Brings up the Warwickshire 150 in their second innings, 151 for 4, and Rhodes is on 6. A couple of substantial partnerships in this innings, certainly in the context of the game. 61 and 75. They're going to need at least one more of those.
Yes, they are.
This is a key partnership. Burgess next to come as well. And this is an outside edge from Rhodes that'll go along the ground. It's quite the chase. Is the ball going to win it? It's going to be right the way to the rope, and the hard work of Tom Laws is rewarded. He then fails to pick the ball up, but doesn't cost them any more runs, but they come back for 3. Rhodes has rather rapidly moved on to 9, and the score to 154 for 4. The lead is 91. The run rate has increased during the afternoon session. They've been livelier. They've pushed singles well, particularly that partnership between Davies and Hayne. But somebody's got to go on to make a good score for Warwickshire, and then we could have a really good game tomorrow.
Yes.
Jacks to Hayne. He's dragged that one down a little bit. Quicker delivery. Clipped into the leg side and fielded at mid-wicket by Ryan Patel.
Well, I suppose, really, if you regard it, I mean, I've spoken about how Surrey need to win this, but Warwickshire want to win this game too. To remove this relegation position.
Driven by Hayne right into the ground. He's miscued that. Goes to Patel. Yeah, I mean, if
not that they're there, they're third.
They are close enough, though. Close enough to be looking over their shoulders with not many games left.
Yes.
And often teams down the bottom pick up a result or 2 at the end. They'll probably produce some result wickets in order to do so if they've got home games. So they've got to take care of business. And if they emerge from here with a draw, which you'd think was still the outsider of the 3 likely results of a game of cricket right now, but it's not impossible if they batted into tomorrow.
No, that's right.
But that wouldn't be the worst result for them either.
No, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be, and they'd probably feel they can factor in a little component of Surrey need to win this game.
Yeah.
Into their declaration if they make one.
Absolutely.
If they get into a position like that.
Surrey would likely chase whatever you set them. Roach very full onto the pads of Rhodes, who will feel he's missed out there because he turned it to the substitute fielder Reefer at mid-wicket, who was the only person within about 60 yards who could have stopped that. 20 yards one side or 40 yards the other side, that would have been a 4. He seems to have come out in a very positive frame of mind, Will Rhodes. They've dragged themselves back into the game. Can they take the next step forward? Just to make it more challenging for this very good Surrey side. Roach round the wicket to the left-hander, wraps him on the thigh pad, goes down to gully and no run. So it sounds like you had a good time talking to Pat.
Very good time. I think we might have played against each other actually at some stage in one of the tours that I came over here, so yep, that was it's always good to see people you know, and you meet them again, and they've been to New Zealand in the interim.
Oh, a dropped sun hat has held up play here. Apologies from Billy Taylor as Kemar Roach's floppy lands on the turf. $154 for 4 Warwickshire. They lead Surrey by 91. Roach into Rhodes once more. Full outside off stump, and it goes further away off the seam. Tumbling save by Ben Foakes, who juggled the catch that he took off Will Jacks for the first of Jack's 2 wickets, and then sharp stumping, but actually he had time to make that stumping as well to remove Alex Davies, but he did it very neatly, very adeptly. In this match he's looked every inch the England player that he is. Ben Foakes. A little flick of the shoulders from Rhodes as Roach approaches, plays it into the ground and fielded by Roach. You'll notice he does this little wiggle when the bowler's halfway in his run-up. You see Will Rhodes' 2 shoulders go. I don't recall having seen it before this season, but have a look. I don't know why he does it, but you'll see it.
The wriggle, okay.
You'll see it.
Just a loosening of the shoulders, perhaps.
Could be. It looks like a bit of a tick, as it were. But see if you spot it as Roach comes in here. There it is. And Rhodes turns it in front of square. The 12th man is across the field, and there's no run.
Yeah, I did notice that.
I wasn't leading you down the garden path.
No, well,
not this time.
It's not something I'd noticed too much in his game. But
I can't imagine it's something that Jonathan Trott as batting coach has introduced to Will Rhodes' setup. If he was digging a trench in between deliveries, that could have been attributed to Jonathan Trott. The next ball outside off stump is left well alone. End of the over. 8 more to go until tea. Warwickshire 154 for 4, lead by 91.
Well, it should be a very interesting last, section of this middle session of the day. Just the 1 wicket to fall in this session. I mean, as far as Warwickshire are concerned, they want to push on and get just ahead, 100 plus ahead by the time they can go in for tea. That would be good from them. Hayne looks in good touch, doesn't he now? He looks pretty safe. He looks to have a range of shots that he feels he can use safely in these conditions, and he's able to play them well enough to start to get into. He's scoring off basically every second ball that he faces, so that's okay. That's quite good. And to me, he looks as the most accomplished player that I've seen from Warwickshire at the moment, in terms of defence, but also the ability to get runs out of an attack. He looks as if he's looking for runs, and that's an important attitude to have.
Jacks will continue round the wicket to Hayne, who just leaves it on the angle outside off stump. Hayne, who's been batting something like an hour and 50 minutes, he's struck 3 boundaries, 2 of which were off successive balls from Will Jacks. A square drive and a straight hit over the top of the bowler. And he's now driving Jacks through extra cover for 4. Smart strike from Hayne. There's a big gap out there, and pushed firmly through towards the scoreboard that hangs from the very fringe of the stand next to the pavilion. Hayne up to 42, 158 for 4. Contemplate a change in the field. Looks like short leg is going to come out. He removes some of his protective equipment as well as the helmet. Rory Burns does well not to look disgusted at slip as he gets handed that, and Pope disappears into the covers.
Short cover.
Yep. To try and prevent a repeat of that shot as Hayne just leaves the ball. Again on the angle as it goes across him. He's have to get quite a bit of turn to straighten that on that angle.
Yes, a lot. Just needs to bowl a bit slower. He's just bowling a little fast at the moment.
It's a reaction to the boundary earlier in the over, and now Hayne can work him to the leg side. There was a slight hesitation from Hayne, but Rhodes was coming, and once that he spotted that his skipper was on his way through, he seemed comforted by that and got through for the single. 159 for 4. I did come today concerned that Warwickshire might just fold, in that their confidence has been so low, and it's the hardest thing to recover. In terms of all the different types of fitness, and the hardest bit is the psychological one, isn't it? Benjamin and Davis have batted well. Hayne has followed suit, and now Will Rhodes pushes forward into the offside, picked up by Ryan Patel, and no run. Cloud has got a bit higher than it was when the floodlights are switched on shortly after lunch. Rhodes forward just kills the ball altogether. 7 now to go till tea. 159 for 4. The lead's 96.
Yep, just slightly quick, I think, through the air. Just he wants to get that turn that he had before. Whether he wants to come back, and maybe there's more turn for him outside if he bowls over the wicket rather than round. At the moment he's pitching and it's just sliding on and there's not much turn, whereas we have seen so far from bowling over the wicket. I know that'll be a little bit outside the leg stump, but he can run it across as well and bring the slip into play. So he does still have options here, Will Jacks, but he looks just to be hurrying a little bit to me. He needs to get into that nice rhythm he started with. At the other end, Roach is going to continue now, see if he can get his in-swingers going. He's got that man at about 5 metres away on the leg side.
But that's outside off stump and stabbed into the offside by Hayne. It's an interesting field, isn't it? Because it's that he's a good 5 metres back, still wisely under a helmet. You could find a pull shot coming your way. He's also got a short mid-wicket. There's a man on the mid-wicket boundary, so he's almost encouraging the shot. Mid-on as well on a more orthodox position, Hashim Amla. So it's a 5-4 leg side split that he's bowling to try and challenge Hayne, who's on 43, and he ducks under a bouncer. There we go. That was the ball that was part of the plan. It was a good line, that bouncer, but Hayne wanted no part of it. Goes on a wander. It's one of his trot-like attributes. Many have compared Sam Hayne over the years to Jonathan Trott in the way that he bats, the stance that he takes. Again, he doesn't dig a trench quite the way that Jonathan did. Could lose a bat down there once he'd been in for a while. Roach fuller, driven towards that short mid-wicket on the bounce, fielded by Patel. Roach has a stare at Hayne. Hayne looks at the crease, anywhere but at Kemar Roach. Nice little battle between the two in this over.
Yeah.
The will of the bowler against the will of the batsman. Which sums up cricket largely, doesn't it?
And if he can just... he could actually, I think, just try a slightly slower ball so the bat actually comes out a little bit further and brings those two shorter men maybe into play.
Let's see if he does. He sends one outside off stump. More orthodox sort of probing line, but too far for a settled Hayne to try and play at.
That's the straight one. Generally bringing them back into the right-handed Hayne. That one he just carried it straight through to the keeper.
When you see the camera shot from the far end of the ground, there's no shortage of sight screen at this end. And no real prospect of anybody moving in front of it either. It's a vast white expanse that you see. And Hayne will be looking into it as he faces up to Roach. He tries to push him square on the offside, but it goes too fine, and Jordan Clark picks it up at point. Fielding where Jamie Overton would normally be positioned, but sadly has not reappeared since that lower leg injury during his first over of the day. Sure if Mark Church finds out anything about that, he'll update us. There's a medical report of some sort later. Roach is in once more to Hayne, who just covers up, sees out a maiden over. 159 for 4, Warwickshire, with Hayne 43 and Rhodes 9. Those who've been following us for 3 days will want to know the latest news on Quinoa Watch, because I expressed my dislike of said foodstuff. It did make an appearance at lunch today, quinoa.
One of 2 salads.
Well, no, it was within the sausage as well. The little vegetarian sausage rings. There was quinoa in that, so I didn't have it. I didn't have the little sausage, but it was a delicious lunch again. But I have had a moan about. I have a gripe about quinoa. It's not a good thing.
Right. Don't like pulse.
I don't mind other pulses. It's quinoa's very gritty.
Ah, gets stuck in the teeth?
It does get stuck in the teeth, and it's the texture. Well, what I would imagine it's like cat litter, but I've obviously never attempted to gorge on cat litter. As Jacks starts new over and drops a bit short, it didn't bounce as much as Rhodes expected, and he doesn't lay a bat on it. Conor McCurr is stretching as if he may get a spell now before the tea interval. And that's left alone by Rhodes. You don't share my disaffection for quinoa then?
No, not really. But that's fine. I mean, I thought was it a chickpea thing there today as well?
There was a chickpea salad.
Yes.
Jacks floats this one up, pushed into the offside by Rhodes. There's a woman I was staying with when I was a student living in Spain, and there were like 5 of us from different countries, and she used to cook for us, and there was this tiny kitchen with a galley table that we'd sit round, and one of her 2 or 3 times a week the starter would be a chickpea soup. As Jacks is driven up to mid-off to Clark, and there's no run, and it really consisted largely of water, chickpeas and olive oil, and you had to eat it else it looked like you were being ungrateful, and it sat on your chest. It was not a nice thing. Left alone by Rhodes, next delivery, that does offer to turn, but you had to eat it out of politeness, as you do. But I've made amends with chickpeas now. They were delicious today. Here comes again Jats. Worked off his toes by Rhodes. There's nobody on the mid-wicket boundary, and actually without having to play that with any power or anything, he's neatly worked it all the way for 4. 13 for Rhodes, and that means that the difference between the two sides now is exactly 100.
Yeah, good stroke, Rhodes. This one's just a bit full from Jacks, and he's able to just clip it off the pads, off the legs, and no man on the boundary on the leg side, so that's a comfortable boundary for him. He'll feel a lot better than that. Out cutting in the first innings, a little edge, and he was pretty frustrated, I think. Well, he looked that way, certainly, and he's just missed a cut of Jacks in that over as well, so he's just got to be a wee bit careful playing that stroke. Perhaps play it more off the back foot rather than the horizontal bat. Yeah, you're right, it is McCurr to replace Kemar Roach, and I'm sure the bowlers would be keen to bowl at Rhodes actually as much as they could until tea, because Hayne is settled. He's got himself into the 40s. Might have got 40 in the first innings, did he? Pretty close to it
34
anyway.
Yeah, 34 for... No, Hayne was 27, Rhodes was 34.
Right.
It needs one player to go through and make a proper big score here for Warwickshire. Would make a significant difference in this game. Pope came closest to doing so for Surrey with 65. A couple of others got into the 40s. For Warwickshire, only McAndrew and Sibley did that in the first innings. Davis and Hayne have done it in the second. Hayne is still there on 43 as McCurr begins a new spell with a ball that is very wide outside off stump. He's only got one slip in place now. He's got a gully, third man, cover point boundary, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, man on the square leg boundary and long leg. So it's back to a 6-3 field, and therefore you can suspect that what McCurr has been told, keep it outside off stump against the right-hander. But there is also the trap set in case he drops one short. And again, it's way outside off stump and left by Hayne. The effective score 100 for 4, if you like, if you lop off that Surrey lead from the first innings. One of those 4 wickets, though, was Danny Briggs, who was in to see out the night last night. He managed that, but only added 1 today. He will feel he was sawn off, though. And he didn't believe that he got a touch on the pull shot that was his demise. So McCurr is it again. Tall man, and that was an awkward one for Hayne. There's an appeal for LBW. There was some wood sound in there, it felt. And Hayne not given.
If we take a longer view of the day here just for a second, Richard, I'm just thinking the lead is about 90, is that right, over that at the moment? 91?
Well, 100 exactly.
Yeah, okay, 100. So, oh yes, of course. 100 exactly.
McCurr gathers and bowls outside off stump, pushed into the offside, can't get it past Patel though. So again, no addition to the score.
So with to bowl, we've got 36 overs to bowl in the day. Is that right there? I can see that. Just and the current rate. Let's give them 3 runs and over, and they actually make threes at that point. So that's another 108 runs, which would get them to 200 lead that stage, they'd probably want to bat just a little bit more. Can they get that 3 runs and over? Probably not, from what we've seen, unless
Haynes shoulders arms and leaves the next ball alone outside off stump.
they feel they get to a level of comfort that they've got enough that they can start to forge ahead a little bit and play a bit more, with a bit more freedom.
They have scored at 3 and over in this session.
They've got
they've got 89 runs.
Yes, for 1 wicket.
Yeah, and this is the 30th over. So they've effectively scored at 3 and over this afternoon.
Right. Well, that's a good sign, isn't it, to get to that 200? They'd probably want more than that before they contemplated a declaration.
McCurr very full. Hayne forces it out of the block hole. It was wide of off stump. I think he was hoping to score off it. He looks quizzically at the end of his bat. End of the over. 163 for 4. I think I'll stick with one more before Mr. Church comes in. He's arrived, coffee in hand. He's happy now.
So 200, you would expect them to carry on from there. Let's just think they lost maybe a couple of wickets. 6 down. They'd want to carry on, I think, to, well, as many as they kind of can at 230, 240, 250.
Especially with the point that you made that Surrey are going to chase anything.
Yes, they are.
Now, it might be optimistic that Warwickshire could get a lead of 250, but you never know from here. If they did, then you might be looking at that in 70 overs. Surrey wouldn't worry about that run rate wise. So the equation will be very interesting, but they're going to have to continue to bat well for the rest of the day. And still Burgess to come and McAndrew. This ball just short from Jacks is chopped into the offside, fielded by Reefer.
The only danger a little bit with that, Richard, is that by going too far is that you reduce the number of overs, and while that means that they're chasing more.
Again pushed into the offside by Rhodes. Reefer does the fielding. 163 for 4
on a runs per over basis.
Yeah,
they can always, pull up shop if they want to.
Jacks floats this up, driven immaculately by Rhodes. He's picked the gap there between the straight mid wicket and the mid on. 4 more for the Bears skipper. He's to 17, 167 for 4.
And I mean, as far as Surrey are concerned, they're not at the point yet where they would like to say to themselves, OK, it doesn't look as if we're going to bowl Warwickshire out yet, because I think they probably feel they can.
Yeah.
And so they'll continue to do that until they reach, at some stage in a declaration.
Rose driving through the offside for 4 more, this time through extra cover. He slapped that wide of Patel, and he goes to 21, 171 for 4.
Once you realise that as a captain and you're wanting a declaration, you then have to start to manage what sort of total that you'd quite like and what are the number of overs, and you do that basically by bringing fielders in. You don't spread out around the boundary. You bring fielders in and allow runs to occur.
Jack's driven by Rhodes. He'll get a single because he's hit it far enough wide of Jordan Clark. 172 for 4.
So that's the other option. I'm just sort of trying to cover some of the bases that the match at the moment is moving towards. That last one is where Warwickshire, of course, have done quite nicely and are getting their runs, as they are at the moment. This has been a good over for Warwickshire. 172 now. Nearly 110.
Jackson to complete the over, driven into the ground and back to the bowler in his follow through. That is the end of the over. I shall leave Jeremy to contemplate this as well. It's also about ambition with Warwickshire, in that there is 10 points for a draw on offer, and that can sometimes dictate a delay in the declaration. Jeremy will ponder that, and then Mark Church will be back.
I thought there was 8 for a draw, but okay, 10, is that right? So that's helpful. They would actually get their bonus points, obviously, in addition to that. So that might be handy. I don't know exactly the point situation of where they sit. I know that they're 3rd at the moment from bottom, but I don't know by how many points, and I don't know quite how many points the next teams are around them. But I'm sure that Mr. Church will know for sure, because it'll be down. It'll be down there. It'll be down there somewhere.
Here he goes. Yeah. Here he goes. I've got the table in front of me from the start of this game, Mr. Coney.
I knew it.
I wrote it down. I can't find the right page. It's McCurr is round the wicket, and this is tucked away off his hip by Rhodes. He'll get a single down there to fine leg, so he'll move on to 23, 173 for 4. So yeah, here it is. So what's this? A bag of Sprouts, 2 detergents, and some toothpaste. No, that's mum's shopping list. Warwickshire third from bottom on 99 points at the start. Somerset second from bottom on 87, and Gloucestershire rock bottom on 57. So there's a 12-point gap between Warwickshire in 8th place, as in over the wicket goes McCurr. This is left alone by Hayne outside his off start, and Somerset
I was thinking about the other way. Who was just ahead of them?
Sorry, old boy. Northamptonshire started this game above them with an 8-point gap.
Okay, 107.
And then Kent above them with a 10-point gap on Warwickshire. So Kent are on 109, and then Yorkshire on 113. So it's all very tight down there.
Yes, it is.
As over the wicket comes Conor McCurr to Hayne, and he's flashing this uppishly. Wasn't too far away from Ollie Pope in the gully there, and they will pick up another single, 1 more to the total, and Hayne moves on to 44, and it's 174 for 4.
So Warwickshire have always, they've got 5 points already, right? So
5 bonus points already.
And I thought you said 8 points for a draw, but is it 10?
I think it's 8.
Okay. Well, I've been told 2 different things.
Absolutely. Give me 2 seconds, old boy.
Yeah.
As turning once again is Conor McCurr. Comes in round the wicket, and there's a short ball, and up on his toes goes the left-handed Rhodes. He plays this one down into the leg side. That rolls away there towards extra cover, and there is no run.
I was just thinking of what was the incentive for Warwickshire to try and go for a win at this stage.
Well, I think as well, it's sort of they're coming off the back, aren't they? In their last 4 games, 3 losses and a draw. As round the wicket comes McCurr. This is pushed by Rhodes into the offside, rolls out there towards extra cover. So there's that whole thing about sort of getting yourself up the table. There's also that whole thing about if you could go into the break, because don't forget we haven't got another game for a month after this, with a win in your back pocket. It does make a difference.
Yeah, well, they would
really
have 15
does.
points to add to their 99. That'd be 114.
As round the wicket once more comes Conor McCurr, and forward goes the left-handed Rhodes. Plays this one off a goodish length, straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
And 114 at the moment. I mean, obviously the 1-1 team with 113 there. I forget which one you said it was, but they would probably, with bonus points, get above that. But the other two might not, and so therefore, as far as Warwickshire are concerned, they would leap 2 sides if they could manage to squeeze out a victory here, knowing that Surrey need to go for it.
Yeah, it's definitely 8 points for the draw.
Right, 8. So that'd be 13 points then in that case. So I mean that's the incentive for Warwickshire at this stage to try and get ahead of perhaps 2, so certainly one side, maybe 2.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's so tight in there at the moment because, as I say, Yorkshire starting this round of games on 113 as Hayne is in behind this one and plays a short ball from Will Jack straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. Just talking about Yorkshire there, that game against Hampshire in Scarborough.
Yes.
As forward goes Hayne, giving that one a little bit more air. He's gone. He went for 59, but Yorkshire 163 for 4 now. That's a lead of 104 with Tattersall, very good player, that's Johnny Tattersall, as this one, Hayne turns from Will Jacks into the leg side. He's 50 not out. Matthew Waite is 24 not out, so they have a lead of 104 now, Yorkshire at Scarborough. So that's all very interesting as well. As in comes Jacks, and that's a quicker ball, which is just turned by Hayne into the leg side. The other thing I'd throw into the equation in this game as well is if Warwickshire do get up to a lead that is testing for Surrey, as forward goes Hayne, and they'll pick up a single here. It just squirts away down towards backward point, and just worth reminding everybody, I'd say anything up around 250 I think would be a tester. It's going to take them a while to get to that as well. That's the other thing here, which is what you were talking about. Yeah. And the fact that Surrey have chased down in their last 2 games, one at Scarborough and one here against Essex, the Jamie Overton factor could come into it.
Or maybe not.
Well, maybe not, because if he's struggling with that foot of his to have a bat, but that's a long way off, as this one's turned by Rhodes into the leg side. He's had a say today in the fact he hasn't been able to bowl his overs today. He is in the wars, poor chap, because of course he had his finger as well.
But he showed that he could actually still bat with the finger. So
it may be that if we're a long way ahead of ourselves,
yeah,
but
sure,
I'm just thinking of run chases, and sort of he's had a part to play in both the run chases for Surrey at Scarborough and here against Essex. They do like to sort of bump him up the order at certain points, so that could come into play. But from a Warwickshire perspective, they still need to be batting at stumps tonight, basically.
Yes.
From where we are now and going at 2.69 and over, we're not happy with the ball again. We've had it changed twice already. So we're not happy with this at the moment. So umpire Billy Taylor's put it through his handcuffs, as Richard described them yesterday. So Rory Burns hasn't got his way on this occasion. The new ball as well will come into play as a factor in this. 15 overs away from that new ball, Surrey. And this will be our last over before tea. It's all whistled along, hasn't it, this afternoon? We've had all
Will
sorts
Jackson,
of... it's been marvellous. In comes Conor McCurr to Hayne. Hayne turns this one into the leg side. They'll pick up the single. Hayne moves on to 46, 176 for 4. Roland Butcher will be back with us after tea. Lovely to see Mr. Pocock. You had a good catch up with him next door.
Yeah, I did, thank you.
Signed you up for
some golf tours,
some golf tours and a cruise. Yes, that's normally what happens. On to strike comes Rhodes on 23. Partnership is worth 33. 176 for 4. As round the wicket again goes Conor McCurr to Rhodes, who's letting this one go outside his off stump. One bounce into the gloves of Ben Foakes. There's been a number of former players that have popped into the commentary box, seen Percy, and then sort of at tea time gone, I think I'm going on a cruise. I'm giving some talks. Oh, brilliant. Well done. Yeah, I think I've just signed up for it. So, great to see Mr. Pocock, as always. 176 for 4 is Conor McCurr. Round the wicket he comes, and Rhodes in behind this one just helps it down into the gully. The one thing I would say today as well is batting has looked a little more straightforward than we've seen on the first 2 days, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean Rhodes, I was just about to make the comment, I think Rhodes is starting to look for runs now. It's not a question of survival or seeing out the next over. It's a case of he's starting to push for runs. He's had a couple of very nice boundaries off the last over of Jack's.
Round the wicket once again comes Conor McCurr, and this one's turned leg side by Will Rhodes. Round comes Ryan Patel,
which is always a good thing, I think, when you see the captain of the side who are going to have to make decisions unless they're bowled out. And it is a while away. It's certainly a session away to even start thinking seriously about that. At the moment, it's been a good session for them, 102 for 1 in this session. So that's excellent. Build on that.
Round the wicket again goes Conor McCurr. Rhodes just off his hip, helps this one down into the leg. So Ryan Patel's going to have a go at the stumps. The backing up is half done by Ollie Pope and then fully done by Kemar Roach. Just a single. And that's one more to the touch. So this will be the last ball before tea. Nip down to get Mr. Andrew Sampson a cup of tea, and there are chocolate cookies. Down there for,
now we need
for the
Mr.
tea
Sampson
break.
to get us one of those.
Yeah, but he's there. He's there. He's
but he's on the move.
He's on the move. He's on the move now. He'd be able to tell you, of course, the last time there were 47 chocolate cookies in the press box at the Kia Oval, as this one's driven out through the offside by Sam Hayne. Through the pigeons. Nico Reef has got to avoid the pigeons. And the throw comes in over the top of the stumps, and that will be tea here on this third day. Good session that for Warwickshire. Excellent session that for Warwickshire. Just a 1 wicket to go. 105 runs in that session for Warwickshire. It means they lead by 116 runs. Sam Haynes played very nicely for 48. The captain Will Rose is on 24. That 1 wicket to go. Alex Davis on 49. Nice bit of off-spin bowling from Will Jacks. Just pushing forward, goes past the edge and just lost his balance. And Ben Foakes, as quick as a whippet, whipping off the bails. I was about to say up a drain pipe, but that's the wrong expression. But it was a very good bit of work from Ben Foakes. So that's tea. We'll have a 20-minute break for tea, but all very interestingly poised. And at tea, Warwickshire 179 now for 4, with Sam Hayne on 48 and Will Rhodes on 24. Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. Tea break is over on this third day of this County Championship First Division match between Surrey and Warwickshire. And at tea, Warwickshire 179 for 4. It means they lead by 116 runs. At lunch they were 74 for 3. So a good session that for Warwickshire. The 1 wicket to go. Alex Davis stumped off the bowling of Will Jacks for 49. We're not too far away from a new ball. 14 overs to go till the new ball is available. Jamie Overton, well, he injured his foot bowling early on this morning. So Surrey haven't had Jamie Overton at their disposal. The partnership between Sam Hain, who's 48 not out, and Will Rhodes, the captain, who's 24 not out, is 36. Roland Butcher is alongside, and that was a good session for Warwickshire, Mr. Butcher, in the fact they were 105 for 1 in that session. So a good session that for Warwickshire.
It certainly was. I thought they batted very well, very sensibly. Obviously the fact that Overton was off the field was also good for them, but you cannot take away from the way they actually approached the session, and they got the rewards, just losing just the 1 wicket. What is important now is really for these 2 batsmen to continue in this last session, and they could really set themselves up if they bat well. You know, with a good opportunity, if the pitch changes tomorrow, hope it changes tomorrow. Obviously the spinner's got a couple of wickets, so that also would be encouraging, but still a lot of batting to be done.
Yes, absolutely. And 32 overs left today, of course, so the main aim for Warwickshire is still to be batting at stumps tonight. That'll be the main aim for them. They're going along at 2.71 an over, so if they got that up, let's say they get that up to 3, that would be another 90, so that lead would be up around the 200 mark come stumps tonight. Surrey needing another 6 wickets, and then they'll know what they're chasing. So very interestingly poised, all this. And Tom Laws it will be to get us started after tea, coming round the wicket to Will Rhodes, and the first ball after tea, Rhodes is helping off his hip on the angle from round the wicket down towards Conor McCurr at long leg. They'll pick up the single, and that will move Will Rhodes on to 25, and Warwickshire move on to 180 for 4.
Yeah, and run straight away. Just a little loosener, and just easily tucked away by Rhodes. And Hain, I think Hain has batted pretty well in both of these innings. First innings he looked the best player. Second innings, again showing why he's perhaps one of the better players in the Warwickshire side. He does look pretty composed, and he needs to play a decent innings for his team here.
He does. He's been in good nick all summer, as Sam Hain has. Tom Laws is in to him, and Hain will get across his stumps, help this one off his hip. They're tearing the first, and they'll only get 1 though, because up comes Ryan Patel to do the fielding. And Hain moves on to 49, which is what Alex Davis got to until he was stumped off the bowling of Will Jacks. The 4 wickets to go. Dom Sibley bowled by Kemar Roach for 6. Danny Briggs caught behind off Jordan Clark for 1. That was 7 for 2, and that was very early on this morning. Then Chris Benjamin caught very well by Ben Foakes off Will Jacks for 38. As round the wicket goes Tom Laws, and the left-handed Rhodes is in behind this one, plays it down into the leg side, and there is no run. Then the 71-run partnership between Davis and Hain, until, as I say, Davis was stumped off Will Jacks for 49 runs. We're under the floodlights still. We've had cloud cover really since lunchtime here in South London, as Tom Laws is round the wicket once again to Rhodes, and he's pulled him in front of square out towards deep mid wicket, and there is Kemar Roach to do the fielding. That'll just be a single to Will Rhodes. He'll move on to 26, and Warwickshire moving on to 182 for 4.
Yeah, didn't quite get hold of that short pitch delivery. Got it actually through mid wicket. There's a Roach is out on the square leg boundary, had to move to his right and did the fielding.
In over the wicket once again comes Tom Laws to Sam Hain, and there's his 50. First Warwickshire batter to get to 50 in the game. It's been a very good innings this from Sam Hain. Does look very, very organised out there. And on to 50 from 105 deliveries. A very good innings this from Sam Hain, and he gets a shake of hands from his captain, Will Rhodes, in the old-fashioned way. 183 for 4. You don't see that very often these days, the old shaking of hands.
Yeah, good innings. He's got a good round of applause from this appreciative crowd here. And once again, you know, another Warwickshire, a number of their batsmen have got starts.
Tom Laws is into Will Rhodes, and Rhodes forward. He's come out looking to be positive again after tea here, Will Rhodes. Everything about Will Rhodes looks positive at the moment. End of the over as he played that one out into the offside, but end of Tom Laws' over. First one after tea, and 4 runs added. 183 for 4 Warwickshire. That's a lead of 120, which isn't enough yet from a Warwickshire perspective. And we're going to get Ryan Patel. Now this might be as much to give Messrs Clark and Roach a bit of a break until that new ball becomes available. We saw this against Essex with Ryan Patel. Bowled a very tight spell up to the new ball, did Ryan Patel, with his medium pace. And Rory Burns is having a bit of a natter with him. Conor McCurr will come across from mid-wicket into the covers. Haven't heard anything yet on Jamie Overton, but as I say, I'm pretty sure he'll have gone off for a scan or an x-ray on that left foot of his. It was as he hit the crease. He's a big man, is Jamie Overton, and his foot, he just felt it as his foot hit the ground, just felt it, and then was helped off the field of play. And that was this morning, and we haven't seen him since, as Ryan Patel comes over the wicket from the Vauxhall end to Sam Hain, and Hain, the first one, just swings away from him outside the off stump, and he has absolutely nothing to do with that.
Yeah, a bit of a sighted up first delivery, wide, no great pace, and he's just having a good look at it as it went through to wicket-keeper.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see here as well how Rory Burns goes about this, as turning once again at the top of his mark is Ryan Patel. Comes in over the wicket. Well, that's very wide outside the off stump, and must have been a bit twitchy there, I would have thought, Billy Taylor with his arms. Now, Mr. Butcher, I mentioned it to you. This bat you've invented. Talk us through this new bat you've got. It's not got an inside edge. How does it work?
There's actually more than one. There are actually 3 bats.
Right, excellent. Turning again is Ryan Patel. He comes in over the wicket to Hain, and Hain's letting this one go outside the off stump. Explain the story to us. Oh, now Ben Foakes here, very, very alert, has whipped the ball back at the stumps because Sam Hain hadn't gone for a wander, but he's hit the stumps and the bails have come off and it's ricocheted away. But Sam Hain was safely locked in his crease. So just explain what the story is around the bats.
Basically, the first bat that I designed was really to come back to technical flaw that affected my game.
As Ryan Patel is in, and this is clipped away nicely by Sam Hain off the stumps into the leg side. Roach will get round. They're going to come back for 2. Rhodes has got to get his skates on, but he's safely home. And that'll be 2 more to Hain. He moves on to 52, 185 for 4.
Yeah, good positive running. Nice shot and good positive running. Yeah, so basically, during my playing days, the ball that was of most difficulty to me was the ball that came back into the right-handed batsman. Quite often, we get it on the inner half of the bat or the inside edge, and this was something that I tried to correct.
As in over the wicket comes Patel, and this is driven straight back to him by Sam Hain. Oh, Ryan Patel has thrown the ball straight over Ben Foakes' head for 4. Well, Ryan Patel there, he's only really got himself to blame, obviously. It's driven straight back to him, and Ryan Patel, I think, was sort of half-heartedly lobbing that bat to Ben Foakes, and he's thrown it straight over Ben Foakes' head and away for 4.
I'm a little surprised actually in the game that this doesn't happen more often, because the tendency is now that wherever the ball goes,
you wing it back into the keepers. In over the wicket goes Patel to Hayne, and that's wide outside the off stump, and that's taken by Foakes away to his right hand side. End of the over, 189 for 4.
That's true. Wherever the ball goes, they just pick it up and wang it to the keeper. The keeper's usually still back where he is in his position. He doesn't have to get up to the stumps anymore, and I often just wonder why they keep doing that all the time. I mean, it at times it appears to me quite pointless, but that's besides the point. But on this occasion, Patel did the fielding, and instead of turning and going back to his mark, he decided he's going to wang it into the keeper. Got it all wrong, straight over his head. Cost him 4 runs.
Yeah, it did. It wasn't the most committed wang back to the keeper you're ever going to see. As in over the wicket comes Tom Laws, and this is pulled off the front foot by Rhodes for 4. Tried that in the previous over to Tom Laws, didn't time it that one though. Roland Butcher just stayed on the front foot and then flat batted it through mid-wicket for 4. Very positive shot from Will Rhodes. He moves on to 30, 193 for 4.
Yeah, just stood up nicely. It's a nice height. And Rhodes obviously in a very positive frame of mind. There's a huge gap really between deep square leg and mid-on.
In over the wicket comes Laws to Rhodes outside edge. Oh, and Ollie Pope dives to his right, got a hand to it. I think he was deliberately opening the face to try and get that down to third man, but Ollie Pope, who's sort of a floating 4th slip, anticipated the shot, dived away to his right, got a hand to it, but it's away for 4, and Rhodes moves on to 34, and Warwickshire move on to 197 for 4.
Yeah, a fork shot there really, and lucky to get away with that. It could easily have gone straight to Pope. Instead it went hard to his right. There's just one slip, and Pope almost is a 3rd slip position, and fairly close.
Wasn't too far away from being a brilliant catch, that. Here is Laws again, and Rhodes lets this one go outside his off stump. So, to combat the inside edge.
Yeah. So basically, you know, during my career, obviously you're practicing, trying to do things, and it didn't happen. Career finished, and this thing was still on my mind. And obviously there are other players who have similar problems. So, you know, I experimented with certain things to try and develop. But eventually I developed a bat whereby
Tom Laws is over the wicket, and this is cut away by Rhodes. That'll be 4 more. Batting is looking a bit easier here, it really is. And this ball is in its 69th over, but he's just waited for that as Rhodes opened up the face of the bat and cut it away for 4.
Yeah.
And Rhodes moves on to 38.
Yeah, good over this for Warwickshire. Yeah, so basically when players who actually get inside half of the bat or inside edges, or they keep missing and going through the gate, tend to play outside of the ball. They know that is happening, but quite often they can't. They just can't stop doing it, and it happens over and over again.
Rhodes waits with that bat raised as Laws is into him, and Rhodes is forward, just pushes this into the offside. Jordan Clark gets round to do the fielding, and there's no run.
So when I developed this bat, I used it in club practice, in club cricket, and for my own game. Got others to use it for that. And I found that this thing worked, because suddenly I was finding a new middle, because the shape of the bat ensured that if I played how I used to, I would miss the ball. So you readjusted, etc.
As forward comes Rhodes, plays this one out into the offside, and they'll scramble a single. 1 more to the total. The 200 is up now for Warwickshire. 202 for 4. That leads 139 at the end of the over. I'm just trying to visualise it. So obviously, if you're looking at the bat front on with the handle, if I'm looking at it, then most of the bat is to the left-hand side.
And it's not as wide as a normal bat.
Right.
So for the first bat, so the inside edge has been taken away.
Yeah.
So having trialled it in club cricket and other people use it and it worked, I thought to myself, well, the opposite must be true for people who keep nicking the ball, because
outside edge.
They're playing inside the line of the ball. And so I did the opposite.
And moved the outside edge out the equation.
Which means you had to play. Now, that worked well. And at the time I was working with Bob Warmer for the ICC in part of their development programme. I was working in Europe in particular.
As over the wicket comes Ryan Patel to Rhodes. Single here for Will Rhodes as he just taps this one into the leg side to the left of Hashim Amla. And Rhodes moves on to 40.
Yeah, very easy single. I think Surrey very much on the defensive now. You only have to look at the field to see that it's more of a run-saving field than looking for wickets. So Bob Warmer said to me, and as you know, Bob was a good thinker in the game, etc. And Bob said, what you need to do is to get, he liked the idea, and get them scientifically tested.
As over the wicket comes Ryan Patel. That's outside the off-stump. Rhodes has nothing to do with that, and it's taken by Ben Foakes.
Right, so I got the bats to Loughborough University, and they did a 2-year study on the bats, and then produced a thesis which proved conclusively that the bats improved the players significantly in all of the areas that I had envisaged. There was one.
Ryan Patel, he's in over the wicket to Hayne, almost across his stumps. He plays this one out into the offside, a good length delivery, and there's no run.
Yeah, nice delivery and a nice bit of shape on it. Had to readjust his position to play that. And so one of the research also showed that the bat actually improved the accuracy of the bowlers significantly, and that was a shock because that was never in my thinking.
No, as in over the wicket comes Ryan Patel. Forward goes Sam Hayne, plays this one into the offside. Again, Ollie Pope does the fielding, and Hayne stays exactly where he is.
Yeah, nice solid defensive there. So I was never thinking about bowlers at all. I mean, I developed these bats with batting in mind, and that part of the research actually jumped me. Yeah, because I wasn't going down that line at all.
Turns again does Ryan Patel. Comes in over the wicket to Hayne, and Hayne's letting it go again outside his off stump.
Yeah, decent delivery there, not tempting the batsman. So 2 years of study proved what I was saying and beyond that. So basically what I did was, that coincided with me getting a job at the University of the West Indies as Director of Sport, and I went off for this new challenge.
And over the wicket comes Ryan Patel, and forward goes Hayne. Plays this one up towards mid-off.
Yeah, nice delivery there, tempting the drive, but he held it back. Yeah, so obviously this new job I had was very demanding, and as Director of Sport I was in charge of 14 different sports and building facilities and structures and stuff, so I didn't really have time to do anything about this. It was only when I was coming towards the end of my time at university, coming up to retirement, I decided, listen, there's 2 projects that I started years ago I hadn't finished that I need to finish, which was the bats and also I had written a football coaching manual. And I said, well, I must get these 2 things finished.
Absolutely, absolutely. Here is Tom Laws from the pavilion end, and Rhodes gets a short ball which is just pushing out. Played it as if it hopped on him a touch. He pushed it out towards backward point.
Yeah, I think he was going to pull that one and then readjusted the shot, perhaps a little bit too close to him, but initially he was looking to pull it. So in 2020 I published the football coaching manual, and then this was the last thing that I had to do, was to just get this now to market. Everything was there.
It was ready to go.
It was ready to go.
As Laws is over the wicket to Rhodes, who's driving. Now that's gone along the floor. I think it's hit toe end of the bat and gone along the floor, and Ben Foakes has taken that tumbling away to his left-hand side. That's interesting as well, because
did he actually hit this?
Well, I'm not quite sure.
Did it land in the footmark?
It did go straight along the carpet. Yeah, I'm not sure he has. I think it hit the footmark and just went straight along the carpet. But before we with the bat, the name of the coaching manual for anybody?
Achieving excellence.
As in over the wicket is Laws, and he's had a nibble at this one as Rhodes, and he plays it as if that kept a bit low on him as well, and it's taken by Ben Foakes away to his left-hand side.
He's getting a little bit loose at the moment, Rhodes. I think he's got to tighten up again. I know he's hit a few boundaries, but you know, he's got to go back to being tight once more, because he's batting to get his team in in a possible winning position, so he's got to be very careful.
Yes. In over the wicket he comes again, Laws, and Rhodes is just pushing down towards backward point, and there is no run there because across comes Ryan Patel to do the fielding. Yeah. So achieving excellence.
It's called Achieving Excellence Caribbean Soccer Coaching Manual.
Here it is.
Yeah.
Got it here. So click on that button and fingers crossed it all comes around. There it is. You can still get it, of course, everybody, as in over the wicket comes Laws again, and this tucked off the hip by Will Rhodes out there to deep mid wicket, and they'll pick up another single and one more to the total. 204 for 4.
Yeah, straighted delivery, that one, which allowed Rose to flick it away on the onside. Just got a little bit frustrated with some of those deliveries outside the off stump, trying to manufacture shots on the onside.
Just a bit on the book here, as in over the wicket comes Laws, and Haynes driving straight into Jordan Clark there. And the coaching manual, major academic and professional achievement, sets new standards and calls for commitment to precision and purpose. So it sounds fantastic. So that's Achieving Excellence by Roland Butcher, still available. That's Caribbean Soccer Coaching Manual. So that was the book done, Mr. Butcher. You got that one done.
That was done.
Well done, you.
And then the last one was obviously to get the bats, and it was quite fortuitous that I was coming to England this summer.
Absolutely.
Which then gave me the opportunity to complete that project and get it launched, which I did.
As in over the wicket comes Ryan Patel. Short ball, and that's pulled off the front foot again by Will Rhodes out there towards deep mid wicket. And there is Nico Reefer to do the fielding, and they'll pick up another single. Rhodes moves on to 42. The lead's moved on to 142. Warwickshire 205 for 4. So the bats to market now.
Yeah, the bats to market. Yeah, they're out there. They're being distributed by B3 Cricket.
Okay.
So you know, anybody can go onto B3 Cricket and they can get them, but they are readily available right now.
As in over the wicket once again comes Ryan Patel. This is pushed off the back foot by Sam Hain. And there is no run. And this is more of a coaching tool?
Yes, they're training bats. They're really they're ideal for, as I said, and they're for both left and right hand batsmen. Obviously, to be the opposite. The bat that's for the in swinger would be the away swinger to the left hander.
Yep. As in over the wicket comes Ryan Patel. Forward goes Hain. That's a good looking on drive. It's well fielded by Hashim Amla. Dives across and gets a hand to it, and that is well fielded by Hashim Amla. Keeps it down to just a single, and one more to the total, 206 for 4.
I mean, Amla did really well there, belied his age. It's just, I think 10 years ago that would have been escorted to the boundary, but
here they are. I've got them.
You've got them.
I've got the training bats in front of me now. They look fantastic. As in over the wicket comes Ryan Patel, and this one's left alone outside the off stump.
But these bats, they're no gimmicks. These bats work. They work, and science has shown that they do work.
You see, I'm looking.
It's not just me saying it.
No. I'm looking at them now, and it makes perfect sense. So for inside edge. Yeah. As I said, if you're looking directly at the bat, then there's no inside edge on it. It's all going off towards the left-hand side. As in comes Ryan Patel, and this is late cut from Rhodes, and half fielded and half stopped by Ollie Pope. Rhodes will pick up a single, and one more to the total. So bat number 3, we had inside edge, outside edge. Bat number 3.
Bat number 3.
Spin and fast bowling.
Yeah, and this was based on the idea of John Bradman, where he used a stump
and a golf ball, wasn't it?
Yeah. So the narrower the bat.
As in over the wicket once again goes Ryan Patel, and this is punched off the back foot by Sam Hain out there towards the sweeper Nico Reefer on the boundary. They'll pick up one more to Sam Hain. He moves on to 58. Will Rhodes has 43. 208 for 4, and the lead's 144. You
It
continue
runs-
talking
it
about
runs-
that bat,
it
Mr.
runs-
Butcher,
it
and I'll
runs-
bring Richard Wilford
Yeah,
in.
sure. The runs are coming quite easily here. Both of these batsmen look very set. Surrey working hard to get back into the game, and I just wondered whether that change of ball, because I felt that the original ball was doing more when they changed it to this ball. I bet they wish they hadn't changed it, because nothing has happened since then.
The thing is, if it's out of shape, it's out of shape, isn't it? Or if the seam's gone, I don't know. But it's funny how often that happens. You know, we think about the times when it changes and it takes a wicket, as Hayne defends the first ball of a new over from Tom Laws, who's on at the pavilion end. So you wanted training bat number 3. How many of these bats are there?
Well, there are 3 bats in the range.
Okay, so that was the third and final.
The third bat, obviously, I've seen people trying to do this, but remember, I had that technology, years ago. I hadn't done anything with it for different reasons.
Laws in to bowl to Hayne, jabs down at it outside off stump, put into the covers and no run.
Yeah. So it's a training bat, and they're really designed to master those skills, and it's really ideal for, I would think, the subcontinent players certainly need. When they come to England, they do have difficulty with the moving ball. Certainly the West Indians.
Yeah.
As you know, once the ball moves, they're all at sea.
Laws to Hayne once more. It's wide open on the leg side, so he can work it through the pigeons for a single. I think he almost clipped one with that one. 59 for him, 209 for 4, the Bears.
Yeah, nice timing once again, and nice momentum being gained here by Warwickshire. I think they're batting extremely well, all their batters.
You can see how important a cog in this wheel Jamie Overton is, to have only had him available for 5 deliveries in this innings, and it's unbalanced Rory Burns' attack quite badly, relying on others to lift their game, as Laws is clipped into the leg side and Rhodes seizes a quick single to Amla. Judged well. Amla does hit the stumps with his throw, but Hayne was safely home. 210 for 4. So we're not going to see you appearing on Dragon's Den with these bats, are we?
Well, I think I'm past that now.
It's going well.
It's to market already.
Yeah.
I think Dragon's Den is to get it to market.
What it can be to grow it.
Well, to grow, yeah. Well,
also, it's handy publicity if you appear on the show, isn't it?
Is it? Yeah,
if anybody didn't know about the bat, they'll see you there on Dragon's Den, thinking, where?
Yeah.
And it's
once they take it seriously.
But you see, training aids make all sorts of sense to me, and there are all sorts of ways of achieving it. This is a really good high-tech solution. It makes a lot of sense. Short ball, and it's cut by Hayne. He won't be able to find the gap, though. He'll only get a single. 211 for 4. He's to 60.
Yeah, the thing about these bats is that for what you're trying to solve, you know the problem already.
Yeah.
Before, there's never been anything to force you into that.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew that I was playing outside of the ball, but what you don't want is, in the middle of an innings, you talking to yourself about playing inside. You want to concentrate on the ball.
Which Rhodes will do now. Stabs it out into the offside. Reefer Fields, no run.
Yeah. So what you want to do is to, when you're batting, your concentration is on that ball. You don't want any of these peripheral things.
No.
So if you train with this bat, right, that new movement becomes part of your game. So that's something you don't have to think about.
So it's using that equipment to learn, and then it's repetition.
Repetition.
Yeah. Make it second nature.
Exactly. So that when you do get to play, your focus now is on what it should be. The ball only, nothing else.
Yeah.
But there's been nothing before. As I said, I'm using my experience. There was nothing to help me. I'd be batting and having to tell myself, where I need to play, and then you got conflicting things then.
Yeah.
You're thinking about too many things. So this is what this is for, really, to just help players develop those skills, and then so it becomes sort of muscle memory and
that's the modern term, isn't it? Muscle memory.
Muscle memory and be
so key
and be automatic.
Yeah. It's a new spell then for Conor McCurr. He succeeds Ryan Patel in the attack after he bowled another 3 overs. And his first ball is left alone outside off stump by Hay. This duo have now added 68 for the 5th wicket. I'll tell you the most simple training tool that I had when I was, I played a lot of cricket as a youngster and a teenager. Gave it up when I was at university because I just didn't have the time. But the greatest and simplest training aid we had, and the friend I went to meet on Monday who I hadn't seen for over 30 years, he and I spent hours and hours using this same thing all the time. So there's a little tease, then a delivery, which McCurr bowls and Hayne defends down into the ground. Patel comes into field. At my mum and dad's house, just my mum these days, there is a mature oak tree with a massive thick trunk, and it's set in a small lawn in the front garden, which is sloping and undulating because of the roots of the tree. Yeah. And for 2 or 3 hours at night, until you couldn't see a tennis ball anymore, we would throw the tennis ball against that tree, and you never had a clue what angle it was coming off. It was the best slip cradle known to cricket, Roland. And surprise, surprise, we were quite good at catching. This one's well outside off stump and left alone. Everything sharpened your reflexes. Everything kind of increased. You knew about the level of concentration, and you needed to expect that it might come your way all the time. And my slip fielding got worse when my eyesight got worse as a teenager before I wore glasses. Yeah. He was a great slip fielder. Great reflexes.
A lot of those things that you did in the past, which were, I guess, natural for the game. The game has moved on somewhat now in that. Yeah. I remember when I was a kid growing up, some of the informal cricket that we played is what really made us the sort of players that we were.
Yeah.
Because it was very spontaneous.
McCurr to Hayne, stands up tall and guides it down in the offside, and they come through for another sharp single. And they contemplate an overthrow because it's gone all the way out to the boundary fielder, but probably didn't notice it in time. 212 for 4, the lead 149.
Some of the games that you played, quite often you would play. We played a lot of cricket in the road, and you would use just a local dustbin, which is big and white, but that taught you how to defend because the bin is wide.
Yeah, so it's a wide target, exactly.
It's a wide target. So all of those things used to happen naturally. I think now the game now is much more court orientated, and you have to find things now to help the players.
Round the wicket, McCurr will come to Rhodes, who again plays that cut shot that got him in trouble in the first innings, and it whistles through to the wicketkeeper. Remember the old scoreboard at Edgbaston when it was all its pomp and glory? Behind there used to be a lot of blue bins, and when I was a teenager we used to congregate behind there in the afternoon session when we had enough of watching the live cricket, we wanted to do it ourselves. And as well as the wide target, the other thing that you were taught was, because it was the tennis ball and the bounce was a bit high, getting over the ball.
Play with soft hands.
Play with soft hands and get over the ball, because he didn't want to get out and he didn't want to lose the ball.
Yeah, maybe.
McCurr in again to Rhodes, it's Fuller, and he drives up to Amla at mid-on.
And just a 1 run coming from that delivery, so McCurd came back quite nicely there. Yeah, listen, those informal games were crucial. There used to be so many kids playing, and you used to play for one bunk, so you had to play with soft hands to keep the ball down. Or you're playing in between houses, you hit the house, you're out, so you had to be. But
local rules, it's good.
But life has changed now. You don't have the space to do those things. It is not safe to let the kids go out and do these things. So the whole coaching of the game has changed now. Hence, the importance of coaches now becomes more important than the natural learning. Because kids just don't congregate and get themselves together and just play.
But then the challenge, and it really touches back on stuff that we were talking about earlier, is getting the players, the youngsters, to that coach, and that's the bridge that really needs to be built. And if state schools aren't playing cricket, you're losing part of that structure. It's very difficult. Will Jacks is going to return at the pavilion end. We are 6 overs away from the second new ball in this innings now, so Surrey will be keen to try and wheedle somebody out before that, and then hope they can use it to good effect.
Yeah, and they just got to hope that the scoring rate doesn't increase with the new ball as well, because
That can happen after a long day in the field as Hayne drives this first delivery through the vacant short extra cover out towards the boundary rider for another single. He's up to 62. It's been a very fine knock from Sam Hayne. He was Warwickshire's one real form batsman coming into this game in terms of recent weeks, and this duo have now added 70 for the 5th wicket.
Yeah, and he has looked a good player in this game. Not just this innings. I thought the first innings he played particularly well until he got out as well. So you know, he's been very much, and he looks the part.
Round the wicket now to Rhodes, onto his pad, to a comfortable single to that same boundary fielder, Kemar Roach, who's out at mid-wicket now. 45 to Rhodes, 214 for 4. And we will get to the point in this final session where you start thinking, okay, what's going to be a difficult target? What would be a challenge here for Surrey? Because it's starting to look like Warwickshire might set them a challenge. Flicked off his hip by Hayne. They get a third single in 3 balls this over, 215 for 4.
I think 250 plus is going to be challenging, because to get there you would have taken quite a bit of time out of the game as well. You know, so the lead is now
just over 150, yeah. Pushed into the offside for another single, so 4 singles from 4 balls. They're doing exactly the right thing here.
Yeah. So another 100 is going to be tomorrow sometime, and just, you know, 5 and over
could be interesting. Yeah,
could be challenging.
It's interesting. The Bears have scored at 4 and over since tea. It was 3 and over this afternoon, 2 and over this morning. They've accelerated. This time they don't get a single. It was driven into the leg side by Hayne. Patel dived past it, but it was picked up behind him. I think it's Reefer again, isn't it? Is it? No, actually, he's at mid-wicket. It was Jordan Clark. Get his back to me. Turned into the leg side by Hayne, the final ball of the over. 4 off it. 216 for 4. And look, partnerships have always been a key in cricket. Stands of 61, 75, and now 73 in succession. And
yeah, I think that's been a feature of Warwickshire's playing the whole game, actually. If you think first innings, while they didn't get a huge score, I thought 250 odd was a reasonable score, and they put together partnerships, and that was the key to their play. Nothing spectacular, and I think it's pretty much the same here in the second innings, that the partnerships, they've just ticked along. They didn't rattle along like Surrey did yesterday, where the boundaries were coming left, right and centre. But I must say they've been very effective in what they've done.
I think 2 players have been very positive. Benjamin for his 38 and Rhodes for his 46 not out. Davis and Hayne have been much more the anchor role and have played with considerably more calm as Rhodes turns the first ball of McCursney over that was back of a length in towards his body through square for a single. He's 47, 217 for 4, so that's 38 runs in 9 overs since tea, which is in contrast to the way they'd been scoring for much of the game.
Yeah, because what it does now really is puts the pressure back on Surrey that they cannot be overly attacking, because they're mindful that the runs are being scored.
To Hayne, outside off stump, guides it through point. The fielder Reefer is deep, so that's another run on the board. 218 for 4. It continues to tick over.
Yeah, so hence you see the sort of fields that you're seeing now, where there's a cover point. To Rose, you just got the 2 feet. You've got 1 slip. You've got a mid-wicket saving 1. You've got an extra cover saving 1, and a mid-on and mid-off, and then you've got point on the boundary. You've got a third man find a deep square.
Rhodes guides the next ball down to third man, because there is only 1 slip in now, so safety in that shot. 48 for Rhodes, 219 for 4. Has the field almost gone too defensive?
I think they've gone far too defensive, because you need to get one of these guys out. The question is, with the current field setting, is that going to be adequate enough to get them out? I think right now, with the field setting, really the batsman has to make a mistake, because it is just allowing them. They brought the point now up, which is a much better position to try and save the single, but you can't keep giving them easy singles.
This is the largest partnership of the match now. It's 76, and Hayne jabs down on that. That was a good delivery from McCurt. And Hayne didn't play that with a great deal of confidence, so it's been a while since he's been discomforted. So I was just saying I did a report for listeners to BBC CWR in Coventry about a quarter of an hour ago, and I said this has been Warwickshire's best day in the match, in that they've come out with a plan today, and after losing 2 early wickets it could have unravelled very quickly. I mean, lost Sibley and Briggs in quick succession in the opening 20 minutes of the day. McCurr back of a length, and that's gone a bit lower than Hayne thought. He's ended up down on one knee, having hit over the top of the ball. We've seen a little bit more again of that this time. Yesterday it was happening from Pavilion that 1 or 2 kept low. From the Vauxhall end now, outside off stump, there's a patch as well that it just seems to be going through unexpectedly low.
Yeah, just going for the square cut to a short ball outside the off stump. Didn't bounce at all.
Jeremy Coney is looming at the moment, Roland. I shall let you go at the end of this over as McCurr bowls back of a length. It comes off the pad of Hayne and loops over towards square leg. They'll run a leg by, 220 for 4. Roland, thank you very much. We'll catch you again before close of play.
Yep, great pleasure.
I think Jeremy's going to ease into position.
Yeah, and good progress by Warwickshire.
They've come and made a match of it today. I think that's the most significant thing. The lead now 157. We have another 4 overs until the new ball. And then Surrey need that new ball to claim wickets, and there's quite a lot of overs in the legs of the bowlers. Kemar Roach has bowled 15 today. Jordan Clark 12. Tom Laws 15. So 12 for Conor McCurr. So there's plenty of bowling in the legs of them when that second new ball becomes available. And as Roland was just saying, sometimes it frees up the scoring, which has already become considerably sharper since the tea interval. As New Zealand's finest comes in alongside us, Jeremy Coney. Didn't specify finest what, as the ball is clipped to square leg by Hayne and there's no run.
No, leave that open.
Yeah.
Everyone will have their own ideas about that. That's good.
I gave you an adjective, you can adjoin it to any noun you choose. That one's kept a bit low from Jackson. Hayne, I think probably grateful for the fact he's been batting for a few hours, was able to adjust and squeeze that out towards Ollie Pope at square leg.
Really squatted, didn't it, that one?
Yeah.
Quicker ball from Jacks.
Hayne forward watchfully, comes well forward and steers it into the leg side. There are 1 or 2 elements of behaviour on this pitch in the last half hour that will have Warwickshire sizing up what an awkward target would be. Roland was just saying 250 could be interesting. Could yet be more than that, the way they've batted today, as Hayne defends. Back to Jacks. 157 the lead at the moment.
Yeah.
21 overs left on the day. They could be 220, 230 up.
Yes, they could. They might be more.
And we'll see what the second new ball does very shortly. Down the wicket came Hayne. Chooses to play a defensive shot. Gave himself options. Steers it back to Jacks once more.
Jacks saw him coming.
Yeah.
Just threw it a little wider and a little shorter, but he got there, Haynes. Well done.
Drags this one down onto the toes of Hayne, and he steers it through mid-wicket for another single. He goes to 65, which matches the highest individual score of the match, up with Ollie Pope. And Warwickshire 221 for 4. 3 overs till the new ball, and that's going to be the next moving time in this game by the look of it.
Well, the only problem I have sometimes with the way that fields are set is that you allow players to collect, and as you look and you say, now, okay, that was a full ball and that probably deserved to go for more, but it's only a single because there's a man right out on the boundary. But then if he bowls a good ball, there's a gap as well, and he scores off that. So when you get a field like this, you don't distinguish between the good balls and the bad balls. And so if a bowler does what he's supposed to do and does his job, you want him to be rewarded, I think.
They were scoring at 4 and over from tee onwards this afternoon without having to play a shot, really, as Hayne stabs at the first ball of McCurr's new over, steers it out into the point area, and there's no run.
See, this is better for me because there's a backward point, or so, just about cover point there, and McCurr has basically, since he started the game, he's run in quite nicely. He's put some effort and shoulder into it, but it starts about 4th to 4.5 stumps and moves away, if anything. So that cover point area is quite important if someone tries to drive. You could get a slashed catch, if you like.
Onto the pads of Hayne. Clips it through square leg to Roach for a comfortable single, because Roach is out in front of the boundary.
Yeah, now there's a bad ball. Too full, leg stump. You don't want him to be bowling that line really, but because it doesn't swing from there. But that saved him a boundary, I think, probably. Yep. But what I'm saying is the bowlers don't get the message what's a good ball and what's a bad ball, and you therefore start to get into just a routine of running in and bowling. There's, do you see what I'm kind of saying?
Absolutely, yeah. The game was meandering and kind of in Warwickshire's favour while that was happening with the field that was set. McCurr round the wicket, cut behind square by Rhodes, but they'd put a man at backward point just for that shot. They just moved him into position, and that's a very neat save. I think it's Pope again. He's moved into that position.
He stands out in the field, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Just sharp if he's in close on the leg side. He's fielding in the slips occasionally. He's at bat pad, which is good, and so he's just an all-round kind of player, isn't he, Ollie Pope?
He's got the quick twitch and reflexes of a football goalkeeper, Pope.
Oh dear.
Back of a length again and guided out into the offside for Rhodes for a single. He's 49, 223 for 4. Now I'm assured that's a good thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking about the difference between a good ball and a bad ball. No difference whatsoever.
So Rhodes 49, Haynes 66. This duo have now added 80 for the 5th wicket. When they came together, we were saying another substantial partnership gets Warwickshire into the game.
Yeah.
Now they've got to make the most of the opportunity they've given themselves as Hayne is driving a wide ball outside off stump. It was very full. Goes down to third man. 224 for 4.
Yep. So, last over that McCurr was bowling to the right-handed Hayne, he just bowled a nice little delivery, just short of a length, and it was pushed out on the offside, just on square, and there was a man out on the boundary, so they take a single. He's actually done what you would like.
Yeah.
And I think that should be rewarded by a captain to have the field there.
Final ball of the over, very full from McCurr, tries to bowl a Yorker, defended well by Rhodes. Warwickshire 224 for 4, they lead by 161. I better go and do my report in a moment. So Jeremy Coney will, as they say, take it to the church.
Well, so, I guess what that leads to when you start to say those things, it leads you to think Surrey at this stage are, one, getting to the new ball. There's an element of that we're seeing. And secondly, have they decided that they want to start protecting the score, that they don't want to be chasing too many runs? So there's an element of protection going on at the moment.
Here's Will Jacks from the pavilion end coming into Sam Hayne, who's clipping one off his stumps down towards short fine. I'll throw one other thing into that, Mr. Coney. I think batting's looked a bit easier today as well. Yeah. I think the pitch isn't possibly doing quite as much as we've seen throughout the day.
No, well, there's been lots of changes to the ball.
Yep, as this one's down the leg side, beautifully taken by Ben Foakes, who's absolutely demolished the stumps, then taken all 3 out. Has Ben Foakes there, so yes, Ben Foakes there has whipped off the bails and then taken all 3 stumps out of the ground just for good measure.
Yeah.
Those are quick hands from Ben Foakes, because he did all that in the blink of an eye as well. He's whipped off both bails, then pulled all 3 stumps out of the ground.
Just in case he lifted his feet up,
yep,
he could still stump
absolutely,
him. Absolutely,
that's marvellous.
The bails were off.
From Ben Stokes there, Ben Foakes, as in over the wicket comes Jacks. Forward goes Hayne. That just bounces a touch on him, and he's playing that down into the leg side, just hopped.
If he bowls a bit slower, I think there's bounce there for him. These are good overs to bowl. No one of catching, of course, other than the slip.
As Jacks is into Hayne, and Hayne is forward. That's nicely played. Just pokes it away down towards that backward point region. They'll get a single. As Will Rhodes, who's played very positively since tea, the Warwickshire captain. And He is 49 not out here. This good partnership, 82 it's worth. It's got that lead up to 162 now. So Warwickshire are really back in this with this partnership now, as in round the wicket comes Jacks to the left-handed Rhodes, and little mix-up just for a second. He was setting off for the single, and there's some great warming up being done here by Jordan Clark, because he's been sent down to long off. Oh no, he wasn't. I think he thought that was the end of the over, Jordan Clark, so he sprinted off down towards the physio, I think that is, and then has realised that's not the end of the over, so he's had to come sprinting back as Jacks is in. That's a quicker ball, and Rhodes will bring up his 50. A very fine innings this so far from the captain. He moves on to 71, and Rhodes, 50 not out, gets a very warm round of applause here, but he's been very positive since the lunch break. This is a terrific partnership from these two. It's worth 83. They've still got some work to do. We have got 19 overs remaining in the day. There is 1 over until that new ball is available. 226 for 4. In this game, Jeremy Coney, I've seen 3 things I've never seen before.
The one off the stump.
Ryan Patel, when the ball got hit back to him bowling and just launching it straight over Ben Foakes' head. And then that from Ben Foakes there, whipping off both bails and then pulling all 3 stumps out of the ground. So it's been
and hitting the stump. Hitting the stump and
that was
going
that was number 1 from yesterday,
right,
you see. So there's been all sorts going on. There really has. 226 for 4. And Conor McCurr is going to bowl from the Vauxhall end. I think at the moment they're just trying to get Jordan Clark in the right position at fine leg. So he's been moved finer and finer and finer by Rory Burns. It's like he's directing traffic here, Rory Burns. And it's almost like being sort of, not that I've been, but you often see near the Eiffel Tower and the Champs-Élysées, sort of policemen directing the traffic. This is exactly what Rory Burns is doing. And at the moment, this is a field set up for the short ball. 6-3 leg side field.
Yeah.
Now for Conor McCurr coming round the wicket to the left-handed Rhodes, and the third man's very fine for the uppercut as well. Jeremy Coney indicating as there's the short one, and Rhodes is just swaying inside it from Conor McCurr. Of course, Surrey thinking, if we could pick up Rhodes or Hayne now, that would be ideal with the new ball coming.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Rhodes will be very aware of that.
I think there's been a change of attitude though from Warwickshire. I think that today has been very, very good for them.
Yep, they've been positive, and especially the captain since tea, actually. 50 not out, Will Rhodes, as Conor McCurr is round the wicket to him, and that's down the leg side, and Rhodes feels he's missed out a touch on that one. Didn't get anything on it at all. Trying to help it down towards fine leg, where Jordan Clark is getting warmed up down there.
He's been down there with the physio.
He has.
The ball
that big heavy medicine ball thing.
Yeah.
And just watching Kemar Roach, he hasn't been doing any of that, Kemar. In fact, he's just stood with his hands in his pockets at the moment, stood up there at a wideish rid-off. As round the wicket comes Conor McCurr again to Rhodes, and he's flicking that off his hip on the angle down to Jordan Clark, who's very fine down there, and they'll get a single, and that'll be Rhodes moving on to 51. 227 for 4, and that lead for Warwickshire has moved on to 164, so it actually equates to 164 for 4. But the healthy thing here from a Warwickshire's perspective is still those 6 wickets remaining, and a partnership that's developing of 84, as Ben Foakes is encouraging Conor McCurr here. The only other thing I would throw into this is the light at the moment, especially with the new ball round the corner. I know they're trying out with the short ball at the moment, but umpires tend to get twitchy if you see the propeller shape of the players' shadows by their feet. As over the wicket comes Conor McCurr, and that's climbed. That's Sam Hayne. He gets the bottom hand off the bat, rolls away into the offside, and there's no run. At Scarborough, Yorkshire are 214 for 6 now, so that's a lead of 155. And Lancashire are 259 for 2 against Kent, so that's a lead of 134.
Lead of 155 in the first innings.
Yep.
That's going to be hard for Hampshire.
Absolutely. As in over the wicket once again comes McCurr, and in behind this one comes Hayne, plays it into the leg side, and there's no run. Well, as we saw with Surrey chasing at Scarborough, it went down 3 balls remaining. Very, very tense old finish it was. Well, brilliant game of cricket that was. Yeah, Aaron Hardy on his debut.
And who knows, this one could become that the way it's shaping at the moment.
Oh yes, I think we'll be deep into tomorrow now.
Yes. And there'll be some attacking batting
will
tomorrow, folks.
Absolutely.
Those of you who want to come in.
As in over the wicket comes Conor McCurr, and this is tucked by Hayne into the leg side, and Ollie Pope does very well there at short mid wicket, because that was an awkward one for Ollie Pope. Just bounced in front of him, and he stopped it on the half volley. So that's the end of the over. Here come the umpires to have a chat. Now this will be, I'm sure, about the light, but also new ball. Hashim Amla has just wandered across to have a chat with Nigel Long. No, we're all right actually. There's no great histrionics there. And here comes Kemar Roach. So this new ball is now available for Surrey. There's the signal taken straight away. So now we have the new passage of play, Jeremy Coney.
We do, and we all know that this can either result in wickets, it can result in some runs coming quite quickly as well. On lots of occasions that's occurred. So Kemar Roach has now insisted on seniority. He's chosen the end that he would like to bowl from, I think, and that's from the pavilion end at the ground. And they're going to use 3 slips to try and have this last crack, I think, at breaking this partnership, which is proving pretty difficult for Surrey.
What will be very interesting to me here as well is what happens.
Oh no, 2 slips now. Sorry, that's been changed. Yep.
By that, what I mean pitch-wise as well, with the new ball. You've got 2 who are in now. They've looked pretty comfy up to this point. With the new ball, let's see what happens. As in round the wicket then is Kemar Roach to Rhodes, and Rhodes gets a ball just back of a length and is easily in behind this one and just pushing it out towards Jordan Clark, who's in there at extra cover.
Well, it's a little similar to what we saw before, wasn't it? Perhaps halfway through the last session, where Roach was bowling from this end, but he was still using the same kind of method to try and dismiss Rhodes, round the wicket, angling it back in, and then hoping that the ball straightens and brings the slips and keeper into play.
Round the wicket goes Roach, and Rhodes is up on his toes, punches out towards extra cover, and there is no run. But yes, this is where it always gets very interesting. When you're late on in the day, there's a side batting very well in the shape of Warwickshire at the moment. 2 batters are in, and Surrey, that leads 164. So even though Warwickshire have been a bit more positive at the bat today, they're going at 2.83 and over. Now the new ball comes along. As round the wicket comes Kemar Roach to Rhodes, turns him round, but it's an outside edge, thick outside edge, all along the carpet down there to Nico Reefer, who's still out there for Jamie Overton. No news on Jamie Overton as yet, but I'm pretty sure he'd have gone off for a scan or an x-ray on that left foot of his, because if you weren't with us, as he hit the delivery crease this morning, he felt his left foot and off he went, helped off the field of play, and we haven't seen him since. Been in the wars in this game as Jamie Overton, 228 for 4.
He has.
With his finger.
Well, was that a chance? He was at first slip, wasn't he?
It
was
sure.
a low catch if it was.
Yeah, absolutely.
If it wasn't, then it was kind of almost bouncing. It's a half volley, if you like, at him.
Poor fella, injured his finger, now his foot. Won't be able to do his laces up. As in comes Kemar Roach over the wicket to Sam Hayne, and Hayne opens the face and guides this very nicely down to the vacant 3rd man area for 4. You can see the gold lettering of the ball there as it whistles down to that 3rd man boundary rope for 4. Hayne's played very nicely today. He's looked very assured throughout. He's on to 72, and it's 232 for 4.
Just half a run, and also a little angled cut as well. Slightly angled bat as it's just harnessed the power of the bowler, really.
Absolutely.
Used the pace, the new ball.
Kemar Roach is over the wicket here to Sam Hain, goes wider of the crease, and Haynes across his stumps hits the thigh guard. They'll take the single. Good running. That's the other thing these two have done, is run hard between the wickets. Rhodes in particular, leg by is the signal. But Will Rhodes has absolutely belted the first run every time. And they've done it very, very well, these two. Since that dismissal of Davis, which seems a while ago now, 143 for 4 that was. So they've added 90. But Surrey will say to themselves, if we can get rid of one of these two early with the new ball. As in round the wicket comes Kemar Roach. That's left alone by Will Rhodes. End of the first over with the new ball. There are 17 overs remaining in the day. And we've got a lot of cricket still to be played here. 233 for 4 Warwickshire. That is a lead of 170.
Well, if they go at threes, Mark, and which is kind of what they're getting towards now, and have been going at threes really. Another 50 runs, say, to what they are at the moment. That would put them 220 ahead at the end of the day, and a nice, just a lovely poise to the game, because another 30 runs after that, you know, and that would then leave maybe 70 overs.
Yeah, it will make tomorrow very interesting.
They might not leave that. They'll go a bit further.
I think they would.
So I think the way that they saw Surrey batting in that first innings at 4.5, I don't think they'll leave. It's going to be quite a tough declaration.
As Jordan Clark is coming in over the wicket to Sam Hain, and this one's left alone outside the off stump. Yeah, I think Surrey's best way, obviously, and it was like that at the start of play this morning, bowl Warwickshire out. I think that's their best way of going about this, because perfectly understandably, from a Warwickshire perspective, as you say, Surrey went along quite happily at 4.5 runs and over in the first innings. So they're going to want to get a few more than that, which will condense the day down as well. Yes. That's the other thing. Squeeze tomorrow. Still plenty of cricket to go tonight, though, as Jordan Clark is in. Oh, now shout for LBW. He's got that one back, and there is no shot offered from Sam Hain. It's whether it's done enough. That's the only thing. It's whether it's done enough. And the fingers and the hands are kept down by Billy Taylor. But it's definitely come back. But it's just about hit him outside the line of the off stump. But that's the new ball for you. And Rory Burns is asking the question again of Billy Taylor. But it was a concerted appeal from Jordan Clark. And umpire Billy Taylor saying didn't come back enough. He's not offering a shot there either. That's the only other thing from Sam Hain. He's got to be careful. As in over the wicket comes... Oh, Jordan Clark, that swung back as well from Jordan Clark, and forward goes Sam Hain and plays this one down into the leg side. Interesting though, he's got those two now to come swinging back into Sam Hain.
Yeah, once you have that ability to bring it back, it makes it so much more difficult. Like Dan Worrell, for example, has the in-swinger in the armoury as well, so you don't quite pick it up right from the start.
Jordan Clark in over the wicket. He comes once again to Hain, and Hain's in behind this one. It's a good start this from Jordan Clark. Plays it back up the pitch. We saw him doing his warm-up with the big old medicine ball, and now he's straight into his work here. Here's Jordan Clark. But yes, it's all very nicely poised, this, at the moment. Definitely batting has looked easier today.
The less overs, of course, you leave, Mark, it goes the batting way as well. So even though you might pick up early wickets.
In over the wicket again comes Jordan Clark, pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
The choices are still kind of with the batting side a wee bit about, or let's have a real crack at this.
And they'll be very aware as well that Surrey obviously have chased down in the last two games. Yes. Against an Essex side where, you know, what they were chasing was never going to be straightforward, with Simon Harmer playing and a very good Essex bowling in second. They actually did it fairly comfortably And at Scarborough, as I say, they got themselves over the line, Surrey, and just depositing Kemar Roach out towards deep backward square now as Jordan Clark is in to Hayne. It's down the leg side. This one just swings and keeps going. It's well taken again by Ben Foakes. So encouraging first over there from Jordan Clark with the new ball. One big shout for LBW on Sam Hayne on 72 and 233 for 4. But Hayne wasn't offering a shot with that one. And umpire Billy Taylor deciding it hadn't come back enough. End of the over, 233 for 4.
It was interesting when Burns went and asked him again.
Yeah.
Because Burns, if you remember, was out LBW in the first innings and wasn't happy with his decision at all, which was, of course, umpire Taylor once again. So
Danny Briggs,
there was an
best
element.
pleased this morning either, was he?
No.
Here is Kemar Roach from the pavilion end, coming in round the wicket to Will Rhodes. Good looking shot from Rhodes. Hasn't really timed it, just tried to ease it off the front foot through the covers, and Ryan Patel ends up flat on his face, doing the diving, tumbling stop away to his left hand side. I was chatting with Roland Butcher. He's had a busy time. He's had his football coaching book published in the last couple of years, and his 3 training bats have just gone to market as well. So he's been very busy. He had 2 projects that he wanted to finish, his coaching book and his bats, and he's done both. As round the wicket comes Kemar Roach, driven by Rhodes, square of the wicket. There's Ryan Patel again, doing the fielding, moving away to his left-hand side.
Gosh, he's into everything, isn't he?
Yeah, fascinating.
No wonder he's got that special card.
Absolutely. Well, fascinating.
Gave out to all of us. We all lined up.
Absolutely. No, it's terrific. So, yeah, the bats are fascinating, actually.
Are they? What's a training?
So basically, what he did was he said when he played, he always struggled as a right-hander with the ball coming back in and the inside edge of the bat. As round the wicket comes Kemar Roach, and he's pushing this one out into the offside is Will Rhodes. So what he did was, to try and work it out, and he did it, was he basically took the inside edge out of the bat. He just pushed everything across. So the bat, if you're looking at the bat handle straight down, then most of the bats are the left-hand side. And then he did the same with anyone who's struggling with the outside edge. Sent them off to Loughborough to be studied, to see what they thought scientifically. As round the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach, and Rhodes drives, great shot. That's a lovely shot from Will Rhodes. He's just lent on that, and that whistles off to the boundary rope for 4. Lovely noise on that from Will Rhodes' bat. He was on to 56, 237 for 4.
So often you see, don't you, say about left-handers looking a little bit more elegant than a right-hander, and there is something in that, no doubt about it. But that found a gap and was away. Yeah. Good stroke. So when you say scientifically,
so
I know what you mean. That so that one side of the bat is pushed out a lot more than the other, aren't you?
Yes, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Will Rhodes from Kemar Roach. But what's the idea of that bat?
The
bat is designed for mastering the in-swinging delivery and off-spin delivery coming into the right-handed batter. Batters who inside edge or miss a lot of balls that swing or spin into the right-handed batter tend to play outside the line of the ball. That's what he's saying. So it gets you playing more the line of the ball. And sent those bats off as round the wicket comes Kemar Roach. And this is turned down towards fine leg. And they did a lot of research at Loughborough to see whether that was the case, and used it, but also he said what they found was it was helping bowlers as well. Bowlers were finding it. He's there now, Mr. Butcher. So those bats now, with all that research, have gone to market. And yeah, not only is the football coaching book out there now, the 3 bats are out there as well. So it's terrific stuff, really is. So yeah, fascinating. But it comes as well from Mr. Butcher was saying that with Bradman with his stump and a golf ball, because he's got a bat for quicker bowlers, to facing quicker bowlers where it's shaved right down as well, so you haven't got as much to work with. So yeah, very interesting. As Jordan Clark comes round the wicket to Will Rhodes, and Rhodes is covering up, playing this one down into the leg side. Played that as if it kept a little bit low on him, Will Rhodes.
Yeah, we used to play with a very thin bat, thin widths. I'm talking about, and just watching, hitting, making sure that you're hitting the middle of the bat, the contact.
So that's quite famous, isn't it, with Bradburn and the stump and the golf ball. As waiting over his bat is Will Rhodes. As round the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and Rhodes solidly forward, plays this one back up the pitch. Jordan Clark does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run. You were describing Ollie Pope, gazelle-like in the field. He is a terrific fielder. And then Rich talking about like a goalkeeper. And as you said, it depends what the goalkeeper's like, I suppose. I was dreadful. It didn't stop me giving it a go, though, Jeremy Coney. I won't surprise you.
That Swedish goalkeeper last night.
Oh, yeah, dear. She's one of the great goalkeepers in the world.
I thought the back heel, there were two defenders there.
Yeah, and also it sort of nutmegged as well.
Yes, I know.
Forward goes Rhodes and plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. Of course, the Lionesses are in the final on Sunday at Wembley.
When's the other semi tonight? Okay,
Germany,
France.
Yeah, tonight. Yeah, so terrific stuff. Cracking atmosphere last night. Had it on the telly.
It was good, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it
brilliant.
Was,
28,000.
I enjoyed the way that Sweden started, and England were under pressure, but they found a way.
Short delivery here from Jordan Clark, and in behind it goes Will Rhodes, plays it solidly again, straight back up the pitch. The thing you would say with Will Rhodes at the moment is the new ball is basically hitting the middle of his bat at the moment. You can hear it on the effects mic. Defensively as well, it's making a lovely sound.
As I say, I think they've gained a lot from this game, especially today.
Absolutely, they've done exactly what they needed to do today, Warwickshire. Here is Jordan Clark. Rhodes looking to cut. That rolls out towards cover point, but what they don't want to do now is let all that good work unravel. No. Surrey will say to themselves, we've still got 14 overs after this one. Still to push for wickets and sort of undo that good work from Warwickshire.
They need to because, I mean, they got 2 wickets in the first half hour this morning. One more, was it on the stroke of lunch?
And then one
or
after
just
lunch.
After, yes. But nothing since then. So it's been a long, kind of barren time for them.
Doing it a bowler light again as round the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and this is whipped by Will Rhodes down towards fine leg, and they'll pick up a single. Surrey had to do it a bowler light in a couple of games earlier in the season when Kemar Roach went down and then James Taylor went down during games. End of the over, 2:39 for 4.
And they've been out in the field by far the majority because Surrey batted quite quickly, got through their own, and so of the 3 days they've fielded 2 and what would you say they were all the first day, and then a little about half an hour on the second day. Then they batted, and they were bowling again at the end, weren't they?
2 overs last night. So they've spent a lot of time in the field.
So about sort of, I don't know, maybe 7/8 of the second day they were batting only.
Here is Kemar Roach, and this is left alone by Will Rhodes.
So we'll see how fit they are, because tomorrow's a really important day for them. I mean, once you get in the lead of a competition, the pressure's on you to keep going.
Absolutely.
Keep going. Another good day, another good session. You can't afford to be dropping games.
They come thick and fast, and then you've got a month's break after this from the championship. As round the wicket comes Kemar Roach once again. Oh, Rhodes had a nibble outside his off stump. It beats the edge of the bat, and it's taken by Ben Foakes away to his left hand side. Nicely bowled by Kemar Roach. Kemar Roach is one of those bowlers, I always think, that he can all of a sudden pick you up 3 or 4 very quickly, and that has swung as well late. And Kemar Roach, when he gets into the groove and it does start to swing, he is one of those that can make things happen. That's why he's played so much Test cricket, of course. As round the wicket he comes again, Kemar Roach, and this one's left alone wide-ish outside the off stump by Will Rhodes. Foakes again just takes that one moving away to his left-hand side. Rhodes is down to do some gardening. Just a reminder, 6:30 tonight on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra Test Match Special Team. England-South Africa, the first T20 international at Bristol. Fingers crossed the weather behaves itself in the West Country. Settles himself down over his bat once more, does Will Rhodes. As round the wicket again comes Kemar Roach, and Rhodes is forward, driving into the offside, and there's Jordan Clark to do the fielding, and there is no run. Elsewhere, Somerset 335 for 3 in reply to Essex's 505 for 9 declared, so that's going to be about bonus points, that game. Lancashire 280 for 2 now, so they lead Kent by 155, so they got themselves back into that one, have Lancashire. And Yorkshire 218 for 6, a lead of 159 now over Hampshire. As Rhodes is in, turning this one from Roach off his hip and away for 4. Nicely played by Will Rhodes, just onto his hip there from Kemar Roach, and Rhodes clips it very nicely, and that's the 100 partnership between these two, and a very good one it's been indeed, because it's got that lead up to 180 now, and Warwickshire are 243 for 4.
Good stroke. Just a little leg side from Roach. He's been trying to get the ball to swing away from the left-hander.
And now is Kemar Roach, and forward comes Will Rhodes and pushes it into the offside, and fielding done by Jordan Clark. And it's the end of the over from Kemar Roach. Jordan Clark is going to strip off his sweater and cap, and those into Billy Taylor.
He's done well too, Jordan Clark, really, with it coming back and having to really go into the role of Dan Worrell, who was at the last minute not required. I know everyone thinks kind of McCur's, but he's really taken the new ball, hasn't he?
Yes.
And he's had to work with Roach, and he's so he's performed that role in the bowling attack for Surrey this game, and he's got the ball to swing. And as you said, he's also, generally it's been away from the right-handers, but he's moved a few back in recently with this second new ball here.
Coming back from a side strain, he's now about to bowl his 34th over of the game.
Side strains are hard too. They can last for weeks.
But he's shaped up pretty well. As in over the wicket he comes then to Sam Hain, and he's getting this one to come back at Sam Hain, and it hits him high up, and conditions now aren't straightforward. Even though they've been in for a while and the partnership is worth 100, the lights are on, it's fairly gloomy, and Jordan Clark's getting this ball just to come back in to the right-handed Hain. That was more just on the angle from the crease as much as anything. He went very wide on the crease there, did Jordan Clark. Gets the ball back in his hands again. As over the wicket he comes to the right-handed Hain. Looks for the Yorker. That's well bowled and very well played by Sam Hain. Drops the bat on it. Goodbye to Andrew Sampson. See you very soon, Mr. Sampson. Lovely to see you. Thank you for popping in to see us. Absolute joy. Have a nice meal this evening as well. Enjoy yourself. Super. Oh, lovely. Very nice indeed. I like a pad thai, as this one's pushed back up the pitch and there's no run. I'm not very adventurous. I just like a chicken pad thai.
That's nothing wrong with that.
No, that's good. As in over the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark, clipped by Hain into the leg side. And there's no run. Last night, in my hotel room with no window, I made myself...
But the blind.
But there was a blind there, yes. I made myself a very nice chorizo salad.
Yes.
So I went to the local supermercado and bought myself a bowl of salad, some chorizo, and a bit of coleslaw.
Oh, and you made it yourself?
Threw it all in, mixed it up, and sat and watched the football. It's lovely. Oh. Very nice it was. As in over the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark. Short one this time. That's well taken by Ben Foakes. As ducking underneath it was Sam Hain, and Ben Foakes had to fling himself to his left-hand side. He's been very neat and tidy again today. That bit of work to get rid of Alex Davis with the stumping was very quick hands. Also enjoyed him taking all 3 stumps out of the ground as well earlier. Ben Foakes, and he flung himself away there to his left-hand side. Jordan Clark with tattooed arms is ready to come in again over the wicket. Short delivery, up on his toes goes Sam Hain. Plays this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. Yes, I remember with Jade Dernbach and all his tattoos.
Oh, Jade Dernbach bowling to Brendan McCullum.
Oh, amazing. I always said with Jade, I've said this before.
So many tattoos.
But I've said to Jade, and I've said this before at things I've done with Jade, that whenever I interviewed Jade, I never knew whether to chat to him or read him. There was so much to look at.
Yes.
So much to look at with Jade. I remember there being huge fusses at Lord's.
Just send your right arm up.
Absolutely. There was always something to look at with Jada. As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and Sam Hain's trying to whip leg side leading edge. That could have gone straight back to Jordan Clark. Thank you to Jeremy Coney. Roland Butcher is coming in. I remember when Jade was playing for England, and he played a game for Surrey at Lord's, and he had a bandage on his right arm, and the whole day was, is he injured? Is he injured? Is he injured? And all the written press were getting their knickers in a twist as usual. Is he injured? And then afterwards did the interview with him, and Jade, what's the injury? Oh, no, I just had another eagle or something put on my arm, and I just had to wear this to protect it. Oh, there you go. So Jade Dernbach's had a new tattoo, so that was it, Roland Butcher. The written press were very disappointed. They thought they had a story on their hands. Welcome back to you, sir. And I'm just turned around to see Mr. Jeremy Coney getting himself prepared for the evening, I think it's fair to say. But that slightly put me off my track, as round the wicket then comes Kemar Roach from the pavilion end. And this one's on the pads of Rhodes, hits him on the thigh guard as he looks to work it down towards fine leg, and leg by will be the signal by Nigel Long. But terrific partnership from these two, Mr. Butcher. 101 they've put on, but we were just saying that, you know, Surrey with this new ball still, if they could get a couple tonight, but it's nicely set up for tomorrow now, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Things going nicely for Warwickshire. I think they're batting themselves into a very good position. Really, you know, I think overall, you know, I think they've had a pretty solid game so far, apart from the bowling, obviously, in the first innings.
As over the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Sam Hain, actually down on one knee, and watches it all the way back into the gloves of Ben Foakes, and then he's just checking where his off stump is again. Yeah. Is Sam Hain.
Yeah, I think the only blot on Warwickshire's copybook so far in this game has been their early bowling in the first innings, where they conceded so many boundaries. But apart from that, you know, they've had a pretty solid game, batting in both innings, and then they come back.
As Kemar Roach goes wide of the crease here to Hain. Ow! That's hit Sam Hain amidships as he was trying to get forward. That's from Kemar Roach. It may be more inner thigh for Sam Hain, but that really does chafe. That oh dear, he's hopping around the place. Just have to rearrange the furniture again there, Will. Sam Hain is okay though. He settles himself down over his bat once more as Kemar Roach is over the wicket to Hain, and Hain's letting him go outside his off stump. But he's just looked extremely organised throughout this innings, hasn't he, Sam Hain? He did in the first innings as well.
He has. I think he's played the conditions well. You could see, even in the first innings, you could see that he was the quality batsman in the side. By the innings that he played, the way he lined the ball up. Similarly in the second innings, you know, you can see that there's a talent there.
Yeah, absolutely, as he's waiting with bat raised as Kemar Roach is in, and he's driving back down the pitch. He's had England Lions performances as Sam Hain. There's a lot of people that wonder why he hasn't, especially in one-day cricket, made a debut yet for England. But he's been terrific in the Championship as well this season as Sam Hain. He's a very watchable batter, is Sam Hain, because as I say, he just looks very organised.
Well, if he keeps playing like this, then I don't think it'll be too far off.
Yeah, absolutely. As Kemar Roach is in again to him, and he's letting this one go outside his off stump. End of the over, 244 for 4 then. Warwickshire. That's a lead of 181. We've got 11 overs remaining today. So if Warwickshire continue at this rate, they're just about 3 and over, another 33 on top of this, and that lead will be up over 200 by tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's probably the end of Roach now. I don't think he'll be. I don't think you'll see him bowling anymore this evening.
He's just sort of signalled up to the dressing room there as well as Kemar Roach, as he's making his way down towards his position at third man, and Tom Laws is getting himself warmed up, saying that Surrey doing this with a bowler short at the moment. No Jamie Overton, after injuring his left foot whilst bowling this morning. Jordan Clark's going to come round the wicket now to Will Rhodes from the Vauxhall end, and Rhodes is forward, thick inside edge on this one. He will get a single. He's going to come back for 2. Nico Reefer slightly dawdling there, and the throw down towards the bowler's end has enabled them to get back for 2. So that'll be 2 more to Rhodes. He's on to 64. Warwickshire move on to 246 for 4. Just spotted that Ben Geddes is out there as well for Hashim Amla. So Ben Geddes is stood up there at mid-on. Oh, sorry, that's Mr. Kimber down there at mid-on. As waiting once again, the left-handed Rhodes, as round the wicket goes Jordan Clark to him, and Rhodes again just hops into this shot, turns it leg side. He's going to run the first hard. He's taking on Reefer again, and he's going to get back for 2. So Nico Reefer getting round to his right-hand side and getting the throw away. But I was saying with Jeremy Coney that one of the main things about this Rhodes innings has been how hard he's run between the wickets. He's absolutely belted the first every single time. And there again, just putting a bit of pressure on Nico Reefer and safely back for 2. Very good stuff.
Yeah, they've been putting pressure on all the fielders actually by their aggressive running.
It's been a really good partnership. This is round the wicket again goes Jordan Clark. That's short, that's pulled by Rhodes through the pigeons and away for 4. So banged in by Jordan Clark, who might be feeling this a bit at the moment, in the fact that he's coming into this game having not had any cricket for a few weeks, obviously. And I think he bowled 18 overs in the first innings. He's into his 17th over here. Just having to do a few more overs than he might have done with no Jamie Overton as well.
You're a bowler down, so there's a lot more responsibility.
But that is taking nothing away from the way that Will Rhodes and Sam Hain have played. And it's been Rhodes in particular. Hain's just looked quality. Solid, very organised, obviously in good nick. But Rhodes since tee come out straight away from tee and just looked very positive. He was immediately pulling Tom Laws off the front foot through the leg side after tee, as Jordan Clark is into him, and Rhodes straight drive this time. Round comes Rory Burns to do the fielding. Up at mid-off, and there's no run. But as I say, it's setting it up very nicely for tomorrow now. That lead for Warwickshire is 189. Surrey will fancy their chances of chasing. They've done it in the last couple of games. But at the moment, Warwickshire having a very good day, and they will be desperately keen to have these two still there at stumps tonight, as Jordan Clark is in, and that's well left by Rhodes. That was a tempter, pushed it a little further up to him, and Rhodes wasn't tempted. Richard Wilford is alongside and getting ready to come in, and is always spot on, because he said someone's got to back with Sam Hain today. And it's his captain that's done it with him. Alex Davis did it for a bit of time, but it's really the captain who's, in a way, the way he's played as well. He's just let Hain play his natural game here, as Clark is in over the wicket to Rhodes, and Rhodes will just flip this one into the leg side now. Reefer, oh, misfield from Nico Reefer going down one-handed. That enables them to get back for 2 more. So Rhodes has sort of given Nico Reefer a bit of a nightmare in that over. They're back for 2, end of the over, and 254 for 4. Few thoughts from you, Roland Butcher, and then you will be joined by Richard Wilford.
Yeah, another good over there for Warwickshire. picking up 8 runs off that. Actually 10, probably 10 runs off the over. 4 and 3-2. So excellent over for them, and really these two batsmen batting their team into an excellent position. Really giving Surrey some serious problems. I'm not sure Surrey, they're wondering right now just how they're going to get another wicket. I see Kemar Roach is off. I felt that was always going to be his last over.
Yeah, I mean 4 with the second new ball, wasn't it? He's had a heavy workload. He's bowled 19 overs today. He bowled, I think it was 19 on Monday, and a couple at the either end of the day yesterday. And that's where the loss of Overton and the fact that they don't necessarily want to over-bowl McCurr, and the fact that Warwickshire have managed to bat long and with some increasing confidence today. It's been one of the better days of the bat for a while. As Hayne comes forward defensively to first ball of Tom Law's over, which is his 16th today. Overton managing just 5 balls this morning before he suffered a lower leg injury, and he hasn't been seen since. They brought a wheelchair to him next to the groundsman's hut to wheel him away for treatment, probably get him to a lift at the back of the pavilion, I think, to get him back up to the physios. Shorter ball left alone outside off stump. Surrey will believe, I mean, sessions are so important, aren't they? There's just under 10 overs left, assuming the light holds here. They could still take 2 or 3 wickets, which would make an enormous difference.
Sure would. These two players, obviously both on 72 and both looking extremely confident.
Hayne it is who's facing, and he looks to cut through the offside, and he's timed that perfectly. Got over the top of it, his weight was nicely on the back foot, and he lashes it for 4. 76 to Hayne, 258 for 4.
Yeah, not going to miss out on that delivery. He's in good form. He's seen everything they've thrown at him, and really that one was asking to be hit. It's short, it's wide, and no hesitation in latching onto that square cut.
That was a slightly tired looking delivery from the teenager, but he bustles in again. Bowls a fuller ball, still outside off stump. Hayne is able to let that one go through, and it remains 258 for 4.
Yeah, much better delivery, pitched up, just slanting away from the right-handed batsman, and Hayne just acknowledging the movement.
And he bounds once more. Hayne gets over the top of the bounce, guides it in front of the point fielder. McCurr comes across to field, but not before they come through for a single. 259 for 4. The lead is very nearly 200, and I think given Warwickshire's recent form, it would have been a particularly optimistic Bears supporter who would have felt they could have got 200 in front today. They haven't been batting with any degree of confidence.
Yeah, and having lost a couple of wickets, that certainly would have made any supporter feel that things wouldn't turn out the way they have.
7 for 2 they were at 20 past 11. At 17 minutes to 6, they're 259 for 4. It was a 38 from Benjamin and 49 from Davis. Got things headed in the right direction. Hayne and Rhodes have continued that work as Rhodes drives back to the bowler in his follow-through. The end of the 89th over, and I think the umpires may now have a little chat about the light here, because I think this is the darkest we've seen it this week. You can see the 4 shadows round each fielder, a little bit larger than they have been, and this is the first serious debate that we've seen from Nigel Long and Billy Taylor. They part, and Long heads off to square leg for the left-handed Rhodes, but I think they're saying if this gets any worse now, Roland, we may find that we get off a little bit early.
Yeah, obviously some concern, because as you said, the light is really deteriorating, and I'm sure they'll keep an eye on it and decide if at any time that play should finish. But so it's been a good day for Warwickshire. They will be ever so pleased actually when they do get off the field that they've done an excellent job.
New over for Clark, Forward in defence is Hayne. Actually, of course, he isn't at square leg for the left-hander. He's at cover point to the right-hander. He's umpire long. The start of this over, I realise now. The ground staff aren't fearing any rain because there's no telltale sign of them going across to the covers. There were 1 or 2 showers that clipped South London about 45 minutes ago. Certainly the radar gave that impression. But we've avoided those. We've had 2 full days prior to today. Let's see if we can get over the line. Just under 9 overs to go. And as Mark Church was saying, this is setting up nicely for tomorrow. Onto the back foot defending is Hayne to a short extra cover, Patel. There's a short mid-wicket as well. And 2 slips. The slips there for the second new ball. Clark hasn't played a lot of cricket just lately, and he's certainly put in a shift again today. Very fit individual. Got very square shoulders, isn't he? Big strong shoulders, Jordan Clark.
Strong lad.
Former Lancashire man into bowl to Hayne once more. Steers it off the back foot towards point. Fielded by Reefer, the substitute for Jamie Overton. And there's no run. Not quite as many people in today, but I guess travel was not the easiest thing to achieve.
Yeah, I think today people would have felt that there would be some problem. Surprisingly, this morning I found it pretty much the same. There was no disruption really.
Fair enough. Back of a length, guided out through the offside by Hayne. Oh, he's timed that beautifully. The chase was on, but they weren't going to catch it. Hayne moves into the 80s, and the Warwickshire lead is now 263 for 4.
Yeah, lovely shot on top of the bounce. Just short of a length. No great pace in this one. Nice height, but beautifully put away by Hayne. Just really using the pace of the delivery and hitting it on top of the bounce and getting full value for the shot.
And as a result of that, Reefer is going to stay out near the point boundary, just 5 yards in from it. And Clark bowls again. This time it's down the leg side, and Hayne keeps out the way of it, but it's spilt by a diving Foakes. So they'll come through for a bite. Clark goes quite wide as he walks back to his mark and said something to Ryan Patel. I get the feeling this might, unless he takes a wicket, be scheduled to be his final ball of the day, because I think his energy might be running a little bit low.
Yeah, and I think Foakes went a little bit too far there and then ended up the ball being close to him. Couldn't quite glove it.
Mid-wicket boundary fielder is in for Will Rhodes as well. So there are 4 on the fence. Third man, deep backward square leg, mid-wicket and point. And he just dabs it into the offside, thinking about a quick single, but he's got that rather too close to Conor McCurr, who's quick to react. And that means we get to the end of the over. 90 gone, 264 for 4. They've got the run rate up towards 3 and over. They've accelerated through the day. 8 overs remaining. Hayne 81, Rhodes 72. And to be fair, the visitors have had a very good day.
Yeah, I think it's been a good day's cricket, really. A lot of anticipation by Surrey after picking up those first couple of wickets. But the way Warwickshire has fought back, particularly the way they have built partnerships, you've got to give them a lot of credit. And for the first time in the game, a couple of players have actually carried on.
This is the sort of moment I think is quite tough for batsmen, because the umpires have just had another conversation. So at the end of each of the last 2 overs, they've met and chatted clearly about the light.
Well, I mean, they may be discussing where they're going to have a pint tonight. I mean,
They could be. Are we having fish and chips, or are we going to the Pizza Express round the corner? But I suspect it's about the light. As Law's first ball of a new over, it's an under edge, I think, that from Hayne. It goes under first slip for 4. He goes to 85, 268 for 4, and then the umpires look at each other again. And it's also quite difficult for umpires, because you don't want to be in that horrible position where a batsman gets out in murky light and then you immediately decide to go off.
Yeah, a bit of a back cut there by Hayne. The ball stayed down. He got a bottom edge. Just bunks in between the keeper and the slip fielder.
They're still facing each other, the umpires here. I think they've got a decision to make. I really do. Conor McCurr doesn't think anybody's going off soon, because I think he's starting to do some stretches to maybe relieve Jordan Clark of his duties at this end. Hayne on 85, won't want to give it away at this point. And this pair have now added 125 for the 5th wicket. The lead is 205. And Hayne faces Laws again. Clips it off his pads. It might have kept a little bit low. They come through for a single. It'll only be a single. Hayne had turned quickly, but Patel was already at the ball.
And the overthrow.
Oh, and is that Patel again? A really poor throw. Although, again, I wonder whether the fielders are struggling a bit with the light as well. But it was Patel who, rather memorably earlier in the game, when he was bowling, fielded a forward defensive from Sam Hayne. Threw it unnecessarily towards his wicket-keeper, but got underneath it and threw it all the way for 4.
Yeah, this particular one, it landed in front of the keeper. Very difficult take.
It's not like they were running a second, they were standing watching. As Hayne leaves alone, having got a bonus run there, 270 for 4. I wouldn't be surprised if this turns out to be the last 3 balls of the day, because I think if you do go off, we're at a time of day where it's quite hard to come back on, although they will tend to keep us waiting until about 6:30 to make that decision.
Batsman just confirmed. Sure, the discussion would be that it won't be too long now.
You can see the floodlights flashing off the strip on the back of Will Rowe's bat now as well. A bouncer from Laws. Hayne goes underneath it. I mean, you can imagine that Will Rhodes at the moment is probably, in a relatively cheerful way, because Nigel Long is an extremely experienced umpire, but he'll want to know what they've been talking about and how much worse it might have to get, because they would love to get in to the dressing room with only 4 wickets gone today. Bounding in once more is Laws, thick inside edge, or the inside half of the bat to be fair. For Hayne, Patel fields, doesn't hurl it at anybody this time, and there's no run. You could see the sticker on Hayne's bat as well, catching the lights. Very much see the foreshadows around Ben Foakes, who stands hands on hips. His feet placed on those areas where the drying agent, as Roland taught me, was placed earlier. As that one wraps Hayne either on the pad or the inside of his thigh. There's an appeal for LBW, not given. We are due a further 7 overs today. Warwickshire 270 for 4, and the umpires will come together again. And with these sort of things, Roland, my suspicion is that third time's a charm, because when they confer 3 successive overs, it must be pretty murky out there in the middle.
Yeah, I would imagine that I think they're going to make a decision this time, and that's it. Yep. Yeah,
bad light has stopped play. Doesn't yet quite mean that play is over for the day. We will have to await further information for that. But 7 minutes to 6. Bad light stops play with Warwickshire on 270 for 4 after 91 overs. Sam Hayne is 87 not out, and Will Rhodes is 72 not out. Their partnership worth 127 for the 5th wicket. That has significantly changed the game. Surrey were probably hoping to have a target somewhere more like 150 to 200. Warwickshire lead by 207, and if we don't come back again this evening, they've got a chance to bat well into tomorrow. I mean, this has been a very well constructed partnership between these two.
Yeah, definitely Warwickshire's there, no question about that. Under tremendous pressure at the start of the day, and they've turned that pressure into really a meaningful effort where they've got themselves very, very firmly entrenched in this game right now and really are in a position to call the shots. Surrey, on the other hand, obviously losing Overton has been a real problem for them, but you cannot take away from the effort by Warwickshire. I think their middle order has batted extremely well. They've absorbed everything Surrey bowlers have thrown at them. They have flourished. They've got over the new ball as well. And at the end of the day, I think they will be very, very pleased going into the pavilion with this total, this overall lead of 207, and the fact that they're only 4 wickets down. So lots for them to think about, and also lots for Surrey to think about.
The umpires will stay out in the middle at the moment. They take the light reading at which they finally went off the pitch. That becomes the benchmark now. So it would have to improve from there for the players to come back on. And if a situation like this arose late tomorrow, then that's the level at which they would go off. So they've got that now, and they will remain out there for a while. And then if we're not going to get back on, usually the telltale sign is the ground staff coming on and starting to do some work. So we'll see if that happens. If there is any further play here, of course, we will bring it to you live via the BBC Cricket website and via the live stream for both Surrey and Warwickshire. But the story of the day is that after two early wickets went down, Sibley and Briggs out inside 20 minutes. Warwickshire have batted really rather well. Benjamin, 38, was frustrated when he got out. Alex Davis overbalanced against Will Jackson, was stumped for 49. And then Sam Hain was joined by his captain, Will Rhodes, and they've added 127. Hain is unbeaten on 87, Rhodes is on 72. Warwickshire 270 for 4. They lead Surrey by 207 runs. As I say, any further play, we'll be back with you live. If not, you can rejoin us at around 10 to 11 tomorrow morning for day 4 of what is a nicely poised game.